The humid night air clung to Lieutenant Colonel Magic Mike Holbrook as he settled into the cockpit of his heavily modified F-15 Strike Eagle. A crackling voice broke through his headset. "Raider 1, doors are open." Magic acknowledged with a quick response, his gloved hands resting on the twin throttles. The massive hangar at Anderson Air Force Base in Guam swallowed all light except for the occasional red glow of safety lamps. Though he couldn't see the towering doors through the inky blackness, years of working with elite ground crews had taught him to trust their word implicitly. As he lifted his feet from the rudder pedals, the aircraft lurched forward, its reinforced frame groaning under the weight of experimental avionics and extra fuel tanks. Magic's enhanced reality visor painted a digital overlay across his instruments, all systems glowing green. With practiced ease, he guided the jet into a smooth turn, the nose wheel responding to his touch. "Proceeding to 3 Alpha, he reported, the rumble of the engines vibrating through his bones. Flying this beast felt as natural as cruising down his hometown streets in his pickup truck, even in pitch darkness. Magic had cut his teeth, commanding an F-15 squadron in Okinawa before testing cutting-edge prototypes at Edwards Air Force Base. Now, here he was, piloting a classified quantum atomics upgrade, a bird so secret even most Pentagon brass didn't know its specs. The irony wasn't lost on him, his riskiest mission yet, in an airframe older than some of the junior mechanics. "Raider 1, shotgun. Follow me, trucks on your right." Magic craned his neck, the visor highlighting the darkened Humvee in ghostly infrared. "Got him," he confirmed, swinging the jet into a tight turn. Ahead, 2 F-22 Raptors of Viper flight idled on a parallel taxiway, their navigation lights pulsing steadily. Beyond them, the silhouettes of B-52s loomed like dormant giants. Magic nudged the throttles, slotting in behind the Raptors as they rolled toward the runway. Back in California, Quantum's top engineers monitored his every move from their high-tech bunker at Skunk Works. Magic glanced at his watch. 1 a.m. in Guam meant they were just sipping their morning coffee. He smirked, stifling a yawn. No matter how advanced the tech, time zones always had the last laugh. "Raider 1, holding short for checks." He radioed, easing the jet to a stop behind the F-22s. The brakes hissed as the Strike Eagle settled, engines humming at idle. Somewhere above, the stars burned unseen behind thick Pacific clouds. Magic exhaled, rolling his shoulders. "Showtime." "Shotgun, this is Raider holding short of the runway." Magic radioed in, his fingers dancing across the switches with practiced precision. The F-15's cockpit was a symphony of custom modifications. No backseat weapons officer here. Just a nest of cutting-edge electronics humming behind him. Every toggle, every light, every digital readout streaming down his visor was part of the dance. "Systems are green. Requesting permission to activate the Umbra pod." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut with a knife. Somewhere between the Pentagon and a room full of nervous engineers in California, someone was hesitating. Magic rolled his eyes behind his visor. Typical. The Umbra system wasn't just another piece of gear, it was the reason this bird had been stripped, repainted, and tweaked down to the rivets. And yet here he was, staring at the stars through the canopy, wondering if the brass had suddenly developed cold feet. He keyed the mic again, sharper this time. "Shotgun status update. Are we lighting this candle or not?" A chuckle escaped him as he imagined the scene back in Washington. Suits with bad haircuts huddled over monitors, generals sweating through their uniforms. Rumor had it this up had eyes all the way up to the Oval Office. Magic wasn't sure he bought that, but hey, stranger things had happened. His mind flickered to his twins back home, probably tossing a football in the yard right about now. Their first game was coming up, and he'd promised to be there. If the bureaucrats didn't get their act together, he might just miss kickoff. Finally, Shotgun's voice crackled through his helmet. "Raider, we've got the green light. Full telemetry package required, but you're cleared to proceed." Magic grinned and cycled the Umbra pod to standby, watching the data stream flicker to life. Pod's hot metrics nominal. Noise levels at -15 decibels. "Copy that, Raider. You are cleared for takeoff. Light 'em up." With a flick of his wrist, Magic brought the engines to life, the roar vibrating through his bones. Time to fly. Viper Flight received clearance from Anderson Tower to proceed to Marshall Point Alpha. The tower had strict orders to maintain radio silence regarding Magic's F-15, treating it as if it didn't exist. The Vipers tore down the runway and launched into the night sky, their anti-collision lights flickering like distant stars. Magic waited for the turbulence to settle before signaling the Palmdale crew. Shotgun, keeping the mic live via telemetry. Reach me on Channel 7 if needed, otherwise I'll reconnect post-departure. With a surge of power, he slammed the throttles forward, full military thrust, no holding back. In under a minute, he was airborne. Slicing through the darkness at 650 knots, his visor displaying real-time positioning data as he closed the gap with Viper Flight. At 10,000 feet, he eased off the throttle and leveled out, slipping silently into formation behind the two F-22s. No lights, no chatter, just the hum of engines and the weight of operational secrecy. His eyes flicked across the instruments, anticipating the inevitable command from Shotgun. It came through crisp and clear. Magic engaged the special payload. Take it out of standby. Activating now. The Umbra system flared to life, bathing his visor in an eerie green glow. Palmdale status check? He asked. The response was immediate. Perfect execution, Raider 1. AWACS just lost you on their scopes. Magic grinned behind his oxygen mask. Even the Pacific Air Force's top-tier surveillance couldn't track him. This wasn't just any F-15, it was a ghost. On impulse, he threw the jet into a sharp roll, savoring the rush before steadying back into formation. 2 hours later, somewhere over the Pacific between Guam and the Philippines, the trio met up with a KC-10 tanker at 20,000 feet. Following the classified air tasking order, the refueling crew pretended not to see the Black Strike Eagle guzzling fuel. No nods, no radio calls, just business as usual. 20 minutes post-refuel, Magic's Umbra system flashed yellow, then red, the seat vibrating insistently to grab his attention. He silenced the alarms and focused on the data streaming across his visor. Shotgun, be advised, I'm getting painted by targeting radars. Special payload is active and operational. Copy, Raider. Maintain course and speed. Increase separation from Viper by another mile. Magic acknowledged and dropped back, watching as Umbra's sensors pulsed with incoming telemetry. Shotgun's voice crackled again. Raider, can you ID those radars locking onto you? Affirmative. Special payload confirms it's the USS Benfold, Block IV surface-to-air missile system, bearing 300 degrees at 61 nautical miles. Solid copy. Stand by. Magic knew the Pentagon was being consulted. Less than a minute later, the verdict came. Raider, you are still Charlie Mike. Continue mission. Umbra was working flawlessly, masking his presence by generating false radar returns while the jet's stealth coating absorbed the rest. It was like sonic camouflage, undetectable, untouchable. With a slight course adjustment, Magic flew directly over the friendly SAMs, targeting him, listening as Viper Flight coordinated with the Benfold's combat team below. While the Navy and Air Force played their war games, his F-15 slipped through unnoticed, a shadow in the night. Now came the real challenge. Magic adjusted his grip on the controls, glancing at Shotgun's delayed response, blinking on his display. Copy that, staying with Viper. Proceeding to Point Bravo for neutral test. His stomach twisted not from nerves, but from the half-gallon of coffee he chugged before takeoff. The Strike Eagle hummed smoothly on autopilot as he wrestled with the awkward dance of in-flight relief, muttering about the indignity of plastic tubes. Once settled, he flicked through engine readouts, his mind drifting to last weekend's Pee-wee game. Those kids needed better crossing routes if only they listened. A sharp tone snapped him back. Point Bravo, right over Leyte Gulf, where Luzon and Mindanao framed the water like bookends. The Umbra system lit up, vibrating his seat like a cheap motel bed. Shotgun. PAF's painting me with early warning radar. We still green? Affirmative, Raider. They're tracking the F-22s on guard frequency. You're invisible. Execute separation. Magic yanked the stick, climbing to 35,000 feet, deliberately making himself a glowing bullseye for Philippine air defenses. First real test against a foreign system, but at least they weren't hostile. Radio static hissed as he scanned for reactions. Silence. Then Shotgun's voice crackled, smug with nerd triumph. Raider, continue mission. Hostile test approved at Point Charlie. The lab coats are doing backflips here. Magic banked west, leaving Viper flight behind. Below, Palawan stretched like a slim chocolate bar beside Mischief Reef, China's illegal fortress in the South China Sea. His gut tightened. Time to see if Umbra could fool more than just radars. Colonel Kai Chi flexed his knuckles, the bunker's stale air thick with tension. His mismatched eyes, one brown, one icy blue, flicked across radar screens. That contact, he jabbed a finger at a yellow blip. Explain it. Filipino cargo flight, sir. Scheduled route, clean if. Sai grunted. The screens buzzed with civilian traffic, an Air India jet, a Philippine Airlines departure, a Taipei-bound 747. His gaze lingered on the two J-20s circling overhead, the PLAF's failsafe. Not that he trusted missiles. Or anyone. A Muay Thai champion turned spy. He knew better than to rely on machines. Especially when something felt off. Mischief Reef, an artificial island shaped like a crescent moon, bristled with military installations. On one arm of the curve sat an airfield and an underground missile control center, where Colonel Kai now stood, his neck stiff from tension. The opposite peninsula housed surface-to-surface missiles, ready to strike any vessel venturing within 50 miles. Sai glanced at his watch, 1:30 a.m. The mission window had begun. He took a slow breath, catching the faint tang of vinegar in the bunker's recycled air. Beside him stood a manuscripts engineer, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a soft belly, dressed in civilian attire. Control had sent him as Chai's shadow for this high-stakes operation. The engineer tapped Tai's shoulder, whispering the time like a reminder. Kai grunted, his mind on the risks. Run the software check again. The engineer nudged past the operators, fingers flying over the console. He muttered something to the sergeant on duty, who, though unfamiliar with these visitors, had accepted their credentials, orders stamped with Hainan Island's classified seal. Experimental tests weren't unusual here. The sergeant stepped aside, letting the engineer verify the systems. All good, the man said, flashing Kai a confident look when no one was watching. Sai waited, then leaned in. You're certain? He murmured. The engineer nodded. The code's flawless. And the comms? You're sure they're down? That question wasn't just a query, it was a threat. The engineer hesitated, then met Chai's gaze. I guarantee it, Colonel. Then get out. The engineer squeezed through the bunker door, disappearing into the night. Kai lingered, watching the radar screens flicker with routine blips, F-22s veering north toward Okinawa. Nothing alarming. At 1:36 a.m., he climbed the metal stairs to the roof, where the crash of waves filled the darkness. His men, Ling and Tway, loitered by the railing, their ponytails and ill-fitting khakis, making them look more like escaped convicts than radar techs. Not that appearances mattered now. Kai jerked his chin toward the fuel cans at their feet. Move. Back inside, the sergeants remained oblivious, as Kai's team positioned themselves behind them. The air hummed with tension. Then, a sharp curse from the commanding sergeant. Hostile contact confirmed. The room snapped to attention, but Sai barely reacted. He exchanged a glance with his men. Right on schedule. American F-15 approaching. The radar operator's voice crackled through the dimly lit bunker as his fingers danced across the missile controls. He rattled off the fighter jet's speed, trajectory, altitude, and electronic signature into his headset, convinced he was relaying critical data to command back on Hainan Island. With practiced efficiency, he flipped up the safety covers on the launch console. Master arm engaged. Nearby, Two other sergeants mirrored his actions, their faces tense under the glow of radar screens. The piercing alarm wailed as the central operator confirmed. Target locked. The lead sergeant's hand hovered over the firing controls, frustration mounting as repeated calls to headquarters went unanswered. Missiles 1 and 4 primed. He barked, following protocol for unauthorized intrusions into Mischief Reef's airspace. The plan was simple: fire 2, assess, then fire again if necessary. He shot a glance at his superior. "Sir, I have no choice but to engage, unless you've received countermanding orders." Chai stepped forward, his gaze locked on the radar display. "Let me see the contact." The operator pointed. 10,000 meters out, bearing 087. Confirmed F-15 Eagle, Mach 0. Even no friendly transponder. Hostile profile. Static hissed in his headset, still no response from command. Bewildered, he turned to Kai. "Could this be a glitch from your software update?" "Maintain tracking but hold fire," Kai ordered calmly. "I'll fetch the engineer." That was the cue. Ling and Tui tensed, watching him. In one fluid motion, Kai drew a curved karambit knife from his belt, its blade glinting under the console lights. "Fire," he muttered in Laotian loud enough to cut through the chaos. Before the sergeant could react, Che yanked his head back and slashed deep across his throat, finishing with a brutal twist of the neck. To his right, Ling and Tui moved with equal precision, though Ling's kill was messier, sending his target sprawling in a grotesque heap. Tui smirked, ribbing him in their dialect about overenthusiastic technique. Wiping his blade on a dead man's uniform, Kai punched the bunker's security code into the keypad. Alarms blared from unmanned stations as he stepped over diesel cans left by his men. The acrid stench of fuel mixed with the metallic tang of blood. Outside, the night air carried the whine of a helicopter warming up on the nearby pad. A thick plume of smoke already curled from the bunker's vents, just another accident in this remote outpost. By the time investigators arrived, the fire marshal would blame a faulty generator. Ling and Tui emerged, their work done. Together they sprinted across the sand and clambered into the waiting chopper, strapping in beside their contact from S&T. As the rotors thundered to life, Kai allowed himself a grim smile. Control had promised to handle the fallout, and Control always kept his word. Kai observed the engineer, avoiding his gaze entirely. His mismatched eyes had always unsettled people, something he'd grown accustomed to over the years. As the helicopter climbed, he glanced down one last time at the bunker's stark concrete roof, barely visible in the dim pre-dawn light. A devoted Taoist, he felt no sorrow for the sergeants who'd sacrificed themselves. Their fate, like his own, had been woven into the fabric of the Tao. Somewhere above them, the quantum atomics F-15 streaked through the sky, and Kai allowed himself a grim satisfaction. He too had fulfilled his destined role. Meanwhile in Kowloon, Jack Ryan Jr. towered over the crowd disembarking from the Star Ferry. His lightweight suit jacket draped over one shoulder, sleeves rolled up and ties slightly crooked. He adjusted his pace to avoid jostling the passengers ahead. Behind his wayfarers, his eyes darted across the packed ferry deck, searching for one woman in a sea of commuters. Time was slipping away. If he didn't spot her soon, she'd vanish into Hong Kong's sprawling millions. He dropped his gaze, scanning bags and briefcases, recalling the white string-handled shopping bag she'd carried. The crowd pressed in, elbows and shoulders jostling him as Cantonese chatter rose around him, sharp and unintelligible. Half the women here matched her description: sleek black hair, sunglasses, surgical mask, a tailored charcoal suit. The shopping bag was his only real clue, assuming he hadn't imagined it. The ferry doors groaned open, and the surge of bodies carried him onto the gangway, past turnstiles and security. He fought his way to the edge of the flow, planting himself like a boulder in a river as commuters streamed around him. With a quick motion, he shrugged on his jacket and reached into the pocket, fingers brushing the folded note. Too risky to read it now, not until he located his manuscript shadows. 6 minutes later, the crowd thinned. Jack moved down the quay, the late afternoon sun warm on his back. The air smelled of salt, fish, and exhaust, a pungent mix that stung his nose. Behind him, the ferry's engines rumbled as dock workers loosened ropes from rusted cleats. He turned, watching the vessel pull away, its wake rippling across the harbor. Hong Kong's skyline glittered in the distance, towers catching the last golden light. Alone for the moment, he risked a glance at the note. Temple Street, Night Market. Heirloom watches, 2200. Crumpling it, he flicked it into the water. His minders would be waiting up the pier, but he lingered, savoring the view of the ferry weaving between cargo ships, the skyline glowing like embers. For now, at least, he had a lead. And that was enough. Jack exhaled as he put distance between himself and the towering financial district across Victoria Harbor. The entire day had been wasted in a glass cage 30 floors up, his eyes burning from endless spreadsheets. Now the Hesped building loomed in his peripheral vision, its reflective windows mocking him with memories of corporate drudgery. Howard Brennan Henley Associates' sharp-tongued CFO had dragged him to Hong Kong to secure financing for their geotech acquisition. The rare earth magnet company was poised to dominate green energy tech, and their CEO's friendship with Jerry Hindley made the deal sweeter. $300 million sweeter, to be exact. Jack could almost see Howard 30 stories above, charming bankers while ruthlessly negotiating loan terms, probably trading interest rate concessions for extended bond maturities with that shark-like grin of his. His phone buzzed. Speak of the devil. Howard's text blinked on screen. Working through dinner to finalize terms. You coming back? Jack smirked, typing a quick reply about running risk assessments from his hotel room instead. Then he paused. The Ministry of State Security monitored everything here. Would this message raise flags? After a beat, he hit send. The wind off the harbor carried the briny stench of fish and diesel, the October chill cutting through his suit jacket. He buttoned it absently, keeping his sunglasses on despite the fading light. There. His first tale, the same guy from this morning. The one he'd nicknamed Blue Suit, leaned against a bench pretending to be engrossed in a phone call. Bad acting. If Blue was here, his partner Leather Jacket couldn't be far. Sure enough, Jack spotted the younger, scruffier operative loitering near the street. Muscle to Blue's brains. As he climbed the Peninsula Hotel steps, Jack debated whether to report the ferry incident to John Clark. Officially, this was a Whiteside mission, strictly legitimate finance work. But the woman's approach? That reeked of black-side complications. The campus, Henley's covert ops division, thrived in those shadows. Clark had personally ordered Jack on this trip, calling the geotech deal more critical than the ongoing op in Manila, where Lisanne, his fiancée, was finally getting her shot as a field operative. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, dodging manuscript surveillance while she hunted terrorists. The elevator doors slid shut, and Jack allowed himself a dry chuckle. Hong Kong had a way of making even spreadsheets feel like espionage. Jack couldn't help but feel the weight of Clark's choices pressing down on him in two distinct ways. First, he was sidelined from the actual mission, trapped on some dreary city dock wearing a suit that might as well have been made of cement. Second, and this stung worse with his fiancée off on some classified operation halfway around the world, nobody was left to watch over Emily, Lisanne's teenage niece who'd recently moved in with them. Of course, Lisanne had handled it with her usual efficiency, arranging for the girl to stay with her grandfather for the week. But not before Jack had stuck his foot in his mouth, suggesting Lisanne would be vulnerable without him around. That little comment had reopened old tensions, leaving him with nothing but a frosty cheek when he leaned in for a goodbye kiss. Even Clark, usually sympathetic, had shut him down, insisting Jack accompany Howard Brennan to Hong Kong for some high-stakes corporate deal. The veteran operator claimed it would broaden Jack's strategic perspective and teach him to trust the team without micromanaging. As if that weren't irritating enough, Clark had laid down the law: zero contact with the team in the Philippines due to operational security. Jack swiped his keycard and paused just inside the hotel room, scanning for anything out of place. After a beat, he raised his phone and activated the room scanning app Gavin Beery had cooked up for the campus. The AI compared current snapshots with reference images, flagging 3 subtle indentations in the carpet size 9, Sendus Oxfords, a Chinese brand. Someone had definitely been here despite the Do Not Disturb sign. Probably Brown and Blue's lackeys doing their usual sweep. Whatever. On this vanilla corporate assignment, he had nothing worth hiding. Tossing his bag onto the desk, he kicked off his shoes and sank onto the bed, thumbing open the secure comms portal. Part of him hoped for redeployment orders to the real action in Manila. The quieter, more stubborn part wished for a message from Lisanne, something to smooth over their tense parting. The empty inbox drew a frustrated sigh from his lips as his shoulders sagged. By 8:30 p.m., Jack had choked down a lackluster club sandwich and exchanged a flurry of messages with Howard, who was still across Victoria Harbor wrestling with British bankers over loan terms. Hunched over his laptop, Jack ran the revised numbers through Henley Associates' risk model work he didn't take lightly. Jerry Henley's plan to flip geotech for billions hinged on these calculations. One miscalculation, and the whole deal could implode under debt. But Howard's latest terms checked out, the risk manageable. Jack fired off a congratulatory email. Duty done. The clock read 8:45. Time to ditch this corporate babysitting gig. Temple Street night market awaited, along with the mysterious woman who'd slipped him that note. Now that promised some actual excitement. Jack weighed his options carefully. Why shouldn't he pursue this lead? The woman on the ferry could be exactly what they needed. Someone disillusioned with Beijing's grip, possibly influential, a potential goldmine for U.S. intelligence. It wasn't like this was his first rodeo. Just last year, he and Lisanne had flipped a North Korean scientist in Seoul, and that asset had already proven invaluable. But then again, Mr. C. had been crystal clear. Hong Kong was crawling with Manship's operatives, and they weren't above setting traps. Especially for someone like him, the son of the U.S. president. Still, Clark had also drilled into him the importance of instinct, of seizing opportunities when they arose. Debate can be fatal, the old man's voice echoed in his head. Think. Decide. Act. With Gavin's encrypted VPN shielding his connection, Jack switched from his risk assessment spreadsheet to Google, pulling up details on the Temple Street night market. Condé Nast raved about the place, calling it a must-see slice of old Hong Kong, vibrant, chaotic, steeped in history. A quick search pinpointed heirloom watches right in the heart of the market. Jack swirled the last of his room service water, the ice long melted, and glanced at the vintage Rolex on his wrist. A graduation gift from his parents, back when he'd balanced finance for himself and history for his father. Heirloom watches. The irony wasn't lost on him. Lisanne still hadn't checked in. No messages. He checked his phone again, then shrugged. It was a perfect night for a little exploration. And if things went sideways, he had a contingency, a tailor with a side hustle and black market arms, courtesy of Mr. Kret. See. Amira's in rest. The shop was conveniently en route to the market. Jack smirked. His dad would have jumped at a chance like this, right under Meantrip's nose. And honestly, who was he to argue with Condé Nast? Downstairs, Jack blended into the pub crowd, sliding onto a bar stool with practiced ease. He ordered a black and tan, positioning himself for a clear sightline through the whiskey bottles lining the bar's mirror. Brown and Blue had to be nearby unless they'd swap shifts. His phone, left upstairs as bait, was still feeding encrypted data to Henley's office, keeping the digital trail warm. But scanning the room, he couldn't spot them. Professionals, after all. Then she sat beside him, a striking Chinese woman, mid-20s, athletic build. As she ordered a French 75 and flawless British English, their eyes met briefly in the mirror. Her smile was all teeth and mystery. Jack sipped his beer, feigning disinterest. The game was on. Her sudden attention lifted his spirits slightly after the argument with Lisanne, until she got swept up in an overly enthusiastic welcome for some well-dressed Australian guy who appeared beside her. Jack downed the rest of his beer, slapped 30 Hong Kong dollars onto the polished bar, and decided to move. No sign of Brown or Blue, probably posted near the lobby. He made his way past the restrooms, through a dim hallway and into the adjacent restaurant. Ignoring the hostess, he weaved between candlelit tables, dodging waiters before pushing through the kitchen's swinging doors. Inside, chefs in white jackets worked furiously, too busy to notice him. The air was thick with sizzling pans and shouting. Jack moved fast past the freezer, the dishwashing station, and a butcher's table stained with streaks of red. Finally, he spotted the back exit. Stepping into the alley, he found himself on a loading dock, a massive dumpster below. Google Maps hadn't lied. He balanced on the edge of the grimy bin, eyeing the gap between it and the chain-link fence. Crouching low, he sprang only to realize his high school coach had been right about his vertical jump. His foot slipped, and for a terrifying second, he teetered backward. If not for his white-knuckle grip on the fence, he'd have landed in a pile of trash, wrecking his favorite suit. Somehow, he hauled himself up, scraping his dress shoes against the metal links until he reached the top. He swung a leg over, dropped onto the hillside, and fought through thorny brush before emerging onto a quiet street. A flickering lamppost marked the start of a steep staircase winding between buildings, leading down to the main road. By the time he reached the top of Signal Hill, his lungs burned. Pathetic, he thought. Too much desk work. He pulled out the business card from his pocket. Mr. The emergency contact. 5 blocks later, he stood outside a weathered apartment building. The tailor shop next door was dark, a closed for Golden Week sign taped to the window. He rang the bell. An elderly woman cracked a security door just enough to glare at him through the chain. "We're closed," she snapped. Jack forced a smile. "An old friend sent me." She scoffed. "No friends here." Before she could slam the door, he wedged his foot in. "Tell Peter Clark says hello." John Clark's name hung in the air like an unspoken promise. She let out a weary sigh, shoulders sagging as if the weight of inevitability had settled on her, then turned to face Jack. He stood casually on the sidewalk, hands tucked into his pockets, though his eyes never stopped scanning the street. The clock read 9:19 p.m., just over 30 minutes until the meet. Traffic hummed steadily, a mix of cars and buzzing scooters, while most of the nearby shops had already shut down for the night. Jack had taken the long way here, hopping fences, dodging through overgrown bushes, and slipping through shadowed alleys to shake any tails. His surveillance detection route had paid off, no sign of brown or blue tailing him. The tailor shop's lights flickered on, and the door chimed as it swung open. Peter Cho stood there, his suspenders stretched over a stooped frame, thick gray hair framing a face etched with skepticism. His round glasses magnified a gaze that sized Jack up in an instant. Without a word, Cho led him past rows of fabric bolts before stopping at a cutting table cluttered with material. The old man adjusted his glasses, the lenses distorting his eyes. "Who are you?" "Jack Ryan, Jr." A pause. "Then John Clark sent me." Joe's expression didn't shift. "You know Clark?" "I work for him." The tailor snatched a bolt of gray flannel from the shelf, slapping it onto the table with a muffled thud. "What's your size?" 44 long. Chow's magnified stare lingered before he unrolled the fabric with practiced precision. Jack clasped his hands behind his back. "Clark said you two go way back. That you've got history." The scissors sliced through the wool in quick, sharp strokes. Jack's unease grew as this man, even the ally Clark, remembered. "You've already got a suit," Chow muttered. "I'm not here for a suit." The tailor froze, blades poised mid-cut. He lifted his head, peering through those thick lenses. "Then why are you here, Jack Ryan, Jr.? A gun." Temple Street Night Market, Kowloon, Hong Kong, Tuesday, October 1. The last time Jack had fired a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm was on Clark's sprawling horse farm just outside Richmond. Jerry Hindley had fronted half the cash for the property as a retirement gift, with the understanding that it'd double as a training ground for campus operatives. Jack had spent days there under Clark and Ding Chavez's watch, drilling until his hands ached. The old SEAL had one ironclad rule for field pistols: threaded barrel, 10-round minimum, raised sights for suppressor use. Ding had nodded along, grinning apparently, that narrowed the options to Berettas, CZs, FNs, and the very same Smith & Wesson now tucked against Jack's spine. In the tailor's back room, Cho had laid out his inventory like a black market boutique. Jack had chosen the M&P without hesitation, then eyed the knives. The faint scars on his forearm, courtesy of a manuscripts agent in Tel Aviv, had made him diligent about close-quarters training. He'd grabbed a sleek folding blade, now hanging from his neck as he navigated the market's chaos. Chow had pushed a custom suit on him, but Jack considered both purchases a solid investment swiped straight from his Henley expense account. The market's neon glow painted the crowd in garish colors as Jack melted into the throng, the weight of the pistol a steady reminder of why he was here. The butcher's cleaver slammed down with a wet thud, splitting the pork leg clean through. "Chusho," the wrinkled woman barked, her apron streaked with crimson. Blood trickled from her chin as she locked eyes with Jack. "Bad move. 20 a pound. 20. She shouted, her voice cutting through the market's chaos. Jack ducked his head and pushed deeper into the swarm of bodies, the humid air thick with the scent of raw meat and sweat. Paper lanterns swayed overhead, their warm glow illuminating red banners emblazoned with golden stars, China's national colors. Golden Week. The country's patriotic frenzy was in full swing, though the kids waving sparklers and tossing firecrackers probably didn't care about the politics behind it. Jack moved fast, shoulders brushing against the crowd. Few Westerners here bad for blending in, worse for avoiding unwanted attention. His disguise had better hold. A rancid stench hit him like a punch. A toothless vendor grinned up from his bubbling cauldron, stirring a vat of murky sludge with a paddle-sized spoon. "Well, stinky tofu," he cackled, flashing a lone yellowed tooth. $3. Jack gagged, covering his nose as he veered into another cramped alley. Skinned chickens dangled from hooks, their heads missing. Coils of purple sausage hung like grotesque decorations. He sidestepped a squawking duck, just as two giggling girls barreled past, chasing the panicked bird. Fireworks exploded overhead, painting the sky in bursts of red and gold. The crowd gasped, but Jack kept scanning. Then he saw him, a guy with a ponytail and a neck tattoo, pushing forward while everyone else craned their necks skyward. No mistaking that focus. Jack followed his gaze to a woman in a sleek charcoal suit, masked, holding a white shopping bag. She stood by Pantech leather goods, just steps from heirloom watches. The fairy woman. Smart. This market was a surveillance nightmare, exactly why she'd picked it. A squat vendor yanked at his jacket, her fingers grazing his concealed pistol. Instinct kicked in, he swatted her away. "You like Golden Week special," she shrilled, waving at a rack of gaudy robes. "Only for America." Jack ignored her, slipping back into the current of bodies. The fireworks boomed again, but he didn't look up. Neither did the ponytail guy. Neither did she. Time to move. The fairy woman barely glanced at the fireworks bursting overhead, her focus locked on the crowd as she sifted through rows of handbags. Strands of hair fell across her face as she worked, but her sharp eyes caught Jack's towering figure in an instant. Their gazes connected just long enough for him to nod in acknowledgement, before she jerked her head away, vanishing into the maze of vendor stalls. Something had spooked her. Jack twisted to scan the market and spotted the threat. A lean man in a black tee, moving fast toward the handbag stand. By the time Jack turned back, the woman was gone, swallowed by the chaos of the night market. Jack's instincts flared. If fairy woman had risked reaching out, she wasn't some Chinese intelligence plant. No, she'd bolted because she'd spotted a tail. And that changed everything. He couldn't let this guy catch her, but getting tangled in a surveillance op was suicide. So he played the oblivious tourist, ambling toward the stall with exaggerated slowness. Spreading his arms wide, he pretended to examine the merchandise, while effectively barricading the entrance. The second black shirt's hand clamped onto his shoulder. Jack spun with a sharp, "Back off, buddy." The guy wasn't having it. He shoved past, but Jack matched his steps, their legs tangling in a clumsy dance. "Hey," the man snarled, driving an elbow into Jack's ribs. Up close, The cobra tattoo coiled around his neck looked almost alive. Jack staggered but held his ground, blocking the curtained exit. Then came the mistake. Black Shirt's hand brushed the concealed pistol at Jack's waist. His eyes widened, fingers darting for the weapon. Jack twisted, but the guy was faster, yanking him through the curtain into a cramped alley. Pavement slammed into Jack's face, the gun skidding from his grip. Cold metal pressed against his skull. Bo. The man barked Mandarin, not Cantonese. Jack's stomach dropped. This wasn't some random thug. Either he'd just been made by Chinese intelligence, or Mr. Sav. But his warnings were dead right. Either way, he was in deep. Fairy woman might have been a decoy after all. Jack sensed the grip on his wrist slacken and seized the moment, yanking his arm free, twisting away and springing to his feet. The man in the black t-shirt was already standing, the pistol leveled at Jack's forehead. Jack's gaze flickered across the cramped alley 10 feet wide, cluttered with rows of parked scooters on his right, their kickstands locked in place. Behind him, rough brick pressed against his back as another firework exploded overhead, washing the narrow passage in crimson light. Above, laundry fluttered on sagging clotheslines strung between plywood market stalls. Bo. The man snapped again, motioning for Jack to drop. But Jack wasn't about to kneel with his own gun aimed at him. He stumbled over a scooter behind him, retreating until his shoulders hit the wall. The guy fumbled with the compact Smith & Wesson, eyeing it like he'd never handled one before. He awkwardly tugged at the slide with his left hand while keeping the barrel trained on Jack. His head tilted, studying Jack like a confused predator. He's hesitating, Jack realized. Another firework burst, flashing the alley in stark white. Distracted, the man tucked his free hand into the pocket of his loose cotton pants and pulled out a sleek, oversized Android phone. No case, just a fragile slab of glass. For half a second, his focus shifted as he swiped to unlock it. The screen was too big for one-handed use, and Jack saw his chance. Mr. C. had drilled it into him. Every fight reaches a tipping point, the OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, act. Jack had done the first 3. Now was the moment. He lunged, slapping the gun barrel downward hard enough to break the man's grip while driving an uppercut into his chin. The pistol clattered against the pavement just as another firework drowned out the sound. Jack followed with a sharp right jab, forcing the guy back into the plywood stall. But when Jack glanced down to locate the gun, the thug seized the opening, slamming his palm into Jack's throat. Gagging, Jack swung again, only to smash his fist into plywood as the man ducked. Then, like a coiled snake striking, the Asian fighter came up fast, driving a punch straight into Jack's jaw. The impact sent Jack stumbling into the alley's center. Before he could recover, a roundhouse kick cracked against his temple. Jack dropped low, trying to sweep the leg's standard counter. Textbook move, but the guy saw it coming and hopped clear. Jack scrambled up, fingers brushing the folding knife hanging from his neck chain. He never saw the next kick. The sole of the attacker's shoes smashed into his eye, whipping his head back into the bricks. Stars exploded behind his eyelids. Furious, Jack clawed for the knife, thumb working the carabiner. But before he could free it, a brutal side kick hammered his ribs. Instinctively, Jack caught the guy's ankle and shoved upward, flipping him onto his back. Breathing hard, Jack scanned the ground for the lost pistol. Nothing. He went back for the knife, but the attacker lashed out, kicking Jack's knee with enough force to buckle him. Pain flared, but Jack finally wrenched the blade free. He flicked it open, panting, blood in his mouth just as the Asian fighter rose again, fists raised. The man in the black shirt smirked at Jack, his grin dripping with arrogance. With a practiced motion, he pulled a folded knife from his back pocket, flicking it open with a dramatic spin around his finger like some wannabe gunslinger from a spaghetti western. Jack noticed the metal loop on his index finger, doubling as makeshift brass knuckles as the curved blade caught the dim light. It wasn't just any knife, it was a karambit, the kind Ding had warned him about. Designed to slice with the natural arc of a punch, not some clumsy stab. No wonder the guy looked so smug. Compared to that wicked curve, Jack's blade might as well have been a butter knife. The thug faked a left jab, then whipped the karambit toward Jack's throat. Jack ducked, driving his own knife toward the guy's ribs, but the attacker swatted it aside like swatting a fly. A backhand slash came next, aiming straight for Jack's chest. He barely dodged, stumbling over a row of parked scooters, crammed between plywood market stalls and a brick wall. The guy pressed forward, keeping the blade in constant motion, circling, slashing, relentless. Jack scrambled backward until his back hit the scooters. No space left. With no other option, Jack vaulted onto the scooters, balancing precariously on the seats. One wrong step and he'd be sprawled between them, helpless. The attacker lunged, swinging the karambit low, aiming for Jack's ankles. He yanked his foot up just in time, but his pants snagged on a handlebar mirror. Arms flailing, he grabbed at a sheet hanging from a clothesline above, too late. He crashed down, tangled in fabric, his head smacking against a scooter fender. Blind and pinned, Jack thrashed, fingers clawing at the sheet until he found the broken clothesline. He ripped it free just as the attacker loomed over him, blade flashing toward his throat. Jack blocked with his forearm, then hurled the sheet at the man's face. It draped over his head like a ghostly shroud. Seizing the moment, Jack tackled him, driving him onto the pavement. Wrapping the clothesline around the guy's neck, he pulled with everything he had, knee jammed into his spine. The karambit flailed wildly, striking pavement, scooters, anything but Jack. Then finally, it stopped. Virginia Beach, Virginia, Tuesday, October 1. Strong Clark spotted Master Chief Kendrick Moore's unmistakable silhouette from across the street, broad shoulders, shaved head gleaming under the morning sun. "Hello, Master Chief," he called, voice carrying the weight of years of shared missions. Clark showed up at the Oceanfront Cafe precisely at 10:30 a.m., only to find Moore already waiting. The broad-shouldered SEAL sat stiffly at an outdoor table, his massive frame barely contained by the flimsy chair. Dressed in faded jeans and a wrinkled button-down, he looked more like a misplaced bouncer than a decorated operator. His oversized windbreaker hung off the back of the neighboring seat like a discarded sail. When Moore stood to shake hands, the table wobbled dangerously. "Appreciate you making time, sir." Clark grasped the man's calloused hand, rare for him to meet someone whose grip dwarfed his own. "Just call me John, Master Chief." Moore gave a respectful nod, his bald head catching the sunlight. "John, it is." "Aye, sir." As they settled in, Clark eyed the chair beneath Moore's muscular frame, half expecting it to buckle. The two men exchanged cautious pleasantries, neither having met before, but both well aware of the other's reputation. Clark asked about Moore's personal life, kids, ex-wife, current relationships, only to be met with polite but firm negatives. The conversation lulled until Moore broke the silence. "How's Ding doing? Heard he married you a girl." Clark set his coffee down. "Yeah. Gave me a grandkid, too." Moore cracked a grin. "So the legendary John Clark's a grandpa now. Funny how that makes me feel ancient." "You're telling me," Clark muttered, his gaze drifting toward the shimmering ocean. Moore followed his line of sight. "Ding ever mention that we ran near Majorca? Took down an Iranian freighter headed for Syria." Clark nodded. "He did. Said you're one hell of a leader." Moore fidgeted with his empty cup, knee bouncing under the table. "So, Ding's part of your organization now, right?" Clark studied him, the freshly shaved jaw, the sharp eyes, the way Moore hesitated before speaking, like he was second-guessing every word. This wasn't the unshakable operator Clark had imagined. The man's thick forearms pinned a manila folder to the table, guarding it from the wind. "You need another coffee?" Clark asked, nodding at the jittery leg. "Negative. Already had 3. Got here early, huh?" Moore exhaled, squinting against the salt-tinged breeze. "Didn't want to mess this up." Clark stood abruptly. "Let's walk. Days like this don't last." It was early October, the summer crowds long gone. Moore tugged on his jacket, tucked the folder under his arm, and followed Clark down to the shoreline. The sandpipers darted ahead of the waves, and the crisp air carried the tang of salt. Clark inhaled deeply. "Never gets old." Moore chuckled. Spoken like a true frogman, John. Clark smirked, then nodded at the folder. What's in there? Moore pulled out a single sheet, the wind nearly snatching it from his grip. Ding said to bring a resume. Spent all night on it. Clark didn't even glance at it. I already know who you are. Moore hesitated. You sure? Put it away, Master Chief. With a slow nod, Moore slid the paper back into the folder. Moore and Clark moved quietly along the shoreline, the steady crash of waves filling the silence between them. Honestly, I'm still figuring this out, Moore admitted after a while. Ding said to bring a resume, but if you've got another plan, I'm game. Clark's gaze drifted toward the southern horizon, where a faint hum grew louder. A sleek Black Hawk helicopter appeared, skimming low over the water, its rotors slicing through the air. The unmistakable refueling probe marked it as a special operations bird, probably from Dam Neck, home to the Navy's most elite warriors. Moore had once been part of that world, leading Deadgrew before everything went sideways. The chopper banked east, shrinking into the distance. You miss it? Clark asked, watching Moore's eyes track the aircraft. Every damn day, Moore admitted, his voice rough. Clark clapped him on the shoulder. It'll get easier. Moore exhaled sharply. Yeah, right. The only easy day was yesterday. Clark finished with a smirk, reciting the old SEAL saying. They walked on, the helicopter's roar fading into the wind. So, Clark pressed, officially a civilian now, or just counting down the days? Paperwork's done. DD 2114 in hand. ID card turned white, whatever that means. Clark chuckled. Weird, huh? Like stepping onto another planet. Overhead, a trio of seagulls wheeled before scattering with sharp cries. Clark waited for the noise to fade before speaking again. Look, I don't need some polished resume or a rehearsed answer about your greatest strengths. Only one thing matters to me. Moore braced himself. Hit me. Clark locked eyes with him. Is your head in the game, Master Chief? Moore squinted against the wind, shoving his hands into his pockets. Yeah, I'm good. Clark didn't let up. No shame in needing time. You've been through hell courtrooms, headlines, losing your trident. Moore's jaw tightened. I own what happened. All of it. Own it, sure. But don't carry it alone. Clark stopped abruptly, jabbing a finger into Moore's chest. You got screwed, Master Chief. 3 months ago, a defector's lies had painted Moore as a monster, and politicians eager to slash defense budgets had crucified him. The fallout had been brutal. They walked in silence for a while, boots sinking into the damp sand. Finally, Moore spoke. Losing the trident, that stung worse than a dishonorable discharge. They stepped over the bloated carcass of a horseshoe crab, its shell cracked and crawling with flies. No shame left, Clark said firmly. Charges got dropped. Moore nodded. Thanks to Ryan. The president had intervened, using his chief of staff to shut down the political circus. The truth was, the SEALs had taken out a terrorist already marked for death, but optics had trumped justice. Ryan wishes he could have done more, Clark said. But at least you walked away clean. Moore stared at the horizon, where the Black Hawk had vanished. Some doors stayed closed. But maybe others were just waiting to be kicked open. You still get to keep your E9 retirement pay, John said, kicking at a piece of driftwood as they walked along the shoreline. Yeah, I do, Moore replied, his voice tight. Then why jump back into work so soon? Moore exhaled sharply, the salt air filling his lungs. It's not just about the money, John. The divorce wiped out half of it. Then there were the lawyers, thanks to that Senate investigation. But honestly, it's the damn boredom. The feeling of being useless. His jaw tensed, the words cutting off before he could say more. John smirked. Plenty of outfits would kill for a guy with your skills, Master Chief. Moore glanced at the ocean, watching the waves roll in. Tell that to the recruiters. Can't even get a call back. You tried the usual suspects? Blackwater, Northbridge, tried 'em all. Losing the trident put a target on my back. I'm radioactive now. John scuffed his boot in the sand, knowing it wasn't just the Trident. Word had gotten around Moore's bar fight in Virginia Beach, the do-I, the messy divorce. Employers saw liability, not an asset. They picked up their pace, the wet sand firm underfoot. Ding mentioned your crew runs tight. Didn't say much else, though. Yeah, John admitted. Ding's got a big mouth sometimes. But he was right, we might have a spot. You interested? A larger wave crashed, forcing them higher up the beach. John raised his voice over the retreating surf. We're a small team. Government contracts mostly. Moore's grip tightened on the folder in his hands. So OGA. Special activities? Not the kind of OGA you're thinking of, John said, amused. We're more of a hybrid. Private sector flexibility with government-level work. Moore's fingers drummed against the folder. Chain of command? Flat. You answer to me. No red tape. Moore stopped walking, turning to face him. John, I need this. Is there a place for me? John studied him. We're lean. Mostly ex-SOCOM submarines, a couple of SWAT guys. Ding shouldn't have spilled that much, but here we are. He only told me enough to get this meeting. Didn't say what you were looking for. I need experience, John said. The team's got skill, but they're green. I need someone who'll push them tactically, strategically. I can do that. John raised an eyebrow. You sure? Your last op didn't exactly end clean. Moore's hands stilled. Give me the shot. I'll make you look smart. John gazed out at the water, the wind tugging at Moore's folder. You've got reasons to be bitter, Master Chief. Moore's shoulders slumped. I was. For a long time. Now, just regret. Regret doesn't fix anything. I'm fixed, Moore insisted. What changed? Ding's call. This meeting gave me something to aim for again. Without the teams, I lost my purpose. That's what broke me. John listened to the waves, the distant thump of a helicopter growing louder. He'd known guys like Moore his whole career, hard men who lived by the Trident. Losing it was worse than a dishonorable discharge. The chopper roared overhead, but Moore didn't look up. He was staring at his boots, shoulders hunched like a man carrying a weight only he could feel. John made his choice. Kendrick Moore straightened in his chair the moment the offer hit the table. Tonight's flight? Consider it done. Who's the target? His fingers tapped impatiently against the manila folder as he waited for the details. The handler exhaled sharply, choosing his words with care. Let's just call him a radical who's gotten a little too friendly with Beijing. This one stays off the books, total deniability. You understand how these things work. Moore's mouth curved into a tight smile. Better than most. I trained with Captain Santos's unit during that Spratly Islands mess last year. Good operator. Promoted since then, now runs the entire Philippine SEAL division. He specifically requested you for this. The handler leaned forward, elbows on knees. But here's the catch, you'd be leading a mixed team. 2 Green Berets, an ex-Marine intel specialist. All capable but green. Think you can whip them into shape before this thing goes hot? Moore barked out a laugh, crumpling the folder in his fist. John, I sleep in a rented attic with a duffel bag for a closet. My most committed relationship is with a coffee maker. Tell me where to point my boots, and I'll move. A gust of salt air swept between them as Clark studied the horizon. Finally, he gave a single nod. Gear up. Wheels up in 3 hours. Moore's grip nearly crushed the older man's hand. You're getting more than a contractor today. You're getting a man with nothing to lose. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, President Jack Ryan fought the gravitational pull of the Resolute desk's polished surface. His feet itched to claim that historic oak real estate. Would Queen Victoria haunt him for resting his soles on her salvaged ship timbers? Probably not. The desk had survived Arctic ice. It could handle his scuffed Oxfords. Mary Pat Foley's latest intelligence coup deserved celebration anyway. For once, the shadow game had yielded results. Their modified F-15 slipped past Chinese defenses undetected. Ryan let the victory linger before puncturing it. No reaction at all from their Air Force. No scramble, no radar spikes. Foley's bun tightened as she shook her head. Our birds came home clean, Mr. President. Her pressed gray suit and locked arms betrayed no triumph, just the steely resolve of a woman who'd learned never to trust good news. Ryan recognized that look. It mirrored Sister Mary Clarence from his Baltimore catechism days, the nun who drilled algebra into him with ruler and rosary. Some lessons, it seemed, stuck for life. The president couldn't help but think Sister Judy would have scolded him for slouching in the Oval Office, and he had a hunch Mary Pat wasn't thrilled about it either. With a quiet sigh, he planted his feet firmly on the plush blue carpet and adjusted his posture. "All right," he said, leaning forward. "Walk me through the specifics of how China's air defenses reacted to Umbra. If it's half as impressive as you claim, I want to enjoy every detail." Mary Pat glanced toward one of the two yellow damask sofas facing each other. "Clarence," she prompted, "why don't you brief the president?" Army Lieutenant General Clarence Gill, the freshly minted director of the NSA, sat stiffly at the edge of the sofa, hands folded over one knee. He'd only held the position for 2 months. This was his first time in the Oval Office. Defense Secretary Bob Burgess occupied the seat beside him, while across from them, Arnie Van Dam, Ryan's ever-watchful chief of staff, perched like a stone sentinel. Gill cleared his throat. "Sir, during the Umbra test, we directed every electronic surveillance asset toward China's South China Sea air defenses. We also deployed 2 PAR-Pro flights monitoring their destroyer groups near Taiwan's air defense identification zone." Ryan prided himself on cutting through military jargon. PAR-Pro, Peacetime Aerial Reconnaissance Program, usually meant Navy P-8, Poseidons patrolling off China's eastern coast. 2 flights, General. Ryan raised an eyebrow. The whole idea was to keep this looking routine. Was doubling up a gamble? Gill hesitated, glancing between Burgess and Foley. Since the NSA operated under military oversight, he answered to both. Burgess jumped in first. "Mr. President, those Poseidons were flying the same patterns we've used for months. 2 birds at once is rare, but not unheard of. The Chinese didn't even blink." Mary Pat added, "We also had Naga satellites hunting for SIGINT." Ryan knew she meant the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the Pentagon's eye in the sky, intercepting electronic signals. "They must have noticed something," the president countered. "I thought we were using F-22s as decoys before the F-15 broke off solo." "Correct," Burgess confirmed. "Their early warning radars logged the F-22s and relayed it to their command center on Hainan Island. But the F-15? Nothing. Not even when it flew directly over Mischief Reef." Ryan nearly grinned. This was better than he'd hoped. For less than the cost of a single stealth bomber, they'd effectively turned their entire Pacific F-15 fleet into ghost jets. It was the kind of defense budget magic that made bureaucrats weep. He turned to Burgess. "What about our ships? Any luck spotting it?" The SecDef steepled his fingers. "We positioned the USS Benfold right in the F-15's path, running an air defense drill with the F-22s as mock threats. Their systems never registered the Eagle. Even our own awaits drew a blank. Total invisibility." Ryan barked a laugh, clapping his hands. "Our own Air Force couldn't see it?" "Not a trace," Mary Pat said, her tone edged with satisfaction. "Post-mission data confirms it. Umbra slipped past every sensor we've got." The silence was absolute, no faint traces, no distant reverberations, even when we knew precisely where to listen. Jack let out a low whistle. "I'll be damned. Tell me there's a way I can send the Quantum Atomics team in Palmdale a few steak dinners on the taxpayer's dime. Do they even realize they've created something that could rewrite the history books? And give us a real shot at holding Taiwan if things go south," he thought, but didn't say. Burgess leaned in, his West Point ring glinting as he tapped the coffee table. "We'll make sure those brainiacs at Quantum get their due." "Good. Hell, I'd love to swing by Palmdale myself," Jack mused. Arnie jumped in. "I'll arrange it. We can frame it as an inspection of the new B-21 bomber at Skunk Works, gives us solid cover for checking in on Umbra." "Just make sure I get FaceTime with the real Umbra team," Jack insisted. "Discreetly. They need to understand the stakes." Burgess drummed his fingers. "Mr. President, now might be the time to push Congress for extra funding. Umbra pods cost a fraction of a stealth bomber, but they're not exactly pocket change. Van Damme shook his head. We can't go back for more defense money. You'll have to pull it from somewhere else, Bob. Arnie, you know the budget's stretched thin, Burgess countered. We're supposed to be phasing out the F-15s. Keeping them operational with Umbra? That's a full-scale overhaul. Jack pressed his lips into a line. Both men had a point. The defense budget had been slashed to the bare minimum, and Congress wasn't about to hand over more cash after the brutal negotiations they'd just endured. A new funding bill would be due in the Senate, Van Damme said flatly. We've got enough fires to put out. And yet here's China rattling its saber over Taiwan again, Burgess shot back. Like we asked for that headache. Van Damme gave Jack a pointed look. Mary Pat, ever the diplomat, stepped in. For what it's worth, I agree with Bob. I might just be the resident spook, but as a taxpayer, Umbra's a steal. If it lets F-15 slip past Chinese radar, it's worth every penny. Maybe scrap one of the new Columbia subs and shift the funds. Burgess scowled. Whoa, hold on. The next war with China will be fought at sea. We can't shortchange the fleet. Van Damme piled on. And those Columbia-class subs? Built-in swing districts. You want to torch our goodwill with Congress? Start messing with those allocations. Mary Pat held her ground. China's edge is in missiles, hypersonics, theater ballistics. If Umbra lets our bombers strike those sites undetected, we level the playing field without needing more boots on the ground. Arnie nodded. Which is why we should brief the Armed Services Committee. Mary Pat's expression turned wary. That's a fast track to leaking our advantage. She is right, Jack cut in. Umbra's a game-changer Norden bomb site. Enigma machine level big. Total lockdown. No leaks, no whispers. Understood, Mr. President, Mary Pat said, clutching her folder tighter. Her gaze dropped to the floor, and Jack didn't like the hesitation he saw. He rose from the resolute desk, hitting the button for the Navy steward, before settling into one of the stiff-backed chairs by the fireplace. He gestured for Mary Pat to take the sofa beside Van Damme. Teddy Roosevelt's stern portrait loomed over the mantel, flanked by Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Madison. The hidden door to the private dining room swung open, and the steward glided in with a silver coffee tray, silent as a ghost. No one spoke until he was gone. The president swirled a splash of cream into his coffee, the spoon clinking softly against the porcelain. Budget fights looming or not, he mused. Part of me wants to pop champagne for Umbra's success. Though that might raise eyebrows among the staff. Imagine the gossip about what we're celebrating in here. He took a sip, eyes twinkling over the rim. Van Damme chuckled. Save the toast for tonight in the residence. For now, good job, everyone. Umbra's alive. We'll find the money somehow. Burgess nodded but leaned forward. Appreciate it, Arnie, but funding's only half the battle. Supply chain's the real hurdle. 90% of rare earth magnets come from China. Quantum's got just one supplier lined up so far. Ryan nibbled a shortbread cookie, recalling a Commerce Department report about the global scramble for rare earth minerals. China dominated refining, a major red flag for defense procurement. He'd tasked State and Commerce with finding ways to incentivize U.S. firms to partner with allied suppliers, but progress was slow. Walk me through Umbra's mechanics again, Ryan said, setting down his cup. Burgess adjusted his collar. Of course, Mr. President. Lowering his voice, Ryan pieced it together. Umbra uses rare earth magnets to convert incoming radar pulses into mirrored electric fields, right? Exactly, sir. And Quantum Atomics builds these into specialized pods for aircraft weapons bays. Burgess nodded. Precision engineering, every component. The fields require samarium-based magnets nearly all mined and processed in China. Sourcing outside their control has been challenging. Ryan's brow furrowed. Defense contractors can't use Chinese suppliers. Where's Quantum getting theirs? Vietnam, Burgess replied. A strategic ally we're cultivating precisely to counter Beijing's influence. So what's the holdup? Electric vehicles, sir. Samarium magnets are in skyrocketing demand. Geotech's the sole supplier with viable Vietnamese operations. Even if we prioritize quantum, scaling up for the entire Pacific Fleet. He trailed off. Brian exhaled, glancing at Van Dam. Get Alice and Tony in here today. We need commerce and state to fast-track options, more domestic production, diversified allied supply chains. And quantum gets top priority on existing stock. Burgess is right, Umbra is too critical to hinge on one vendor. He raised his coffee in a tired salute. Still, hell of an achievement, team. The room brightened when the president praised. Optimism spread like sunlight. Except for Mary Pat, who stayed unreadable. Then Alma Winters appeared, the door cracking open precisely on schedule. Ryan checked his watch with a wry grin. Right on time, Alma. Who's next? Locomotive Engineers Union, sir. Secretary Cobb's bringing them in to negotiate. Elliot Cobb, the Secretary of Labor, had just delivered urgent news. Rail workers were threatening to walk off the job the next day. Arnie leaned in, his voice low. Jack, you can't ignore this one. Ryan exhaled, his gaze drifting to the portrait of Teddy Roosevelt hanging in the Oval Office. The old Rough Rider had once threatened to send in the military to break a coal strike. Some things never change. He rubbed his temples. Give me a second, everyone. Mary Pat, stay behind. The room emptied, leaving just the two of them. You've got that look, Ryan said. What's eating you? Mary Pat forced a smile. Umbra's a game changer, Jack. No complaints there. Then why do you look like someone just kicked your dog? Because worrying is literally in my job description, she shot back, crossing her arms. And right now, I've got plenty to worry about. Ryan leaned forward. Enlighten me. She hesitated. Look, Umbra gives us an edge if it stays ours. But Dan Murray's FBI is opening new Chinese espionage cases faster than we can track them. Industrial theft, cyber intrusions, you name it. Ryan nodded. Good. That's what I told him to focus on. Yeah, but here's the problem, Mary Pat countered. The manuscripts isn't just snooping around. They're recruiting terrorists, cartels, anyone who can cause chaos. And if they get their hands on Umbra, game over. Ryan's foot tapped impatiently. You're telling me this now. She pulled a file from her folder. We're calling it Talon. Didn't want this in your daily brief, not with ears everywhere. Ryan scanned the intercepted message. A Chinese operative instructing an Abu Sayyaf militant to assassinate the Filipino president. So they're outsourcing their dirty work now? Exactly. And it's not just the Philippines. We're seeing the same playbook in Central America, Miss 13. Cartel ties. They're building a shadow army. Ryan tossed the file back. And you've got people on this. Mary Pat met his eyes. Unofficially. The kind of people you don't want to know about. He smirked. Lovely. Just what I needed, another invisible war. Welcome to my world, she muttered. Sleep tight, Mr. President. The manuscripts stop at nothing to dismantle an operation like Umbra. No system was safe from their reach. President Ryan glanced at Mary Pat, the initial satisfaction from the Umbra briefing now replaced by unease. Why did these victories always come with new complications? He exhaled, shaking off the weight of it. As much as I'd love to dwell on this, Mary Pat, duty calls. The world doesn't stop spinning just because we have a crisis. She nodded. Understood, Jack. No sooner had she left than Alma Winters entered. The Oval Office was a revolving door of demands, granting its occupant little time to think. Ryan's tension grew. Manuscript meddling was the last thing he needed. Mr. Cobb reports they're growing restless, sir, Alma said, seated behind the resolute desk. Ryan tapped his fingers against the polished wood, his mind on Umbra. He studied Alma's calm expression before his gaze drifted to the portrait of Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly. That part was simple. The real challenge was knowing when and how to swing the big stick. Hong Kong Island, Wednesday, October 2, Jack. You with us? Howard Brennan nudged him sharply, snapping him out of his daze. Yeah, I'm on it, Jack muttered, forcing his attention back to his laptop. Just moments ago, he'd been staring at the glittering skyline of Kowloon across Victoria Harbor. 12 hours earlier, he'd nearly died in a chaotic ambush at a crowded wet market nearby. Who was behind it? No clue. You sure you're okay? Howard muttered, as the Hesby bankers huddled in a private sidebar. Jack's right eye was swollen. He'd blamed it on a mugging while shopping for a suit. A story about defending his grandfather's Rolex. The bankers returned, their lead a lanky Brit with silver-flecked hair delivering their terms. We'll drop 25 basis points, but only if Geotech proves its revenue by Friday. Howard feigned disappointment like a pro. That's it? You're killing me here. Take it or leave it, Howard. The offer won't last. Plenty of others are circling Geotech. Howard drummed his pen against his notepad, then turned to Jack II. The banker stepped out. Crunch these numbers fast. If we drag our feet, the Germans will swoop in. Jack hesitated, his mind still replaying last night's violence. He'd killed before. Missions with the campus had seen him face down mercenaries and terrorists. But this, no orders, no backup. Just his hands around a man's throat in a back alley. He'd disposed of the evidence, smashed a phone, dumped a gun in a canal, even scaled a dumpster to slip back into his hotel unnoticed. Jack, Howard snapped. Focus. The lead banker reappeared, cutting off any reply. An elderly man peeked through the partially open door, his white hair catching the light. Need more time in here? He asked cautiously. Howard barely glanced up from his work. Just a few more minutes. He turned to his colleague with concern. Seriously, Jack, that shiner looks painful. Let me grab you some painkillers from the first aid kit. The Hesby team had been visibly unsettled when Jack walked in earlier, his face bruised and swollen. They'd even offered to call local authorities or a doctor, but Jack had brushed them off with a tight smile. The suggestion of police involvement made his stomach twist. He wasn't about to explain last night's altercation. I'm fine, he muttered as the banker retreated. Howard tapped the desk impatiently. Focus. We need those adjustments now. Jack exhaled sharply, fingers flying across the keyboard as he updated the spreadsheet. He spun the laptop toward Howard. Done. Adjusted the $300 million bond 25 basis points shaved off, 10-year maturity, and we softened the balloon payment in year 4. Howard leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, silently running the numbers. The leather creaked as he rocked, muttering calculations under his breath. Finally, he pushed the laptop back. Bump it to 27 basis points. Jack made the change without argument. Howard's restless fidgeting stopped abruptly. He stood, decision made. Let's close this. The Hesby team reassembled across the table, their lead negotiator eyeing them expectantly. Are we in agreement? Howard nodded. If you accept the 27-point reduction. A silent exchange passed between the bankers before their leader spoke again. And the Geotech audit? You can deliver the Vietnamese samarium mine due diligence by Friday? Howard nudged Jack. This was his responsibility. The audit was critical. Hesby needed proof Geotech's finances were solid before securing the loan against Henley Associates' assets. If they defaulted, the bank would own both companies. No room for error. Jack's fingers instinctively grazed his bruised eye. Normally he'd relish the challenge, but the tight deadline complicated things. He'd been hoping for a different assignment, maybe even that Black Ops mission in the Philippines, Mr. C had hinted at. Vietnam felt like a step backward. His mind flickered through fragmented thoughts. Lisanne, the karambit-wielding attacker he'd neutralized last night, the looming audit. He forced a confident nod. Friday. No issue. The lead banker stood, hand extended. Then we have a deal pending audit confirmation. Handshakes, backslaps, and a hastily drafted term sheet followed. Signatures were scrawled with ceremonial flair, as if they were founding fathers inking a treaty. The moment the ink dried, Howard checked his watch. Call Jerry, he said urgently. Now. Gavin Beery's encrypted video system was a masterpiece of deception. On the surface, it mimicked any standard conferencing app, perfect camouflage if prying eyes intercepted it. But beneath the facade, blockchain-authenticated NFTs created an unhackable private network. Gavin loved boasting that not even the NSA could crack it. The app proved handy for more than just covert operations. It was perfect for discussing Hendley Associates' legitimate business dealings. Jerry Hendley sat in his home study in Chevy Chase, dressed in a casual polo, a shelf of leather-bound books framing the background. On the split screen, John Clark appeared from Hendley's Arlington office, the clock behind him reading 9 p.m. Jesus, Jack, what happened to you? Hendley leaned closer to his monitor, frowning at the bruising on Jack's face. Ran into some trouble in Kowloon. Guy tried to take my wallet, ended up with $100 and a broken nose when he went for my watch. Jack flashed his Rolex with a smirk, and Hendley's eyebrows shot up. You're kidding me. Jack stuck to the same story he'd given Howard, omitting the suit shopping detour. He painted it as a quick scuffle with a knife-wielding thug who'd gotten away with cash. The real details, the botched meat. The brush pass had been summarized in a clipped email to Clark the night before. Some things were better discussed face-to-face, after coffee and a decent night's sleep. While Hendley muttered sympathy, Clark's gaze stayed sharp, unreadable. Business took over. Howard, you sold on their latest pitch? Hendley asked. Absolutely, Howard replied, launching into the specifics: embassies, interest rates, convertible warrants, equity stakes in case of default. Geotech just needs to verify their Vietnam revenue streams for securitization. Once that's locked in, the funding's ours. But we've got competition. Rumor is the Germans are circling. Jack barely processed the numbers, too busy watching Clark's silent scrutiny in the corner of the screen. Hendley, though, was clearly sold. Howard angled the laptop toward himself, cutting Jack out of frame. Jerry, we can't drag our feet. I say we fly to Vietnam tomorrow and nail down that due diligence. Hold on, Hendley said. Before we commit, I want Jack's take on the risks. Jack ran through his Bayesian model, a tool he'd originally built for intelligence work before adapting it for private equity. 14 probable outcomes, 5 overwhelmingly positive. Geotech's growth is bulletproof EV subsidies, fossil fuel regulations, their contract with quantum atomics. Their samarium magnets are about to be the next gold rush. If the numbers are clean, we should move fast. Clark cut in. You factor in geopolitics? Built into the model. With global demand shifting away from China, Geotech's sitting on a gold mine. That's why HSBC's serious, and why the Germans might swoop in. Howard snatched the laptop back. Exactly. Jerry, set us up with Geotech's CEO Bruce Stevenson. Let's close this before someone else does. Jerry Hendley might be based in Singapore most of the time, but if we reach out, there's a good chance he'd hop on a plane to Vietnam and help us sort through those financial records quickly. Everyone in the room was aware of the deep history between Hendley and Bruce Stevenson. They'd served together during the final days of the Vietnam War. I'll call Bruce right away, Hendley said. We need this deal to happen. He'll likely insist we bring in David Highsmith, his head of operations in Da Nang. Sounds like a plan, Howard chimed in. Jack here will finish the due diligence by Friday. That should get us both back home by Saturday night your time. Hendley turned to Clark. Agreed. John, can you coordinate with Lisanne to arrange a private jet? I want them in Ho Chi Minh City ASAP. I'll let Stevenson know they're coming. Clark nodded. I'll handle it. She'll get it done. With the logistics settled, Howard was ready to end the call. He needed to hurry back across the harbor to pack. But Clark held up a hand. Hold on. I need a quick word with Jack in private. Jack suppressed a groan. Here we go. Clark's piercing gaze locked onto Jack through the screen. Your after-action report left out a few key details. You mentioned the meet was disrupted by a possible agent and that you evaded, but you didn't say anything about getting hurt. So what's with the shiner? Jack exhaled. Look, John, I knew we'd be talking today. Figured it was better to explain in person. The outcome in the report doesn't change. Uh-huh. Walk me through it. Step by step. Jack glanced at the closed door behind him, then leaned closer to the camera. The guy I suspected was an agent disarmed me, pulled a knife. I had no choice. I neutralized him in self-defense. Neutralized. Yeah, he's gone. I left it out of the report because I didn't want to complicate things before we had a chance to talk. Clark pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. This is a problem, Jack. You were supposed to stay on the white side. No contact with manuscripts. I was clean. I shook surveillance, ran a solid star, even set up a decoy. My usual manuscript shadows haven't reacted at all today. Then explain how you ended up in a knife fight. Jack clenched his jaw. A woman approached me on the ferry, claimed she had intel. I followed protocol, went dark, set up a meet. The guy who came at me wasn't even tailing me, he was after her. Clark's expression darkened. Peter Cho called. Said you bought a Smith & Wesson on the company tab. He wants his money. Jack sighed. Fine. I'll cover the gun. The suit's on you. Fair enough. You were warned, Jack. Minesis doesn't fight fair. This could have been a trap. Jack shook his head. If it was, they'd have made their move by now. My usual shadows picked me up again this morning like nothing happened. No extra heat, no arrests. Clark leaned back silent for a moment. Seizing the opening, Jack pressed further. Listen, I know the geotech deal is priority one, but I should stay in Hong Kong a couple more days. If that woman's legit, she might reach out again. Jack hesitated before responding, knowing Clark had a point but still feeling the pull of the field. I just think we might be missing an opportunity here. This guy could give us an edge against Beijing's operations. Clark didn't budge. Not happening. You're on the next flight out. Hong Kong police might already be piecing things together, and I don't want you anywhere near that mess. Jack scoffed. Come on, it was a dead-end alley. No witnesses, no gun, no trace. You sure about that phone? Clark pressed. Gone. Smashed to pieces and dumped in separate locations. Clark pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. I'll have Gavin scrub NSA's China intel feeds. See if the Ministry of State Security is buzzing about this. I can handle that, Jack insisted. Not your job right now, Clark shot back. Your job is geotech. Screw this up. And we're not just talking lost revenue, we're talking national security fallout. You wrote the damn risk assessment. You know the stakes. Jack clenched his jaw. Understood. But once I wrap due diligence in Vietnam, you're not going to the Philippines, Clark interrupted, his voice flat. Your value isn't in playing commando. It's in keeping this deal from blowing up in our faces. A beat of silence. Then Jack relented. Fine. But who's running the op over there? If it's not me, he must be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Clark's glare could have melted steel. You're like a dog with a bone, kid. Let me handle the team. Just get your gear and get to Ho Chi Minh City. The screen went black before Jack could reply. Meanwhile, halfway across the region in the rain-soaked jungles of Mindanao, Lisanne Robertson hunched over her rugged laptop beneath a sagging military tent. The downpour had turned the fabric into a drum, and a persistent leak now splattered onto her makeshift desk 2 stacked ammo crates. She grabbed a dented coffee cup to catch the drip, then refocused on her split-screen display. On one side, Clark's urgent orders blazed across the encrypted chat. Extract Jack and Howard from Hong Kong immediately. On the other, the thermal feed from her drone showed Carrie and Jad advancing through the mist, their silhouettes ghostly white against the jungle's heat signature. She keyed her radio. Cobra team stand by. Going dark for a minute to arrange transport. Through the static, Carrie's voice crackled back, tense and low. Bad timing, base. We're approaching the river crossing. Lisanne ignored the knot in her stomach and started searching for available charters. This wasn't going to be easy. Before moving forward, the team needed the latest intel, something current and actionable. Understood, Cobra 1, Lisanne responded, adjusting the radio headset. But I've got direct orders from Charlie 1 himself, John Clark. This isn't optional. Give me a few. Jad's voice crackled over the comms. Cobra Base, throw us a bone before you go dark. One last look at the VD side over. Lisay absently rubbed the fading bug bite on her knee. Fine, she could manage that. Copy, Cobra 2. Stand by. Alone in the sagging tent, she let her hair down literally and removed her prosthetic arm, a relic from a past campus mission gone wrong. Around the Filipino SEALs, she kept it hidden under long sleeves to avoid awkward questions. But here, in the suffocating humidity, she didn't bother with pretense, dressed only in a sweat-drenched sports bra and shorts. Her fingers danced over the laptop trackpad, adjusting the drone feed from the Raven she'd launched earlier with a flick of her wrist. 7 miles away, the tiny aircraft skimmed beneath the dense jungle canopy, its optics struggling against the lingering fog. Visibility's still garbage, she reported. The relentless monsoon season had turned the island into a swamp. She toggled between thermal and optical, scanning the riverbank for the Filipino SEALs playing the enemy in this exercise. No contacts along the water. You're clear, Cobra. Carrie Mark's Green Beret, family man and leader of their detachment, chimed in. Base, we caught engine noise south of our position earlier. Sounded like a C-130 or recon bird. Any chance you can dig up intel on that? Off the record? -1, she lied. She'd already hacked into local air traffic control and confirmed it was a Philippine Air Force cargo plane. But rules were rules, no extra intel for her team. Jad, ever the instigator, cut in. Come on, whose side are you on? She smirked. You really want me to cheat? Weren't you two the geniuses betting cases of San Miguel with Captain Santos? That shut them up. The night before, Carrie and Jad had bragged they'd slipped past the SEALs undetected, a wager that had the Filipino team itching to prove them wrong. Carrie tried again. Just give us a status on the HV. The real target, Adnan al-Sheikh, was no training dummy. He'd murdered 3 American students in Palawan, and now had his sights set on the Philippine president, a move that would hand power to a China-backed puppet. Li Zhang keyed the mic. Roger. Heads up, I'll be offline for a few. Marks double-clicked in acknowledgement. Li Zhang guided the drone southward, skimming above the mist-covered river that twisted like a serpent toward the training site. The Filipino SEALs had constructed a near-perfect replica of the actual Abu Sayyaf hideout, down to the last detail using intel provided by the campus. On her Toughbook screen, the infrared feed revealed the real camp farther downstream, a cluster of huts where 15 militants lurked. Thanks to Mary Pat Foley's CIA connection, they knew al-Sheikh was still holed up in Manila, but could appear at any moment. These terrorists were notorious for hopping between island hideouts in their banca boats, swift and unpredictable. When he surfaced, the Filipinos with campus backing would eliminate him in a clean, untraceable strike. But today's exercise was just a drill, with a broomstick and bucket standing in for the high-value target. Lisen studied the red team huts on her screen, the white heat signatures of SEAL sentries dotting the riverbank. She keyed her radio. Status unchanged, Cobra. Target still in Hooch 3. 5 hostiles patrolling near the water. Signing off, got orders to handle. Good luck out there. The coffee had spilled over the rim of her tin cup, and she dumped the excess into a bucket by the tent wall. Outside, a Humvee rumbled past, and through the flapping canvas she spotted Captain Santos in the passenger seat. The cunning SEAL commander was no doubt scheming to outmaneuver the overconfident Green Berets in this war game. No time to dwell on that. Clark wouldn't tolerate delays. She bent over her makeshift desk, arranging a private jet from Hong Kong to Ho Chi Minh City for Jack and Howard. Typing in Jack's full name, she paused at his passport photo, the familiar face stirring memories she tried to suppress. Now, with the visa details demanding her focus, there was no escaping the thought of him. Meanwhile, Master Sergeant Carey Marks wrenched his boot free from the swamp's greedy grip, mud sloshing around his ankles. The New Hampshire native's camo-painted face was slick with sweat under his soaked jungle hat. Adjusting the brim sent a trickle of warm water down his back, but he barely noticed, too focused on keeping his Barrett rifle dry under its ragged green shroud. 2 weeks ago, He'd been itching for action. Tired of suburban dad life, endless soccer games, packed lunches, and carpools. Now slogging through this leech-infested nightmare, he questioned his own sanity. But he knew why he'd jumped at this mission. The chance to mentor Filipino forces, to hunt down a ruthless terrorist, to feel the adrenaline again. 9 miles of brutal terrain had left him sore, hungry, and paranoid about every rustle in the underbrush. He prayed Jad hadn't led them into an ambush. Sinking into another bog, he shouldered the weight of his gear, the plate carrier chafing his shoulders, and peered through his thermal scope. Through the fog, he spotted Jad advancing, rifle at the ready. The moment Carey lowered his Barrett rifle, his second-in-command emerged from the dense undergrowth. Signaling for a halt, Carey clenched his fist, and the lead-green beret paused, yanking his boot free from the relentless mud. Step after grueling step, he fought through the swampy terrain, 57 exhausting strides before finally reaching firm ground. His GPS app confirmed they'd arrived at the massive tube tree, their final checkpoint before the river. Collapsing onto the gnarled roots, Marks fished out a dried-up piece of beef jerky from his vest, washing it down with a swig of water and a handful of painkillers. His spine screamed from the weight of the Barrett, a far cry from his peak condition during Robin's Sage, the brutal final test to earn his green beret. Back then, he'd been unstoppable. Now, more like a washed-up football player nursing old injuries. Propped against the tree, he muttered lines from the ballad of the Green Berets under his breath, trying to summon some grit. Jad Mustafa materialized from the foliage, his M4 at the ready. He dropped onto a nearby root, eyeing Carey's empty hands. "You seriously ate the last of the jerky?" "Gone," Carey admitted, wiping his mouth. "My bad," Jad groaned. "Unbelievable." Camouflaged and motionless, they scanned the jungle, alert for any movement. Carey grabbed a stick and sketched their route in the dirt across the river, up the ridge, then circling to their sniper position. "Once we're past this swamp, it'll be smoother," he promised. Jad checked his watch. "Better be. We're cutting it close for sunset." A mosquito buzzed Carey's ear and he swatted it away. "Mud cost us time. We'll have to haul ass up that hill." "Just hope Santos's boys aren't waiting to ambush us," Jad muttered, cleaning mud from his rifle. "Losing this bet means endless hell from the team." Carey smirked. "Worse, imagine Captain Santos telling Clark we botched the op." Jad shuddered, then inspected his gear. "You got any leeches?" They both checked. Jad peeled one off his chest with a grimace and flicked it into the bushes. "All right, let's move. We're burning daylight." "Not like Ding would have made better time," Jad countered. With Jack Jr. out, Domingo Chavez had been Clark's first pick, but he was tied up chasing a cartel leader in Honduras. Carey keyed his radio. "Cobra Base, this is Cobra 1. You got eyes on us?" Lizanne's voice crackled back. "Roger, Cobra 1. You're at Point Bravo. Any hostiles across the river?" "Negative. Ford's clear." Carey shot Jad a grin. "Copy that. Moving to cross." Jad clapped his shoulder. "SEOs won't know what hit him. That beer's as good as ours." Reaching the fog-shrouded bank, they eyed the sluggish current. The fallen logs they'd scouted were just ahead. Carey radioed again. "Base confirmed still clear." "Clear 1. Doe." With the Barrett tight in his grip, Carey darted onto the logs, inching forward. Halfway across, he focused on his footing, the river churning below. One misstep, and this whole mission could go sideways. Kendrick Moore's massive frame barely fit through the tent opening as he ducked inside, shaking rainwater from his broad shoulders. In each of his calloused hands, he clutched chilled bottles of San Miguel, condensation dripping down the glass. "Figured you boys could use these," he rumbled, flashing a grin. "Just don't let Captain Santos catch wind, he'd skin me alive." Carey, stripped to his basics, threadbare tee, cargo shorts, and battered sandals, rose to accept the offering. Without his usual tactical gear, he looked almost vulnerable, his voice quieter than usual. "Appreciated, Master Chief. Didn't peg you for the sharing type." Moore shrugged. rolling out a damp army blanket on the least soggy patch of tent floor beside a leak-catching bucket. He dropped onto it with a grunt, watching Jad take a deep swig from his bottle. The SEAL's khaki combat shirt clung to his arms, revealing a faded VI tattoo on his calf, a not-so-subtle nod to his DevGru roots. Jad eyed the man who'd humiliated them earlier by yanking Carrie into the river like some swamp monster. Clean-shaven and towering, Moore resembled a military-grade Mr. Clean with a smirk. So what's the deal, Chief? We're supposed to be allies, yet here you are playing boogeyman in the jungle. Moore chuckled, cracking open his own beer. Call that professional development. You're welcome, by the way, and send my regards to Santos. You two go way back? Damn right. Back when he was still a baby-faced lieutenant. And trust me, Abu Sayyaf's no joke. These guys make your average cartel look like choir boys. He slid the last bottle toward Lisanne, who arched an eyebrow. How'd you even get here, Chief? Birds are grounded in this mess. Jumped, he said casually, like he'd mentioned grabbing a coffee. Lisanne nearly choked. You what? POF C-130 dropped me at 10 grand. Haloed down, popped the chute at 2,000 and surfed the fog right onto the beach. Fun times aside from the monsoon shower. Jad groaned. Oh, come on. That's cheating. Nobody told us some SEAL legend was free-falling into our op. All's fair, brother. Stretched on his cot, Jad nudged Lisanne with his boot. Spill it. You knew this guy was coming, didn't you? That's why you ghosted comms when Captain America here crash-landed into camp. She snorted. Nice try. Moore blindsided me too. No thermal signature, no drone ping, nothing. Dude's a ghost. Jad wasn't buying it. You handle campus logistics. No way you didn't know. Lisanne threw up her hands. Clark mentioned hiring new blood, but I didn't know it was him. She shot Moore a sidelong glance. There was something about him, an old-school intensity that felt familiar. Noticing his lack of a drink, she smirked. Not thirsty, Chief. You earned it. Moore shook his head. Negative. I don't drink, the Chief said flatly, watching Jad tilt his beer bottle upside down to catch the last drops. Jad smirked. So what about family, Chief? Ever been married? Got any kids? The older man exhaled, rubbing his calloused hands together. Not anymore. 2 tries, first one ended after 9/11, lasted 5 years. Second one, well, that didn't stick either. His gaze dropped to his dirt-streaked boots. Jad chuckled, nudging Lisanne. You hearing this, Liz? Still think tying the knot with Jack is a good idea. Lisanne shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. She'd made the mistake of mentioning the argument she'd had with Jack before deploying how he'd tried to convince her to turn down the promotion, claiming it would be too hard on her niece Emily. As if she needed his permission. She was a damn Marine, for crying out loud. The girl was fine excited, even to stay with her grandparents. But Jack's stubborn insistence that she couldn't handle things without him? That still burned. She took a slow sip of beer, thumbing through messages on her tough book, ignoring the awkward silence settling over the group. Carey cleared his throat. So, Chief, how do you know John Clark? Moore scratched his beard, eyes drifting toward the sagging tent fabric overhead. Not personally, but Ding Chavez? Yeah. Worked with him on a couple ops Majorca, then a GoPlot takedown in the Baltic. Lisanne frowned. What's a GoPlot? Gas and oil platform. Standard SEAL work. He glanced around. You all know Ding, right? Nodes all around. Carey hesitated, then leaned forward. So what's the chain of command here, Master Chief? Jack's not around. Ding's halfway across the globe. Clark sent you to take point? The SEAL's expression tightened. He just told me to get over here and help plan in case this thing with Adnan al-Sheikh goes hot. Didn't say much else. Lisanne sighed. Sounds about right. Jad grinned. All right. Then tell us how the hell you ambushed us today. We didn't even tell Santos where we were headed. That was the whole point of 2 days slogging through that jungle. The Chief smirked, standing. Grab your map. Lisanne dug through her gear, pulling out the laminated tactical map and shoving Jad aside to spread it on the cot. Moore leaned over, tracing a grease pencil line with his finger. Carey moved closer, craning his neck. Figured you'd go sniper raid, Moore said. Low footprint, deniability. Knew you'd trained on the Barrett. So I looked for the best vantage point somewhere with cover, clean exfil. Carey studied the markings, nodding slowly. Yeah, you nailed that part. Carey took a slow sip of his beer, shifting uncomfortably on the crate. Okay, but seriously, how did you pinpoint our position by the river? Jed and I spent 2 days scouting that area. We didn't tell a soul where we were headed. Moore smirked, stretching his legs out. Basic recon. The terrain gave you away. That hill was the only spot with a clean shot for a sniper nest. Figured you'd pick it. Come on, man, that hill's massive, Jed countered. We could have crossed anywhere along that stretch. Not really, Moore said, shaking his head. The fishing villages boxed you in, and I knew you wouldn't risk swimming with that heavy Barrett. When Santos handed me the satellite images, I zeroed in on those downed trees, same ones you used for cover. Lizen, still irritated, pulled up the drone footage on her tough book. Rewind to 1400 hours just north of the logs, she muttered. The team crowded around as she flicked between infrared and visual feeds. Moore leaned in, tapping the screen. Right there. See those twigs drifting with the tide before it stilled? Damn it. Lizen hissed, her cheeks burning. She'd missed it, a rookie mistake. Jed ran a hand through his hair. But how would you stay underwater without a rebreather? Moore pulled a thin plastic tube from his pocket. Modified my camelback. Works in a pinch. The conversation shifted to mission specifics, weather patterns, sniper angles, the uncertainty of their target's arrival. Carey mentioned the shaky intel on Adnan al-Sheikh. Clark just told us to stay sharp. Right, listen. She snapped out of her thoughts, pushing aside the nagging fear that she wasn't cutting it. Yeah. But we've got a live feed from Campus HQ. Moore raised an eyebrow. Anything new? Nothing solid, she admitted. Adnan went dark last night. The CIA thinks he's heading here by boat, but who knows? As they debated backup plans, Carey asked Moore about his past ops against Abu Sayyaf. Lizen watched the guys hang on his every word. Then it hit her she knew him. A quick search confirmed it. Kendrick Moore, the disgraced SEAL from Syria. Her stomach twisted. Clark preached caution. Yet here was a guy with a reputation for going rogue. What was he thinking? That night, the leaky roof kept Lizen awake. Each drip into the pots echoed her frustration. If the fog lifted by morning, they'd drill helo insertions and fast roping just like the Filipino SEALs wanted. But all she could think about was how Moore had outplayed them. And worse, why Clark had brought him in at all. Carey and Jed had already scouted an alternate path, just to show there were less conspicuous ways in. The steady rhythm of rain lulled Lizen into a light sleep around 9. Jad's dog-eared mystery novel resting on her chest. Hours later, the sharp vibration of her satellite phone jolted her awake. She almost tumbled off the cot. Clark's name flashed on the screen. Hey boss, she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Still with me? His voice crackled through the line. Lizen cleared her throat. Like I'd ever sleep on the job. 12,000 miles away, Clark let out a dry laugh. Glad to hear it. Check your messages, I sent an update. When I didn't hear back, I figured I'd call. She frowned, swinging her legs over the cot. Her bare feet hit a shallow puddle the rain hadn't let up. I've been glued to the intel feed. What's changed? Missions ago. Priority 1. We move before sunrise. She sat up straighter, the damp chill forgotten. You're kidding. Wish I was. Our inside source just handed us gold. All sheikhs at the camp showed up by boat an hour ago. He got sloppy, made a call from an airstrip on a nearby island. We've got a lint, satellite confirmation, the works. He won't stick around long. This has to happen tonight. Lizen's grip tightened on the phone. Halos are grounded in this fog. Even the Filipino SEALs would have a nightmare getting in. Forget the SEALs. It's just us now. She exhaled sharply. I thought we were keeping you. Involvement quiet. Plans change. There's a leak in Manila. Anything Santos does will tip off the wrong people. The boss wants this handled. By us. Tonight. Rain hammered the tent like a drum roll. Carrie's botched sniper position, and her own near miss with more flashed in her mind. Boss, we're stretched thin here, 3 guys, minimal surveillance, 0 air support. Moore just got here. We need backup. Not happening. Al-Sheikh 10 miles south. This might be our only shot. Can't we get a drone strike from Japan? Take him out clean. Listen. Clark's voice turned sharp. We don't drop bombs on allies. You know better. She clenched her jaw. But listen. I picked you for this because you're the best. And you've got 3 killers with you, who know this jungle better than their own backyards. Gear up. I'm calling the Master Chief now. The line went dead. She stared at the blank screen, the weight of the mission settling over her. A rookie Master Chief with a checkered past, her bare-bones surveillance rig, and 2 Special Forces guys who usually answer to Jack. Jack. Midnight in Vietnam, he'd know what to do. She started dialing, then stopped. Clark was right. This was the campus. She'd earned her place. Boots strapped tight, she pushed out into the storm, heading for the command tent. Meanwhile, in Ho Chi Minh City, even if she'd finished that call, Jack wouldn't have answered. His phone was sitting in a Hong Kong trash bin. Before departing the former British territory, Clark had instructed Jack to ditch his regular phone for a disposable burner, just in case their messy encounter at the wet market drew unwanted attention from local authorities, or worse, China's Ministry of State Security. Without hesitation, Jack had wiped his old device clean, using Gavin's security app, then tossed it into the trash behind the Peninsula Hotel's kitchen as a final middle finger to Brown and Blue. Now in Ho Chi Minh City, once called Saigon, his new android buzzed silently in his suit pocket as he sat in a dimly lit nightclub booth. Across from him, Geotech CEO Bruce Stevenson and Operations President David Highsmith nursed half-melted cocktails, their business dinner long finished. The venue, Highsmith's exclusive club on the 81st floor of Vietnam's tallest skyscraper, catered to wealthy executives and government officials who smoothed the wheels of commerce over expensive drinks. Stevenson, usually based in Geotech's Singapore office, had flown in at Jerry Henley's request to fast-track the due diligence process, something Jack had jumped into the moment his private jet landed. For the past day and a half, he'd been sifting through Geotech's financial records, frustrated by their outdated, paper-heavy system. He hadn't mentioned the red flags to Howard yet, knowing the banker was eager to give Hisp the green light. As Stevenson and Highsmith flirted with a waitress, Jack nudged Howard and nodded toward the bar, where young women in tight dresses and bright lipstick sat alone, clearly waiting for company. "What's the deal with this place?" he muttered, his expression sour. Howard swirled his drink, keeping his voice low. "Yeah, not my scene either. But it's part of the game when dealing with overseas clients." Highsmith scoffed. "Nancy Sinatra's These Boots Are Made for Walk-In" blared from the speakers, and Jack rolled his eyes. "Let's wrap this up. We've got work to do." Howard gave him a discreet tap under the table. "Just play along until we close the deal. Jerry wants this done." Jack exhaled sharply but stayed quiet as Howard turned on the charm. "Fantastic club," he said, forcing a smile. Highsmith, finally done ordering, smirked. "It has its uses." "Oh, come now," Howard pressed. "It's incredibly generous of you to host us in such a stunning country on such short notice." Highsmith waved a hand dismissively. "Beautiful, yes. Politically, a disaster. But even the communists haven't managed to ruin everything." His gesture took in the glittering skyline and the women at the bar. Stevenson chuckled, his Texan drawl cutting through the noise. "And they sure haven't figured out how to stop the money flowing underground. As long as they let us dig." Howard forced a laugh, but Jack zeroed in on the comment. "Permitting issues, Bruce." "Here and there," Stevenson deflected. "But that's Sir David's department." Highsmith shrugged. "Bureaucratic headaches are constant. But we've got friends in the right places, some of whom are in this very room." Howard smoothly shifted the topic. "I heard your family has ties here, Sir David." "Ah, yes," Highsmith said, sipping his drink. "My wife's ancestors owned rubber plantations up north. Now geotech leases the land, keeps the government happy, and the inspectors off our backs. Jack smirked. Right. Saw some of those tax filings today. Jack couldn't help but notice the staggering stack of carbon-copied receipts scattered across the table. A paper trail so convoluted, it made calculating actual tax liabilities nearly impossible. Taking Howard's silent cue, he bit his tongue. Highsmith flashed a knowing grin. Pity your stay so brief, Mr. Ryan. Under different circumstances, I'd have given you the grand tour, maybe even taken you up to our family estate near Hugh. Ever seen the Imperial City? Howard swirled the condensation on his glass. Does your wife enjoy Hugh, Sir David? A bark of laughter. Claudette. She's in Marseille. Can't stand the humidity here. You must miss her, Howard offered. Her brother Henry handles things at the estate, Highsmith shrugged. His wife Marie local connections smoothed our mining permits back in the day. Now they're indispensable for navigating Hanoi's bureaucracy. Jack studied the man. So you're based in Saigon or Hugh? Those travel receipts had raised questions. Da Nang, actually. Regional HQ keeps me busy. Haven't been up country in months. Bruce Stevenson stretched lazily. Me? I'm just the glorified babysitter for geotech's Asian operations. These days, Vietnam's strictly pleasure. Sir David here does the heavy lifting. Jack's eyebrow arched. SBC seems to think you're sticking around another 2 years. But sit well with you? Wouldn't miss it, Bruce grinned. Especially working under Gary Hendley again. Good man, we evacuated half of Saigon together in '74. As Howard sipped his mango mojito, he turned to Highsmith. Retiring here after the acquisition? God no. Gloucestershire's calling finally. The Englishman drained his gin fizz. Bruce smirked. Our friend here's the Earl of Gloucestershire, you know. The state's hosted royalty, Edward V. Played tennis there with that American divorcee back in the day. Jack blinked. Wait, Earl, not knight. Dad always said. Highsmith waved a dismissive hand. Bruce's little joke that stuck. The Sir is purely ceremonial, unlike your father's well-earned title. The conversation lulled as a gecko scurried across the veranda. Howard broke the silence. How often do you make it back stateside, Bruce? Since Lori passed? Hardly ever. The condo in San Diego collects dust between grandkid visits. Quantum Atomics flew me over last week, their new reactor contract's keeping us afloat. He gestured to Highsmith. Generous of David to lend me his Hugh Villa weekends. Nothing like saltwater fishing at dawn or buzzing the coastline in my Bell 47. Bruce's eyes twinkled as he turned to Jack. Tell your old man to visit. Next time Air Force One's refueling in Hanoi, I'll personally give him a chopper tour of the Perfume River. Bet he'd trade Marine One's armor plating for an open-door flight any day. Jack absently twirled the lemongrass stalk in his drink, watching the sunset paint the Mekong Delta gold. Somewhere beyond the balcony, a motorbike backfired, the sound indistinguishable from distant gunfire. My father can't stand helicopters, Jack remarked, shaking his head. Stevenson grinned, swirling his drink. Well, President Ryan hasn't laid eyes on my chopper yet, has he? Howard raised an eyebrow. What makes yours so different? Stevenson's face lit up like a kid showing off his favorite toy. Picture this: a decade back. My crew stumbled on a rusted-out Huey at the bottom of a lake in the mining region. Shot down back in '69, buried in silt like some relic from another era. I pulled strings, bought it off the government, then dumped a fortune into restoring her, minus the mounted gun, naturally. Now whenever I'm back in Vietnam, I take her for Joradies along the coastline. No dodging missiles, just open sky. You should see her. Named her Austin Bell, got the artwork to prove it. He fished out his phone, swiped through a few shots, then handed it over. The image showed a vintage helicopter with a bold pinup of a fiery-haired cowgirl gripping a shotgun. The name Austin Bell scrawled beneath in flashy red. Highsmith chuckled as the phone made its way back. Too bad, Bruce. Our guest won't be sticking around long enough for a ride. Next time, Howard said, nodding. I'd kill to see that bird in action. But right now, we've got business to handle. Jack's on the audit, he'll power through it. Jack gave a vague nod, though he wasn't convinced. The paperwork was a nightmare, stacks of files, barely anything digitized. Stevenson flagged down a waiter for another round. Come on, Jack, one more drink. That black eye of yours could use some tropical medicine. Jack waved it off. Better not. My head's still pounding. And no offense, Bruce, but your record-keeping is brutal. I barely scratched the supplier files today. Highsmith jumped in. Blame local regulations. Vietnam runs on paper trails, nothing like back home. Stevenson frowned, reaching for the empty nut bowl. That's not ideal. Jack, maybe you need access to the Da Nang office records. He shot Jack a look. No funny business here, I swear. Though I bet the Germans would have those files sorted in an hour. The table erupted in laughter. Jack seized the moment to bow out. Howard could handle the rest of the glad handing. He stood, offering a handshake. Appreciate the trust, Bruce. I'll wrap this up fast. Try not to let the Germans show me up. Highsmith protested, rising to his feet. Leaving already? All work, no play, you know how that ends. Jack forced a smile. Early start tomorrow. You two enjoy the night. Outside, the rain had cleared, leaving the streets slick under the glow of neon. The air hung thick with humidity and the faint tang of exhaust. Jack loosened his collar, the weight of his recovered necklace knife tapping lightly against his chest. These days it felt less like a blade and more like a charm, something to keep him grounded. He wandered through Ho Chi Minh City's glittering downtown, past luxury boutiques flashing names like Hermes and Chanel. The night was alive, the city humming, but Jack was already miles ahead thinking about tomorrow's work. The streets were alive with neon signs featuring the flawless faces of Hollywood stars, their smiles plastered across billboards like modern-day deities. Navigating a chaotic roundabout packed with buzzing scooters, he had no choice but to circle its edge. The relentless flow of bikes reminded him of Hong Kong's frenetic energy. His phone guided him deeper into the city's pulse, where the late-night crowds hadn't thinned. The luxury boutiques had given way to everyday shops, their shelves stocked with global brands like Coca-Cola and Nike, symbols of a world both familiar and distant. The contrast between Hong Kong and Ho Chi Minh City struck him hard, one a fading relic of capitalism's past, the other its vibrant successor. The wide boulevard beneath his feet whispered of French colonialism, its history etched into the pavement. He was close now to the Caravel Hotel, a place steeped in wartime lore, where American journalists once huddled under the shadow of McVee's command. His stomach rumbled in protest. Highsmith's fancy French dinner had left him starving. Turning down a side street, he was hit by the pulsing bass of a club, its patrons spilling onto the sidewalk, laughing and shouting in a mix of languages. A food cart sizzled with skewered meat, drawing a crowd of backpackers in tie-dye and flip-flops. He joined the line behind a tattooed guy and his girlfriend, their accents unmistakably Kiwi. Their laughter died when they noticed him. His rumpled suit and black eye made him an outsider. They vanished back into the club, leaving him to eat his chicken skewer alone under the flickering streetlights. Picking up his pace, he followed his phone's directions toward the hotel, the streets growing darker, the scooters fewer. He paused to check the map, just one more block to a busier road. Then he'd hail a tuk-tuk. But something felt off. A scooter's engine had cut out too abruptly behind him. No fading hum, just silence. Casually lifting his phone, he snapped 2 covert photos with Gavin's surveillance app. The screen lit up with a chilling image, a man lurking in the shadows, his long hair brushing his collar, a tattoo just visible above his shirt. He wasn't moving. He was watching. And he'd been staring right at Jack. The memory of that tattooed man from Temple Street Night Market still sent shivers down Jack's spine as he rushed toward the neon glow of the main boulevard. He waved frantically for a ride, and within seconds, a garishly decorated tuk-tuk rolled up, its driver flashing a gold-toothed grin at the sight of an obvious foreigner. The rickety 3-wheeler, strung with leftover holiday lights, lurched forward as Jack handed over a crisp 20, far more than the ride was worth. Bouncing over potholes on the way to the Caravel Hotel, he studied the photo again, trying to match the ink to the thug he'd encountered. A quick search told him neck tattoos were common among local enforcers, but that didn't ease his nerves. He'd been careless, wandering alone with cash in plain sight. By the time he swiped his keycard, he'd convinced himself it was just paranoia. Still, sleep didn't come easy. After tossing for an hour, he checked his burner phone. No word from Lisanne. The thought of her deep in the Philippine jungle kept him staring at the ceiling until dawn. Mindanao, Philippines, Friday, October 4. The riverbanks had turned to sludge under the relentless downpour, the sky a smothering blanket of clouds. No chance of air support, not with this fog. Drop us here, Master Chief Moore ordered the Humvee driver, a Filipino SEAL who'd ferried them to the edge of the fishing village. Lisanne stepped into the mud, eyeing the stilt houses looming like shadows in the rain. Gear dumped, the Humvee vanished, leaving them alone in the storm. Suit up, Moore barked. They armored up, smeared grease paint across their faces, and strapped on radios and ammo. Move quiet. Moore took the lead, weaving through the maze of shanties toward the boat landing. Dogs snarled as they passed, but the team melted into the darkness, finally reaching the water's edge. Moore led them downstream, halting in a thicket of razor-sharp grass. Jad, he muttered, your turn. Sergeant Jad Mustafa flipped down his night vision goggles and ghosted toward the cluster of fishing boats. Moments later, he returned, guiding a battered dinghy with a splintered hull. Moore waded in, grabbing the drifting boat before it could escape. Carey ran a hand along the cracked gunwale and smirked. This thing held together with prayers. Jad steadied the boat with a grunt. You want luxury, book a cruise. Moore rummaged through the gear, salvaging frayed nets and rusted traps. This'll work, he said, slicing free 3 buoyant crab floats with his knife. He bundled them into the netting, a makeshift life preserver. Our backup flotation. Clear. Carey and Jad heaved the Pelican case into the stern while Lisanne kept watch. Moore tossed the net bundle near the bow, then yanked the outboard's starter cord. The engine coughed to life. Load up. They piled in Lisanne at the stern, Carey at the bow, Moore and Jad amidships. The boat lurched forward as Lisanne gunned the throttle, her boots braced against the drum case. Once the current took hold, Moore signaled to kill the engine. Rudder control only now, he ordered. Then, just loud enough over the rain, lock and load. Carey and Jad raised their M4 rifles, scanning the dense jungle canopy above. The crimson dots from their laser sights danced across the glossy leaves. Captain Santos had granted them full access to the Filipino SEAL's armory, and they'd taken full advantage. Moore now carried both a suppressed M4 and an M249 light machine gun, the weapons resting across his lap as he adjusted the grenades clipped to his tactical vest. Everyone set? He asked, his voice low. The team signaled their readiness with silent thumbs-up gestures. Moore aimed his red-filtered flashlight toward the murky river ahead, its beam cutting through the darkness. Lisanne, he rasped, watch your heading. The current pulls toward the center up ahead, stay close to the bank. She shifted forward on the waterproof case, straining to hear over the quiet lapping of water. Say again, Chief. Stay near the mangroves. We're drifting too wide. Copy that. She adjusted the tiller, guiding the boat closer to the tangled roots lining the shore. The red glow from Moore's flashlight traced their path as they moved in tense silence. After several minutes, Moore flipped up his night vision goggles. Eyes to natural dark for now. Lisanne, get me a position update. She glanced at the ruggedized tablet secured to her leg, its bulky satellite antenna protruding. The device also controlled their surveillance drone. 9 clicks north of the target, straight line distance, she reported. Factoring in the river's winding path, the actual travel distance would be longer, but Moore already knew that. Good, he said. Pull us in. We'll hold while you prep the drone. The boat scraped against the mangrove roots as Jad grabbed a slick branch to steady them. Lisanne retrieved the drone from its case, snapping the wings into place before running a quick systems check. She nudged Moore with the tail assembly. Chief, you've got a better arm than I do. Want to do the honors? Got it. The former SEAL shifted his weight, nearly capsizing the boat as he stood. Holding the drone steady, he waited as Lisanne powered up the electric motor. The faint whirring filled the air before she gave the final signal. Launch it. With a sharp motion, Moore hurled the drone upward. It buzzed into the rainy sky, vanishing almost instantly. He dropped back into the boat. We wait here until it's in position. 6 minutes later, Lisanne's screen flickered to life. Drones online, she murmured, fingers dancing across the tablet. Thermals picking up heat signatures 2 by the river, standing guard. Moore clenched his jaw. And inside the camp? She pinched the screen to zoom in. 9 more clustered in the center, probably sleeping. 1 outlier in the northwest corner alone. That's our guy, Moore muttered. Matches the intel on Al-Sheikh, he doesn't share quarters. Jad smirked from the bow. Typical warlord behavior, kicks everyone else out for the prime spot. Moore ignored the comment. We move south, then hold at the rally point. Understood? Carey pushed them back into the current, as Lisanne set the drone to auto-orbit, and steered the boat along the shadowed bank. Moore remained silent, occasionally flashing his red light to guide her. 20 minutes later, Lisanne confirmed they were nearing their final stop, just half a kilometer from the camp. Moore signaled for her to pull in again. Radio check, he ordered, and the team cycled through their encrypted comms. The jungle hummed around them, thick with anticipation. The team's gear was secured to their tactical vests, with Bluetooth-linked lip mics and earpieces keeping them connected. Lisanne's radio sat beside her on the boat's bench, as the chief took one last glance at the tablet balanced on her knee. The screen showed 2 heat signatures, hostile targets, lingering by the riverbank about 500 yards south. Everyone set to move? He asked, receiving silent nods in response. The SEAL swung a leg over the side, easing into the waist-deep current before steadying the boat for Jad and Carey to follow. Moore then freed the makeshift flotation rig, letting it drift alongside the hull. Leaning in close to Lisanne, the chief unholstered his Glock 19 and offered it to her. For insurance, he muttered. She secured the pistol into a slot on her vest, glancing up just as Carey, Jad, and the chief began drifting toward the river's center, clinging to the jury-rigged float. Their helmets barely broke the surface as they moved with the current. Lisanne raised a hand in farewell, and Carey dipped his helmet in response before they vanished into the gloom. 8 minutes later, Moore's voice crackled softly over comms. Hold position. Carey planted his boots in the riverbed, halting their drift and signaling Jad to do the same. Moore guided the float toward the opposite bank, staying low in the water, still a football field's length from the target. Base, he whispered. What's the sea trip? 2 tangos still at the shoreline, Lisanne responded, her voice cutting through the static. Thermal shows a small fire near the beach, probably cooking. Copy. Moore turned to the Green Berets. We good? Half submerged, the commandos murmured their confirmation. The chief tugged Carey's sleeve. Hey. Yeah, chief. Still your show marks? Clark knows it. You take point once you hit the X. Carey grunted in acknowledgement. With a final thumbs up, Moore pushed the float back into the current before scrambling up the bank and vanishing into the brush. The 2 operators drifted closer to the camp, their night vision devices barely above water as they studied the sentries. Mine's got an AK on his right side, cigarette in his left, Carey whispered. Opposite from mine, AK by the stock, barrel down, Jad replied. He's scanning south. Carey keyed his mic. Cobra 1-2 is in position. Roger, Moore answered. Overwatch is set. Move when ready. Jad and Carey tilted up their nodes, stowing them on their helmets. You good? Carey murmured. Locked in, Sergeant. They shoved the float into the mangroves and Jad slipped back into the water, letting the current carry him. Carey followed, moving silently until the riverbed shifted from mud to gravel the camp's edge. He spat out his breathing tube, letting it drift away as he steadied himself. The chief's voice whispered in his earpiece, 5 feet from targets. Ready? 2 clicks confirmed. On my mark, the chief counted down. 5, 4, 3. Carey took a breath and submerged, closing the distance. Through the rippling surface, he saw the sentry's blurred outline, oblivious. He finished the count in his head. 2, 1. The sentry's head jerked back, then disappeared from view. Carey moved swiftly through the water, careful not to disturb the surface as he emerged onto the shore. Keeping low, he belly crawled across the wet gravel, watching as the green beret beside him dragged the lifeless sentry into the river's pull. A quick glance confirmed Jad was doing the same, another body vanishing into the dark current. The precision of the kill was unmistakable, a single 7. 62 round from the chief's suppressed rifle had left a clean entry wound in the terrorist's forehead. Carey took in the man's ragged clothes, the patchy beard, the vacant stare. To ensure the body sank, the soldier drove his crowbar between the ribs, letting water flood the lungs. Lizanne's voice crackled in his earpiece. All teams, Cobra base here. As sentries are neutralized and concealed. No activity in the camp. The chief responded, voice tight. Copy. No signs of movement? -1, Lisanne replied. Thermal scans show nothing alive out there. Carey crept forward, the damp gravel shifting beneath him. The scent of a dying cook fire lingered in the misty air. Through his night vision goggles, Jad came into view, rifle ready. They exchanged a silent nod before Carey pushed up, weapon sweeping the camp's perimeter. Jad covered the tree line while Carey moved toward the target's hut. The entrance was draped in vines. He nudged them aside with his barrel before slipping inside. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The green-tinted world of his nods revealed the sleeping figure, unkempt beard, slack jaw, slow breaths. Recognition hit hard. This was the man who'd filmed himself executing those students, then bragged about it online. Now he was plotting to assassinate a president for shaking hands with the wrong people. 2 muffled shots later, the terrorist's chest bloomed crimson. Jackpot, Carey murmured into his mic. We just hit the lottery. He fished out his phone, snapping a photo under the dim red glow of his helmet light. The dead man's eyes had flown open in surprise. Confirmed jackpot. Exfil now, more ordered. We're wheels up. Carey killed the light, stowed the phone, and eased back outside. Rain pelted his helmet as he scanned the camp, rifle steady. Too quiet. Too easy. Then Lizanne's voice cut through the silence, urgent. Movement detected, 1 Tango exiting the main hut. Heading your way to 3 o'clock. Close. Carey dropped to the ground, weapon trained on the approaching figure. The man stumbled out, shirtless, rubbing his eyes, probably just looking for a place to relieve himself. Fate had other plans. He veered straight toward Carey. I've got him, the chief whispered. A split second later, the man crumpled, a bullet through his skull. The body crashed through the flimsy wall, and suddenly, voices erupted. A light flicked on. Move, the chief hissed. 2, get to the river now. Multiple hostiles stirring inside, Lisanne reported, her voice strained. They're up. Carey yanked a flashbang from his vest, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the hut. The deafening pops would buy them time. Terrorists always mistook it for gunfire. He'd seen it work before, back in the mountains of Afghanistan. Now it was time to run. Carey hurled another flashbang into the cramped hut where he'd taken down Adnan al-Sheikh, using the distraction to buy time. Almost 20 hostiles spotted. Lisanne crackled over the radio, tension sharp in her voice. They must have been stacked in there like sardines. The rest of her transmission cut off as the stun grenades detonated. In the blinding bursts, Carey spotted 2 figures bolting from the tent. The first dropped instantly, Moore's shot finding its mark. Carey flicked his gaze back toward the camp. Jad was holding position, covering him. The second man stumbled over his fallen partner, scrambled up, and swung his AK toward Jad. Carey didn't hesitate. A single shot to the face sent the man reeling. Gunfire erupted around him as he low-crawled toward the river, trusting Jad and Moore to call out threats. The stun grenades had faded, replaced by shouts and chaos. Too slow. He pushed up to sprint, just as the camp's floodlights flared to life, overwhelming his night vision. Blinded, he clawed at his nodes, tripped over uneven ground, and landed hard in the smoldering remains of a cook fire. His arms seared with pain. A shadow lunged at him. Instinct took over. 4 rounds on full auto punched into the attacker's chest. 2 more figures emerged from the smoke. Carey popped a smoke grenade, choking the air. "Frag out." He barked into the radio. A silhouette staggered and collapsed, Moore saving his ass again. Bullets pinged off rocks as the smoke thickened. "Lost thermal on your position," Lisanne reported. The drone's sensors were useless now. Carey's stomach tightened. Jad was nowhere in sight. "Free, where are you?" "Cut off from the river," Jad answered, breathless. "Moving north." "Toss another smoke, it's working." Carey lobbed his last smoke grenade toward the main hut, followed by every frag grenade he had left. The concussions rattled his teeth. He emptied his rifle in short bursts, praying the shrapnel found its targets. "Out of ammo, reloading," he shouted, fumbling for a fresh mag. His fingers slipped, sending the magazine flying into the mud. Shadows darted through the haze, enemies flanking fast. He dropped flat, scrambling for another mag, telling himself he could still turn this around. A crushing blow to the back of his skull sent white-hot pain through his skull. Tagalog curses drowned out Lisanne's voice before the earpiece was torn away. Hands yanked him up, screaming in his face. "They're not letting me die easy." Dragged through the dirt, he caught a glimpse of a long-haired fighter looming over him until the man's head exploded in a mist of red. The sharp staccato of machine gun fire split the air, tracers slicing overhead like angry fireflies. The 3 insurgents who had been looming over him moments before now lay torn apart in the mud beside him. Carey tried to roll over their bodies, but suddenly felt himself sliding backward, his boots carving deep grooves in the wet earth as an unseen force hauled him toward the riverbank. Gunfire erupted deafeningly close to his ear, the muzzle flash illuminating Master Chief Moore's grim face through the smoke. The Navy SEAL had crossed the river under fire, eliminated the enemy fighters, and now gripped Carey's body armor with one hand while firing his saw with the other, the weapon's cycling bolt nearly brushing Carey's temple. The barrage continued until Moore yanked him over the bank and into the water. "Move," Moore bellowed, steam rising as the scorching barrel hit the river. Carey kicked fiercely, letting the current take them. "We're out of time," Moore snarled, scanning the shoreline. "Jad's got hostiles closing in. Any second now they'll..." Without warning, Moore shoved him under. Bullets peppered the surface above, their impacts muffled in the murky depths. Carey's lungs burned, no time to gulp air before being submerged. Flashlight beams cut through the water like strobes, more rounds piercing the surface. Moore's iron grip kept him down as an eerie mechanical whirring joined the chaos. Just as black spots danced in his vision, Moore hauled him up. Carey gasped, choking on the thick, swampy air. A stolen fishing boat barreled toward them, its hull nearly ramming them as it raced past. Illuminated by enemy lights, Carey glimpsed something being towed alongside, then a jolt wrenched him onto his back, water cascading off him as the fishing net Moore had snagged yanked them forward. Lisanne had thrown the net overboard, and Moore, still clutching Carey, had seized it mid-pass. Hand over hand, Carey climbed the net like a ladder until he reached the boat's side. Moore kept firing one-handed, the saw spitting rounds just above the waterline while his other arm clung to the net. The boat veered toward the river's center where Jad thrashed in the water, grabbing the net behind Carey. As they rounded a bend, Moore finally ceased fire, hurling the smoking machine gun aboard before hauling himself over the gunwale. He reached down, dragging both Green Berets onto the deck. With the gunfire fading, Lisanne throttled down to a sputtering idle and sagged against the outboard. "Get us gone," Moore barked, his face streaked with grime, chest heaving. Lisanne didn't respond. Slumped against the motor, her shirt darkened with blood. She'd taken a hit. Da Nang, Vietnam, Friday, October 4. Malcolm Trang, Geotech's Da Nang finance manager, lugged another stack of boxes into the conference room. "Where do these go?" Jack glanced up from his makeshift desk, frowning at the towers of paperwork that now blocked his view of the ocean. "Just pile them with the rest," he muttered, rubbing his temples. After hitting dead ends in Ho Chi Minh City's records, Jack had relocated the audit to Geotech's operational hub in Da Nang courtesy of Highsmith, who'd arranged the transfer but couldn't join. Trang heaved another box onto the overloaded side table, then resorted to the floor. Jack's stomach sank. "All these are leasing agreements?" he asked, eyeing the 7 boxes where he'd expected 2. Trang adjusted his glasses. "You wanted every contract from our leasing subsidiaries, correct?" He wedged the last box into place. "First 3 are. Rest are addendums, defaults, and terminations." Jack exhaled. This would be a long day. Jack glanced around the cluttered office, taking in the stacks of mining equipment invoices. "You've got a small fortune tied up in heavy machinery here," he remarked, flipping through a well-worn spreadsheet. The accountant, a Singaporean expat with a crisp British accent, nudged a cardboard box aside with his foot. 30 million in assets, give or take. Haul trucks, excavators, dredges, you name it. And that's before we even get to processing the ore into usable material. Jack cracked open another file box and let out a low whistle at the avalanche of paperwork inside. "You guys do realize it's the 21st century, right? Ever heard of digital records?" The accountant smirked, rolling his hand truck toward the door. "Oh, but this is Vietnam, Mr. Ryan, where bureaucracy thrives on triplicate forms and carbon copies." He checked his watch pointedly. "Unless there's something urgent, we usually call it a day around now on Fridays." Jack held up a faded pink slip between 2 fingers. "Just one last thing. Ever dealt with the Lay TL facility?" Trang took the document, scanning it with a practiced eye. "Big samarium operation near the Laotian border. Mostly tapped out now, but still running." Jack tapped a yellow-stained invoice covered in Vietnamese script. "I've been chasing this discrepancy for days. We're buying tons of gadolinium, but the samarium output doesn't add up. Any idea why?" Trang's expression turned diplomatic. "Refining isn't an exact science. You'd have better luck asking the engineers on site." Jack exhaled through his teeth. "What about this supplier, Tac Limited? Ring any bells?" Another shrug. "Supply chains here are complicated." The man was already halfway out the door, gaze drifting toward the ocean view. Jack waved him off. "Go on, Malcolm. I'll handle the rest." Alone again, he sifted through his notes, cross-referencing vendors with growing frustration. The bank's deadline loomed, and this paper trail was a disaster. Howard's voice cut through the silence. "Still at it." He leaned in the doorway, impeccably dressed despite the tropical heat. "How many more boxes before you're convinced the numbers won't magically fix themselves?" Jack gestured at the rainbow of carbon copies strewn across the desk. "When they start making sense." Jack exhaled sharply. "Yeah, I know." Howard barely glanced up from his phone. "We're about to miss the deadline by a mile." "No kidding," Jack shot back. "That's not even the real issue here, Howard." Howard dismissed him with a flick of his hand. "Relax. Just got off the phone with Gary and Stevenson Quantum Atomics, locked in a massive contract today. 3 years of guaranteed revenue from refined magnets. That should keep Espev happy. What's got you so worked up?" Jack sealed one box of documents and cracked open another. He fixed Howard with a hard stare. "Those quantum magnets, they're samarium-based, right?" "Obviously. And that samarium comes from Geotech's Vietnamese mines up in Lay Tzoal?" Howard shrugged. "How should I know? Does it matter?" "Damn right it matters." "Enlighten me then." Jack planted his hands on his hips. "Because the numbers from that region don't add up. Highsmith's reports claim profitability, but dig deeper, and it's a mess. Random regulatory charges to government agencies. Payments to chemical suppliers with no track record. Something's off." Howard scoffed. "So what? Worst case scenario?" "Worst case? Those cash flow statements are fiction. They could be hiding cost overruns we don't even know about." Howard fell silent, shoving his hands into his pockets. He stared out the window, watching the sun glint off the ocean. The palm trees cast long shadows across the sand. Jack followed his gaze before pressing. "You know I'm right." I can't sign off on this for Hesby. It's reckless. You're gambling everything. Howard muttered something under his breath, still avoiding eye contact. Jack pressed on. And these paper records? Highsmith blames Vietnamese regulations. Fine. But once this deal closes, these boxes are ours. I didn't become an auditor to rubber stamp scribbled carbon copies in a language I don't understand. Howard finally moved, flipping open a box lid and fishing out a document. He squinted through his reading glasses, holding the flimsy sheet up to the light. This what you've been dealing with? Every single one. Until they magically turn into glossy financial reports for Hesp. Howard sifted through the files, frustration mounting. He slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. Jack, I want this done right as much as you do. Then give me more time. Or better access. Howard let out a rough sigh. I was supposed to fly home tonight. Minnie's birthday is Sunday. I know it sounds silly, but I've never missed one. Jack pulled up a chair beside him. Go. Be with her. I'll stay and untangle this mess. You handle Henley and Hesby. You're the best at buying time. Howard gave him a sidelong glance. No. I'm seeing this through. Jerry might be driving this deal, but closing it is on me. Jack gripped his arm. You sure? Absolutely. Jack smirked. With Gary's commission, you could buy Minnie something ridiculous. Howard's smile was thin. Won't cut it. Sorry, man. Howard jerked his chin toward the door. Let's go. Stevenson's upstairs. If these papers won't talk, maybe the CEO will. The elevator ride to the top floor of the Da Nang high-rise was silent, the tension thickening with every floor. Stevenson's office loomed ahead, polished, imposing, and probably full of answers neither of them wanted to hear. Though the company founder typically operated out of Singapore, he kept a close eye on Geotech's regional offices across Australia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. The moment Jack entered the Da Nang branch, he could tell this was Stevenson's personal sanctuary. The back wall displayed relics from the CEO's days as an air cavalry medevac pilot. During the Vietnam War, a plaque honoring 500 rescue missions, a faded photo of a young Stevenson grinning beside General Creighton Abrams, and a snapshot of a Huey helicopter perched atop the U.S. Embassy. Over dinner the night before, Jack had heard how Stevenson had been among the last American pilots to evacuate before Saigon's fall. Those battlefield heroics were half a century old now, but the memories still clung to the office like the humid Da Nang air. The CEO stood with his desk phone pressed to his ear, the cord taut as he waved Jack and Howard toward the chairs opposite him. Yes, Minister, he repeated, his voice tight. Consider it done. Understood. Immediately. Of course. Goodbye. He slammed the receiver down with a sigh. That was Quan Tak, Vietnam's interior minister. Thank God Highsmith usually handles that snake son of some MOV colonel who probably took potshots at my chopper back in '74. His leathery face split into a smirk. But guess what? The little bureaucrat just guaranteed he'll honor our existing contracts after your acquisition. Paperwork's coming tonight because apparently Hanoi still runs on fax machines and red tape. Jack exhaled in relief, one less hurdle for the audit. Stevenson dropped into his chair, the springs groaning. Never doubted it. Sir David's up in Hanoi buttering up committee chairs. That silver-tongued Brit could sell ice to Eskimos. Though without him, Geotech would still be a pipe dream. Some connections are worth their weight in gold, Howard observed. Stevenson checked his watch. Some. 2 days in country, ready to rubber stamp this deal for Hesby and catch your flight. Howard squeezed Jack's knee, but Jack cut in. Here's the hitch. Your LATO mine reports show gadolinium inputs that don't match samarium outputs. The math's off by a mile. The CEO's grin faded. You take this up with Sir David? He punted me to Malcolm Trang here in Da Nang, who punted me straight to the miners. Stevenson barked a laugh. Welcome to rare earth refining, kid. It's not baking cookies, sometimes the recipe explodes. He leaned in, eyes glinting. I'm a chemical engineer, Ryan. Purifying samarium? That's part science, part black magic. One day the yield's 50%, Next day it's 600%. But Quantum just signed for 10 tons of magnets, and that paycheck covers a lot of accounting irregularities. His tone turned razor-edged. Unless you'd rather explain to London why their billion-dollar deal just died over a rounding error? Am I right, Howard? Jack pressed, his tone edged with impatience. Howard exhaled, rubbing his temple. You're not wrong about the revenue, Bruce. But there's more to it. Jack slapped a faded blue carbon copy onto the table, silencing him mid-sentence. Revenue's just one piece of the puzzle. If your gadolinium ratios are all over the place, profitability's a guessing game. Ever heard of Hontech Limited? They're Leiteo's primary gadolinium supplier. Stevenson barely glanced at the smudged Vietnamese text on the paper. One of many. You have any clue how many vendors we deal with, Jack? Here in Da Nang? 325 and climbing. Jack shot back, tapping the stack of carbon copies. And every single one of them leaves a paper trail. Stevenson smirked, gazing out at the glistening ocean. Then you've got your work cut out for you. Mining isn't exactly my department. Because it's an inexact science, Jack finished dryly. Howard's hand landed on Jack's knee, a silent warning, but Jack ignored it, keeping his focus on Stevenson. Bruce, we get it. You don't micromanage suppliers. But someone should. This isn't some minor vendor. From what I've dug up, Hantech's costs are eating into Leiteo's bottom line. Stevenson shrugged. The guys at Leiteo handle their own books. I run a lean operation, no red tape, no delays. They make the calls up there. No cell service, no bureaucracy. As long as the samarium keeps floating downriver, I'm happy. Jack leaned forward. Fair enough. How about we take a trip up there? See the operation firsthand. Howard stiffened, raising a hand. Jack, we've got deadlines. SBC's breathing down our necks. Jerry never signed off on careful what you wish for, Stevenson interrupted, pushing back from his plush leather chair. Leiteo's the middle of nowhere. And despite the sunshine today, those mountain roads turned to sludge when the rains hit. Before Jack could argue, Stevenson strode to a wall map of Vietnam, cluttered with colored pins. He jabbed a finger at a blue marker near the Laotian border. That's Leiteo, one of the richest samarium deposits on the planet. We haul it downriver straight to Da Nang. He turned, eyes gleaming. I bought that land from Highsmith's in-laws on a gamble. Now, it's Geotech's golden goose. Soon to be yours. Jack crossed his arms. Golden goose or not, I'd like to see it for myself. Howard shot him a look. We should clear this with Gary first. Stevenson chuckled, sinking back into his chair. Jerry's a go-getter. He'd tell you to jump in head first. He slapped the desk. Fine. If it'll speed up this audit, I'll take you up there myself. Just not tonight, tomorrow, if the geologists aren't off fishing. Tonight, you're coming with me to the Hue plantation. Highsmith's brother-in-law's cooking, and the guest villa's got a view that'll make you forget all about spreadsheets. Jack smirked. As long as there's whiskey. Stevenson grinned. Now you're speaking my language. Henry is an incredible chef, a graduate of the prestigious Le Cordon Bleu. Trust me, you're in for a culinary masterpiece that'll leave you speechless. Howard leaned forward, rubbing his palms together. Bruce, tell me, does your plantation have decent internet? I need to check in with my wife over Zoom. You know how it is. Stevenson flashed a knowing grin. Gotcha. The connection's spotty up there, but we'll make it work for you. Howard stood, hands on his hips. All right, we'll swing by the hotel to grab our things. How long's the trip to your place near Hue? About 2 hours by road, Stevenson replied, his smile widening, revealing teeth so white they could blind you. But forget the car. I've got something way cooler. You guys ever ridden in the Austin Belle? Jack gripped the edge of the helicopter's open door as the Huey banked sharply. His legs dangled over the skids, secured only by a weathered gunner's belt clipped to a rusted ring bolt. The humid air rushed past his vintage flight helmet, carrying the sharp tang of engine smoke. The rotor's rhythmic thud vibrated through his chest as the chopper veered hard, following the snaking river below. When they leveled out, Jack peered down at the dense jungle canopy, the treetops clustered like giant broccoli florets. Stevenson's voice crackled through the helmet's intercom. "See that creek? That's where the Perfume River starts. We'll ride it straight into Hue." The pilot had been narrating the entire flight, pointing out landmarks and forgotten battlefields. The chopper lurched through a rough patch, and Jack glanced back at the cockpit. Stevenson sat in the left seat, flying army style, the empty co-pilot stick mimicking his movements. "How'd you end up with this bird anyway?" Jack asked, watching another emerald hill blur beneath them. Stevenson chuckled. "The U.S. Army left her behind after the war. She ended up in a lake on our property, near the Laos border. Took some serious negotiating with local officials to claim her. Had a team restore her from the ground up, new avionics, new engine. Now she's mine." Howard's voice crackled weakly over the intercom. "So you just fly this thing for fun when you're in town?" "Pretty much," Stevenson said, grinning. "Oh, and Jack, don't get any ideas. I took her off the company books yesterday. She's not part of the deal." Jack laughed. "Guess we'll call it a signing bonus then. Right, Howard?" He turned to check on his colleague. Howard was white-knuckling the canvas seat at the back, his face a shade paler than usual. Jack gave him a reassuring thumbs up, which Howard acknowledged with a stiff nod. "What's our speed?" Jack asked. 95 knots. "Feels faster when you're hanging out the side," Jack muttered. Stevenson's voice turned mischievous. "Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Hold tight." The chopper suddenly nosedived, sending Jack sliding forward, his thigh slamming against the doorframe. They leveled out just 30 feet above a muddy river, skimming so low Jack could see the startled faces of fishermen in a sampan below. The boat vanished around a bend as the Huey banked hard, Stevenson whooping over the intercom. "Now this is flying," he crowed. "Brace yourselves, boys, best part's coming up." During the avionics upgrade, Jack had them install a killer sound system too. The moment the opening chords of Gimme Shelter blasted through his helmet, the CEO transformed suddenly, decades younger, hollering over Mick Jagger's raspy vocals. 110 knots, 20 feet up, boys." The chopper banked sharply, skimming so low over a narrow riverboat that Jack could see the boatman's furious middle finger. "Welcome to the jungle, baby," Stevenson whooped. Brown river water erupted into froth beneath them, as rotor wash rocked the sampan. Jack glanced back at Howard, who sat rigid, fingers clawing the seat frame like it might save him. The man's lips moved silently, either praying or cursing, hard to tell. "Hey, Bruce," Jack yelled into his mic. "My dad swore me off military helicopters after his crash. Broke 3 vertebrae." "Relax, kid," Stevenson drawled. "Your pops flew with jarheads. This here's aircav smoother than your grandma's gravy." The helicopter lurched again, and Howard's face turned the color of old milk. Jack winced. "Mind dialing it back? I need a breather." As the music faded, the chopper steadied, climbing like a freight train on a grade. Jack unbuckled and Crab walked forward, sliding into the co-pilot seat. Below, patchwork rice paddies glittered toward the horizon where storm clouds loomed pink as cotton candy. Stevenson jabbed a finger at a scarred citadel. "Marines got chewed up there in '68. House-to-house carnage." The city blurred past crumbling French colonials, the jade ribbon of the Perfume River, then coastline. Banking left, Bruce pointed to a sprawling estate. Highsmith's plantation. His in-laws owned half this province. The helo descended toward a manicured LZ, rotor wash flapping the shirts of grinning ground crew. A sun-wrinkled, tucked-up driver waved as they touched down. "Now that," Bruce sighed, killing the engine, "is how you make an entrance, Mr." Bach led them to the guest cottage, a charming white stucco building, with a terracotta roof perched near the edge of a steep drop-off well separated from the main plantation houses. The villa featured elegant arched windows and a heavy mahogany door. Their guide enthusiastically pointed out each detail, though his vocabulary seemed limited to the word "here," which he repeated like a mantra. After the tour, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Jack, unsure of local customs, slipped him a 20 as the elderly man climbed back into his three-wheeled taxi. Standing alone in the fading light, Jack breathed in the humid jungle air. The manicured lawn sloped sharply toward the ravine, where dense foliage concealed a rushing stream. Birds called from the canopy as the last golden light caught the silhouette of Bruce's helicopter on the far ridge. No wonder the guy escapes here every weekend, Jack mused. Inside, he found Howard crawling beneath an antique side table. No internet jack anywhere, Howard grumbled, dust on his knees. Not even a damn router. Jack cracked open a cold Saigon Red from the mini-fridge and collapsed into a woven chair. 3 long swallows later, he propped his feet on the bamboo coffee table. Bruce's main house must have service, he said, rubbing his temples. The spreadsheets from today's merger negotiations still swam behind his eyelids. Howard appeared in the doorway, freshly changed into a wrinkled polo that did nothing to hide his banker's paunch. My cell's dead too, he announced, jabbing at his smartphone. We should have checked in with Jerry before leaving Hanoi. Those German investors are probably circling like vultures by now. Jack pulled out his burner phone's 0 bars. Relax. Bruce and Gary go way back. He's not going to screw us. Don't be naive, Howard snapped, popping his own beer. Highsmith's up north negotiating right now. You think he cares about loyalty when there's an extra $1 million on the table? Jack pictured their British rival holding court at that ridiculous Saigon gentlemen's club, martini in one hand, eyeing the hostesses. The guy owns half of District 1. You really think he'll walk away from that? Howard gave a mirthless laugh. His family's got a damn castle in Sussex. Once the Interior Ministry deal closes, what's keeping him here? Besides, he added darkly, that prenup's probably got an escape clause measured in millions. For a guy who sends his wife roses every anniversary, you've got a real bleak outlook. Howard's expression turned serious. I need to make that birthday call, Jack. The dining hall in Bruce's rented villa felt like something out of colonial times. A massive ebony table, hurricane lamps casting flickering shadows, the scent of lemongrass and chili hanging thick in the air. At the head of the table, Bruce gestured toward a platter of glistening meat and crimson sauce. Henry, remind me what your chef calls this one. Across from Jack, the French geologist Henri Clairet adjusted his ill-fitting blazer. His wrinkled shirt gaped open, revealing a thatch of silver chest hair. Ah, Bruce, he said with a theatrical sigh, you foreigners never remember the important things. The way his lapels stubbornly stuck out, like confused owl ears, made Jack stifle a grin. Some things at least were universal. Bruce gestured toward the steaming bowl with a flourish, his French accent wrapping around the words. This, my friend, is Boon Bo Hussery dish fit for royalty since the Nguyen dynasty. Though I must say the egg yolk adds a certain Parisian touch. I hope it doesn't overwhelm your palate, Jock. Jack grinned as he took the plate. Spice doesn't scare me. Let's see what you've got. Henri's wife Marie-Anne Clairet gave a graceful nod. Out of all his creations, this one holds a special place in my heart. Jack scooped a generous portion into his bowl before passing it to Howard. The flavors hit him immediately. Fiery, yes, but layered with sweetness and a deep, smoky richness. No wonder you love it, he said, raising his glass slightly in her direction. Howard nodded in agreement. Henry, you've outdone yourself. This is incredible. The Frenchman beamed. Take more sauce, Howard. Don't be shy, indulge yourself. Marie-Anne turned to Jack, her face softly illuminated by the flickering hurricane lamps. Despite her poised elegance, there was a warmth in her eyes. When do you plan to return home? Have you made your travel arrangements yet? Jack studied her for a moment, guessing her age to be somewhere around 50, though her flawless complexion made it hard to pin down. We're aiming for Monday, he replied. Howard's got business waiting. Henri's lips curled into a theatrical frown. Ah, Howard, always in a hurry. What's the rush? Lawyers, Howard muttered, piling rice onto his plate. Every deal comes with its own mountain of paperwork. Marie-Anne sighed. A shame. But that means you still have Sunday with us. Perhaps I could show you around Husha. The city is full of colonial architecture, so much history to explore. Howard's smile returned. That sounds perfect. Assuming the internet comes back online so I can check in with my wife. Stevenson chuckled from across the table. Don't worry, Howard. Happens every rainy season. You'll be video chatting before you know it. Just then, a young server in a flowing dress slipped in, placing another dish on the table. Marie-Anne murmured something in Vietnamese, and the girl bowed before disappearing. Jack, Marie-Anne said, her eyes twinkling. Since you're so adventurous, you must try this DK. A personal favorite. She spun the lazy Susan, revealing a dish of glistening dark brown morsels. Intrigued, Jack served himself and handed it to Howard. The first bite was unexpectedly sweet and tangy, almost like barbecue. Marie-Anne covered her mouth, amused. Look at that. Both of you enjoying DK? Henry clapped his hands. Bravo. Most Americans won't touch it. Bruce here refuses, probably because he's from Texas. But you two? Impressive. Howard raised an eyebrow. What's your problem, Bruce? Tastes great to me. Bruce smirked. I don't eat it, Howard, because it's made of crickets. Jack froze mid-chew, then hastily gulped down his wine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Stevenson's amused grin. Here, the CEO said, sliding a small bowl toward him. If you need to obliterate the taste, try this orange sauce. I call it napalm, works like a charm. Jack dabbed some onto his rice, and instantly regretted it. His mouth was on fire. Stevenson laughed. Good, right? Last time I was here, I caught a bonito and made fish tacos. That sauce. Game changer. Felt like I was back in Texas. Howard, having drained his water glass, wiped his mouth. You fish often, Bruce? Whenever I can, Stevenson replied. Got a boat docked in Da Nang, the Longhorn, named after my alma mater. She's a restored Navy patrol boat. Put as much love into her as I did the Austin Belle. Henry stifled a yawn. Bruce collects military relics. Even has an old Army Jeep parked near the springhouse. Stevenson grinned. Yup. Named her the Lone Star. You saw her earlier. Expensive hobby, but worth every penny. Jack leaned back in his chair, swirling the last of his coffee. Call it historical preservation if you want, he said with a grin. Howard raised an eyebrow. How noble of you. By the time the third bottle of wine had been emptied and their plates cleared, a young woman in embroidered silk brought out a silver coffee service. Madame Anne observed from the doorway as the girl poured with practiced precision. Jack stirred in a splash of cream, watching her retreat before turning to Bruce. Howard and I need to wrap things up stateside. What's the earliest we can leave tomorrow? 7 sound good. Bruce stretched, rubbing his temple. The Lay Teal sites are scattered across the northern region, roughly 200 miles of rough terrain. It's going to be a haul. Henry nearly choked on his drink. You're going to Lay Teal way? His fingers tightened around the cup. I thought Sir David finalized everything. Bruce shrugged. Due diligence. Jack's not signing off until he inspects the refineries firsthand. Henry's cup hovered midair. An audit? David assured us the deal was closed. Merely, Howard cut in. Just dotting the I's for the investors. Henry's expression flickered before he forced a smile. How long will you be there? Does David know? Not long, Bruce said. He's in Hanoi. We'll be done before he even notices. Henry hesitated, then leaned in. There's a rare herb near the rivers Pakhautong, the heartleaf. If you happen to see any, I'd pay handsomely. The local markets sometimes carry it. Bruce chuckled. Doubt we'll have time for herb hunting. Ah, but if you do, Henry pressed, I'll have Mr. Backpack your favorite banh mi for the flight. Fresh with extra cilantro. Fair trade. Bruce sighed, finishing his coffee in one gulp. Heartleaf, huh? Exceedingly rare, Henry murmured. Fine, Bruce relented. You've got a deal. Hanoi, Vietnam, Friday, October 4. David Highsmith, Earl of Gloucestershire, braced against the balcony railing of the Apricot Hotel, his wineglass catching the city's glow on the lake below. The evening air was crisp, but his patience was thinner. The girl was late 24 minutes now. He checked his phone again, jaw tightening. Northern beauties were always in demand, he reminded himself. Worth a premium. He took a slow sip, savoring the wine's sharpness. Proximity to China gave these women an elegance, he mused, their features honed by generations of refinement. Just enough French influence to soften them, but not too much. The thought of his wife, Claudette, soured his mood. He pushed her from his mind, replacing her with the memory of Marie Anne in her prime. Nguyen lineage, sharp wit, that effortless poise. A shame she'd resisted him at Hue. The phone screen remained blank. He stalked inside, pausing at the bathroom mirror. Not bad for 60, he decided, smoothing his hair. These girls should consider themselves lucky. He stripped off his shirt, hanging it with deliberate care. Tonight she'd learned the cost of keeping him waiting. Standing in his boxers, he splashed cologne on his neck and massaged expensive eye cream beneath his puffy lids. Adjusting his waistband, he gave himself a quick once-over, still functional, more or less. Not that it mattered much these days. When you paid top dollar, you called the shots. If he wanted to lounge like a Roman emperor while someone recited sonnets, who could stop him? He checked his phone 28 minutes late now. His jaw tightened. Money. That's what it always came back to. The vultures circling his Gloucestershire estate. The bankers on Lombard Street tightening the screws. Then there was Claudette, blowing through a fortune on Parisian boutiques and a small army of servants. And Cedric, their delusional son, buried in dusty Oxford libraries, convinced his noble blood exempted him from earning a living. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, an actual earl, reduced to renting out rooms at the Hugh plantation like some common landlord. He spat minty mouthwash into the sink with unnecessary force. 29 minutes. Breathe, he told himself. Tension never helped the situation. Besides, relief was finally coming. The geotech deal would solve everything. Just as he reached for his signature cologne, a knock shattered his thoughts. Following his usual ritual, he flicked off the lights and scrambled under the sheets before unlocking the door. Darkness preserved the illusion, spared them both the awkwardness of eye contact. But the silhouette stepping inside was all wrong, too tall, too broad. He fumbled for the lamp. What the hell? He snapped, heart hammering. Get dressed. Now. His clothes, folded neatly on the bathroom towel rack, came flying at him. Ling Tsai's ever-present shadow, with that revolting snake tattoo, stood by the balcony, smirking. Highsmith yanked on his shirt, fingers fumbling with the buttons as Tai strolled in, cool as ever. Sir David, Kai purred, sliding the security chain into place. What a pleasure. Highsmith's throat went dry. We're finished, he blustered. The deal's done. I've held up my end. Tai lit a cigarette, the ember flaring in the dim room. Funny, because I hear Stevenson's team is inspecting the mines at dawn. Standard procedure, Highsmith insisted. Due diligence. Nothing unusual. I exhaled a slow stream of smoke. Unusual enough to send auditors poking around. The unspoken threat hung heavier than the haze between them. Somewhere outside, a car alarm wailed an absurdly mundane sound. For the moment, his carefully constructed world began crumbling. Don't stress about it, Highsmith said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Kai exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his eyes narrowing. And why shouldn't I? Come on, Chai. You remember I used to run the Hong Kong branch of Hesbeck, right? That was decades ago. Kai shot back, tapping ash from his cigarette. Highsmith leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, measured tone. Without my connections, Henley would have never gotten that meeting with the Hesby executives. So tell me, why would I suddenly start hiding things from you now? Shai studied him, the cigarette burning between his fingers. Control had only mentioned delays. Some audit had raised red flags in Beijing. They were questioning Highsmith's loyalty, wondering if the so-called Earl of Gloucestershire had the spine to double-cross them. But Tsai knew Beijing's paranoia often ran too deep. Still, he wasn't taking chances. After a long drag, he finally spoke. Good news, Sir David. Consider this your promotion. Subic Bay, Philippines, Saturday, October 5. Clark crossed his arms, watching as Moore caught his breath on the hospital rooftop. The former SEAL had just finished his brutal morning ritual 5 miles uphill, through dense jungle, then 7 flights of stairs at a dead sprint. Below them, the old U.S. Naval base sprawled out toward the bay, the water shimmering under the rising sun. So, Clark pressed. How did they do? Moore wiped sweat from his brow. They're solid. Oda guys don't come weak. Clark didn't blink. Cut the flattery, Master Chief. I need the real assessment. Moore scuffed his shoe against the gravel. After ops like this, he usually pushed himself to exhaustion somewhere dark and quiet, where the adrenaline could finally drain. Today, the rooftop would have to do. Uwari's got command presence. Jad's sharp moves like an athlete. And Lissam? They trust her. They work as a team. What about judgment? Clark countered. Carrie's smoke grenade blew their cover. The whole camp got wiped out, hardly subtle. Moore shrugged. They all made it out because of him. And let's be real, we went in blind with borrowed gear. Those Filipino M4s? Piston recoil. I'd have picked gas-operated, shorter barrels for close quarters. Clark's expression didn't change. This isn't Devgro. Carrie and Jad know the game. Equipment's not an excuse. A Philippine Airlines jet roared overhead, descending toward the runway along the bay. Moore tracked it, the sun baking his skin. Look, he said finally, they're a unit. You, Ding, and Jack Jr. Trained them right. Clark waited, letting the silence stretch. Then his voice turned grim. There's more. Moore tensed. Blowback? Yep. How bad? Some kid in Mindanao filmed the aftermath. It's all over YouTube. People are calling it a massacre. And guess what? Al-Sheikh's body vanished. Now they're saying he was never there. Moore clenched his jaw. Perfect. And they're blaming us? Of course. They're pointing fingers at U.S. Special Forces, or the CIA. Moore exhaled sharply, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Things got out of hand on this mission, John. That's my fault, not Carrie's. This was supposed to stay off the radar, Clark replied, his voice tense. Now it's slipping out of our control. A sudden image flashed in Moore's mind, his cramped apartment in Virginia Beach. The peeling paint, the old desk buried under unpaid bills. Outside, the neighbor's kid bounced a basketball relentlessly on the cracked driveway. He wiped his forehead, fingers coming away damp. Like I said, it's on me. I take full responsibility. The silence stretched, each second thickening the dread in Moore's gut. If word got out that he'd screw up under Clark's command, no mercenary outfit would touch him. Hell, he'd be lucky to land a job swinging a hammer on a construction site. Just as he checked his phone to make sure the call hadn't dropped, Clark finally spoke. Listen, Kendrick, I need to be straight with you. Moore turned the phone slightly, muffling his shaky breath. His mind raced. Maybe he could call his cousin Frankie roughnecking in the Permian Basin. The work was brutal, but at least it paid. Working at the campus isn't the same as active duty, Clark continued. Not everyone adjusts. We knew this was a gamble with you. Moore barely heard the rest. He wasn't interested in excuses or soft landings. I appreciate the shot you gave me, he said flatly when Clark finished. Yeah, I know. Look, I've got a high-level contact working on cover for you and the team. It'll take a few days to set up. Understood. Lay low for now. Stay inside Suba's perimeter. If this say-off video blows up and the media jumps on it, the last thing we need is someone recognizing my face, Moore finished bitterly. That same face had been splashed across the internet months ago, branded a dishonorable killer, a disgrace to the SEALs. He pressed his palm hard against his eyes. No problem. We'll keep our heads down. Or I can leave now, pay my own way back. Take the long route. Easy, Chief. Not yet. Gavin's crafting a cover story. Stay put, keep the team together, and stay out of sight. No drastic moves. Got it. One last thing, dump your phones. Get burners. Assume China might be tracking you. No contact with anyone outside the squad. Not even other campus assets. Listen, my tricoling Jack, shut that down. You know they're engaged. I'll handle it. Jack Jr. needs to stay focused on his current assignment. No distractions. Moore's hand was still pressed to his forehead, sweat trickling down his wrist. Listen, is fine. Took a hit to her vest, didn't penetrate. Dots are releasing her today. Good. And Carrie? Jad? Moore lowered his hand, blinking. They haven't left her side. Clark let out a short grunt. All right. Sit tight. I'll reach out when I have a plan. Moore exhaled slowly as the call ended, the phone still pressed against his lips. Take care, Mr. C, he murmured before lowering the device. Meanwhile, in Hue, Vietnam, on a crisp October morning, Jack settled into the co-pilot seat of the Austin Bell as Stevenson guided the aging Huey toward the rugged highlands. The Geotech CEO handled the controls with practiced ease, keeping the helicopter low at around 300 feet to follow the winding Perfume River before merging with the broader Ka River. Behind them, Howard sat strapped into a jump seat, his eyes fixed on the unfolding landscape through the windshield. The cargo bay held a cooler packed with ice-cold sodas and Henry's famous banh mi sandwiches, their aroma mingling with the faint scent of almond croissants they'd devoured earlier. The morning sun blazed as the chopper carved through the sky, skimming over endless rice paddies and sleepy villages. Stevenson, ever the entertainer, blasted classic rock through the intercom, Jimi Hendrix giving way to Creedence Clearwater Revival while keeping the flight smooth, much to Howard's relief. Grab us a couple Cokes, will you, Jack? Stevenson called over the headset. Unbuckling, Jack maneuvered past the seats, feeling Howard's steadying grip as he crawled toward the cooler. The open cargo door let in a rush of humid air as he snatched 3 cans, pausing to admire Henry's neatly packed lunch. Back in his seat, Jack sipped his drink, watching the landscape blur beneath them, jumble-covered hills, rivers snaking through valleys, clusters of thatched roofs. Stevenson grinned. How about a quick flying lesson? Jack hesitated. My dad would lose it if he found out. Stevenson chuckled. He's not here, is he? Just rest your hand on the cyclic. We've got smooth air for now. Swallowing his nerves, Jack obeyed, gripping the control as the chopper hummed beneath his touch. Jack felt the subtle resistance as the cyclic stick responded to the CEO's adjustments. Nice, the cyclic adjusts the rotor pitch to steer us forward or back, Stevenson explained. Now grab that lever with your left hand. That's the collective, it manages engine power. Jack wrapped his fingers around the textured grip, sensing Stevenson's corrections beneath his palm. Next, plant your feet on those pedals. They handle the tail rotor, keeping us from spinning like a top, Stevenson added, nodding toward the instrument panel. See that gauge? Keep the ball centered between the lines, and you're golden. Think you can handle her? From the back seat, Howard cleared his throat. You really trust him with this? Stevenson just flashed a grin. Damn right I do. Take the wheel, hotshot. The controls shifted under Jack's hands, and suddenly the Austin Bell lurched upward, veering sideways like a startled horse. Stevenson grabbed the cyclic to steady them, then released it again. Jack's next attempt was smoother. Not bad for a rookie, Stevenson chuckled. Feels like you're flying a Huey over the K River back in Nam. Hell, maybe the ghosts of my old unit are cheering you on. Jack smirked. All I hear is Fortunate Son on repeat. Stevenson barked a laugh and reclaimed the controls. Mountains ahead, we're 120 miles out from Le Tizol. I'll get us over this ridge. As they climbed, the Kala River shrank into a thread below, the air turning crisp. The haze thinned, revealing peaks dusted with clouds. Stevenson pointed south. Howard spot the plateau with the rust-colored gashes. Past it, see that shadowed valley? Howard squinted. Yeah, got it. That's Dien Bien Phu, Stevenson said, voice dropping. Where the French folded in 54. The whole mess started there. He checked the fuel gauge. Plenty of gas. Let's swing by another history lesson. Banking west? He gestured to a scarred highway. That's the old DMZ. And that flat-topped hill? Kassan Marines held it for months under siege. The helicopter tilted sharply as Stevenson circled the battered land. For a long moment, he just stared. Then, with a forced chuckle, he said, "Enough sightseeing. Time to make you two auditors filthy rich." As they climbed toward Lake Toa, Howard frowned at the jagged terrain. "How do you haul samarium out of this place?" "Trucks to the Ca River, then barges to Da Nang," Stevenson replied. Jack nodded. "Explains all those leases I've been reviewing. You've got a small army of trucks." "Damn right," Stevenson said. "Mining's the easy part. Getting the ore out? And that's where the real fun begins." Howard frowned. "What's the issue?" "You've got the equipment." Stevenson snorted. "Ever tried driving a loaded rig through a monsoon? Or keeping barges afloat when the river decides to swallow half your cargo?" He adjusted his grip on the collective. "Out here the land fights back. Take a good look at this place. The rainy season just wrapped up, leaving the roads a muddy mess for months. Jack, you must have noticed in the financial reports our port operations in Ho Chi Minh City barely function outside November through April." "Yeah, caught that," Jack replied. "Rest of the year. Good luck moving anything through these mountains." "And then there's the security headache." Howard frowned. "What kind of security issue?" "Drug cartels. We're right on the edge of the Golden Triangle. Not that they've messed with us, probably, because we've got government ties. They steer clear, we steer clear. Mutual avoidance policy." Jack remembered a DIA report on heroin trafficking in the region. He'd flagged it during Henley's geotech buyout. "All right, gentlemen. The climb's getting steep. Might feel sluggish, but we're getting there." Now that Jack had some flight experience, he recognized the adjustments Stevenson made, the collective rising, the engine whining as the Austin Bell climbed past 2,000 feet. His ears popped. "Not exactly a joyride at this altitude," Bruce muttered, wrestling with the controls. "Thinner air makes her handle like a shopping cart." The chopper's gears groaned as Jack stared at the rugged terrain below. His stomach growled too. Those promised sandwiches couldn't come soon enough. Which made him think of Henry and his wife Marie-Anne Claret. Her offer to tour Hue had been oddly persistent. When they'd left Stevenson's place, she'd held Jack's hand a beat too long, her gaze stirring something familiar he couldn't place. "Need to hit 4,000 feet to clear this ridge," Stevenson announced over the engine's roar. "Should only take a deafening explosion cut him off." Jack's harness dug into his shoulders as the helicopter lurched violently. Cold air whipped through the cabin. Through the window, the mountains spun slow at first, then faster. Alarms screeched. Fighting centrifugal force, Jack strained to see behind him. Howard was pinned to his seat, helmet tilted. Beyond him, hydraulic lines thrashed through a gash in the fuselage, spraying fluid like severed arteries. Stevenson groaned, slammed against the cockpit door. Tail rotors gone. No idea how the spin flung him sideways. Jack caught a glimpse of the yaw gauge needle jammed to the right. No control. Rudders dead. Stevenson gasped, struggling against the spin. "Hydraulics are shot, come on, girl." The altimeter spiraled wildly. Jack barked into the intercom. "Tell me what to do." Bruce strained with every ounce of strength, his trembling fingers clawing toward the overhead panel as if fighting against an invisible weight. Through the cracked windshield, Jack caught glimpses of the chaotic world outside, emerald peaks, azure skies, and cotton-like clouds spinning past in a dizzying whirl. The Austin Bell pitched violently, her nose seesawing like a deranged amusement park ride. "Gotta cut power," Bruce gasped, his arm trembling with exhaustion. In a sudden burst of clarity, Jack grabbed the pilot's forearm and shoved it upward. "What happens when the engines die?" Jack demanded. "A true patient," Bruce wheezed, slapping the fuel cutoff. Jack's stomach lurched as the concept clicked, rotor blades spinning freely, turning their deadly descent into a controlled fall, just like a maple seed spiraling toward Earth. "In theory." The altimeter needle spun wildly as Bruce croaked. 1,500 feet, but were practically skimming the plateaus. The once distinct landscape outside melted into streaks of color as the helicopter groaned under the strain. With the engines silent, an eerie whistling filled Jack's helmet. He twisted against his harness, his shoulder brushing Howard's. The banker was crushed against the sidewall, his faceplate pressed to the metal. A sickening crunch of branches erupted beneath them. The world became a strobe light nightmare of splintering trees and shattering glass. Then impact. The Austin Belle lay mangled on her side, her frame split open like a tin can. Jack dangled from his seat straps, staring at the gaping hole where Howard had been. The jungle air reeked of fuel and scorched metal. Through the jagged windshield, a rotor blade jutted from a tree like a thrown spear. Black smoke coiled through the cockpit, burning Jack's throat as he ripped off his helmet. "Howard," he choked out. Bruce clawed himself upright, his face streaked with sweat. The cabin behind them was a warped mess of torn steel, daylight bleeding through a gash in the fuselage. Hydraulic fluid dripped from severed lines, hissing as it hit hot metal. Then the wreckage shifted with a metallic scream, and Jack realized with icy certainty that whatever had anchored them to the mountainside was giving way. The air was filled with the sickening sound of twisting metal as the Belle lurched backward down the slope. Stevenson's voice cut through the chaos, strained but clear. "Legs pinned," he managed between coughs. "She's sliding, we need to move now." Before he could finish, a series of sharp cracks erupted as rivets gave way. The helicopter jerked to a sudden stop with a bone-rattling impact. Jack steadied himself against the tilted cockpit wall. "Must have hit something solid," he muttered. "You okay?" Stevenson groaned, his face pale. "Can't move my legs. They're crushed under the panel." Jack unbuckled his harness and scrambled toward him, nearly losing his footing as the wreck shifted. The pilot's legs were trapped beneath the mangled instrument console, the metal pressing into his thighs like a hydraulic press. Blood soaked through his flight suit, dark and spreading. Jack wedged his hands under the wreckage and heaved only for the cockpit to lurch violently, sending fresh agony through Stevenson. Outside, Howard's frantic shouts reached them. "Get out now," he yelled, clawing at the shattered cockpit door. "Another slide and you'll go over the edge." The Belle shuddered again, sliding another few feet with a metallic screech. Sunlight poured through the shattered windshield, illuminating the deep gouge the wreck had carved into the mountainside. Jack glimpsed the sheer drop beyond, nothing but open air and a river far below. Howard lost his grip as the wreck tilted higher, his voice fading as he tumbled away. The cockpit groaned, teetering on the brink. Stevenson's expression was eerily calm. "She's going over," he said, his voice steady despite the pain. "You need to go. Now." Jack's hands tightened around Stevenson's arms. "Like hell, I'm leaving you." The pilot didn't struggle. His eyes were resigned. "Listen to me," he said, the words measured. "I've been in enough crashes to know when it's over. Save yourself." Flames licked at the cockpit ceiling, the heat intensifying. Jack coughed, his vision blurring from smoke. The wreck creaked, balanced on the edge. Stevenson's grip on his wrist was firm, but his voice was quiet. "Go, Jack. Some rescues, you just don't win." The words hit harder than the crash. For a heartbeat, Jack hesitated, then the metal beneath them groaned, and the choice was made for him. Jack scrambled toward the shattered window above him, coughing through the thick smoke. "We have to move now," he shouted, his voice hoarse. Bruce Stevenson stayed rooted in place, his arms folded stubbornly across his chest. "I'm not leaving," he muttered, his face streaked with soot. "This bird's going down whether I'm in it or not." Jack braced his boot against the console, muscles straining as he fought to pry the wreckage apart. "Give me your damn hands," he demanded. But Bruce only shook his head, his expression eerily calm. "Tell my kids," he said, voice steady. "Tell them I didn't just build another corporate empire. I built something that mattered." The helicopter groaned, metal twisting as the tail dipped sharply. Flames clawed at the cockpit, heat searing Jack's skin. He had seconds left. With a final, desperate lunge, He hauled himself through the window, tumbling onto the rocky ground just as the wreckage pitched forward. Howard tackled him, pinning him down as the chopper plummeted off the cliff in a fiery spiral. 3 weeks later, in Palmdale, California, Jack Ryan Sr. stood before a crowd of Quantum Atomics employees, his gaze sweeping over the rows of folding chairs. Arnie Van Dam fidgeted in the front row, shooting impatient glances at his watch. The man had clearly reached his limit of presidential whims, especially when those whims involved last-minute trips to classified aerospace facilities on a Saturday. Jack ignored him, focusing instead on the gleaming B-21 Raider parked behind the crowd. $2 billion a pop, and yet the real marvel wasn't the stealth bomber, it was the engineers who'd built it. The teleprompter blinked, urging him toward another bland speech about American innovation. He sighed. "You know," he said, cutting himself off, "sometimes the most important things we build aren't machines. They're legacies." The room went still. Even Arnie stopped tapping. Standing in the cavernous skunkworks hangar, the president glanced around at the sea of faces before him. This was one of the rare places where he could speak freely without reporters twisting his words. No press allowed inside these walls. He tapped the teleprompter screen with a smirk. "You know what? I think I'll skip the rest of this script. How about we just talk instead?" A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Behind the podium, Chief of Staff Van Dam shot him a look that could melt steel, but the president ignored it. With a theatrical shove, he pushed the teleprompter aside, drawing scattered laughter as an Air Force tech scrambled to wheel it off stage. Stepping forward, he tested the mic with a playful blow. "Still working. Good. Because I've got a lot on my plate today, and there's something important I need to say before I'm dragged off to another photo op." He wasn't kidding. Soon enough, Van Dam would hustle him onto Marine One, bound for Long Beach to smile for cameras with union leaders, and pretend everyone was thrilled about the rail deal. But right now, he had this moment. His gaze landed on Lieutenant Colonel Magic Mike Holbrook, in the fourth row, the pilot who'd flown that daring F-15 mission over Mischief Reef. One of the few in the room who knew the full truth about Umbra. The president's grin widened. "That stealth bomber back there? Incredible machine. But it's not why I'm here." He paused, scanning the crowd. "And let's be honest, I didn't come to schmooze with the brass in the front row, though I'm sure they all showed up just to see me." The room erupted in laughter, tension easing. Then his tone shifted, turning earnest. "No, I came to talk to you." He slipped a hand into his pocket, voice dropping. "Most Americans have no idea what you do out here in this desert. If you ask them, they'd probably joke about UFOs and frozen aliens in Building 14. Another chuckle, but he pressed on. "Your families might have a clue, but your neighbors, your kids' teacher, they're too wrapped up in their own lives to give you a second thought. And honestly, that's how it should be." His voice rose, echoing off the hangar walls. "Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness." Jefferson wrote those words 250 years ago. And they still define us. Your fellow citizens are out there chasing that dream, sometimes in ways that make your head spin. But here's what they don't ask. Do you love this work? Do you believe in it? He shook his head. Nobody ever asks me that either. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them. For once, it wasn't about politics or PR, just the raw truth, spoken in a place where secrets stayed hidden. I've got a hunch about why they never ask. They don't question us because they need to believe we've got everything under control, he said, gesturing toward the massive hangar, the sleek aircraft, and the stars and stripes hanging proudly. All of this, it's their security blanket. Most Americans never stop to question their privileges. They assume the foundations of this nation are unshakable, that freedom and liberty come as naturally as breathing, handed down like some divine right, straight from the founding fathers. What they don't realize is that someone has to stand in the gap, keeping watch while they sleep soundly at night. That someone could be any of you, the quiet professionals who don't wear medals or fancy insignia, who go unnoticed until the moment they're needed most. Ryan's gaze swept across the room, lingering on the fresh faces in the back. The usual fidgeting had stopped. Every eye was locked on him. That's right, you're the ones holding the line. And the cruel irony? The very people you protect will likely never know your names or the sacrifices you've made. He let the weight of that truth settle over them before adding, "But I know. And as the one person elected by every citizen in this country, I'm here to speak for them, to look you in the eye and say what they never will. Thank you." Then, in classic Ryan fashion, he tossed aside the microphone and bounded down the steps, much to the dismay of his security detail. Handshakes, grins, the electric energy of real connection, this was where he thrived. But just as he lost himself in the crowd, his chief of staff materialized with that look. Not the usual "we're late" scolding, but something sharper. A crisis. And this time it involved Jack Jr. Meanwhile, back in Washington, Mary Pat Foley had settled into her new office near the White House, a far cry from her old haunt at Langley. Ryan had insisted on having his intelligence chief close, and when the president wants something, he gets it. Today, with Ryan on the West Coast, she finally had a rare stretch of quiet until the next storm hit anyway. The job never truly stopped, not even on a Saturday afternoon. Mary Pat sat hunched over her desk in the fourth-floor office, the afternoon sunlight filtering through the massive attic windows and casting long shadows across the worn Persian rug. The historic building, famously dubbed a marble monstrosity by Mark Twain, creaked with age, its ancient radiator hissing despite the unseasonable warmth. Down the hall, muffled cheers erupted from the Navy Secretary's office as Notre Dame extended their lead over the struggling midshipmen. She barely noticed, her focus locked on the grainy satellite images glowing on her screen. A sudden rap at the door broke her concentration. Right on time. John Clark stepped inside, peeling off his windbreaker like he was shedding armor. "Feels like a sauna in here," he muttered, rolling up his sleeves as he dropped into the chair opposite her. "No kidding," she shot back. "But you try keeping Russian signals intelligence from snooping through these windows, we had to weld them shut and line them with enough foil to wrap a Thanksgiving turkey." Clark smirked, then nodded at her monitor. "That our target zone?" "Yep. Latio, deep in the Golden Triangle near Laos. Right where Jack was headed." She angled the screen toward him, revealing a pixelated expanse of jungle and winding rivers. The image quality was dismal, barely enough to make out tree clusters, let alone a downed helicopter. "Any updates on the crash?" Clark asked, rubbing his temple. "Nothing solid. Dia says that stretch of Vietnam is a black hole, no radar, no flight logs. If that chopper went down, it might as well have vanished into thin air." Clark exhaled sharply. Brennan mentioned Stevenson had a habit of reckless flying. Guys pushing 70, tinkering with an antique army bird. Could have landed for repairs and forgotten to call home. Mary Pat leaned back, arms crossed. Or maybe it's not a coincidence that Jack vanishes while digging into Geotech's shady rare earth deals. "You really think the manuscript forgot about our little mess in the Philippines?" Clark's jaw tightened. "I screwed up there. But jumping to conspiracies won't help. Occam's razor, old helicopter, reckless pilot, rough terrain." She held his gaze, her silence louder than any argument. Somewhere down the hall, the Navy crowd groaned as Notre Dame scored again. The radiator ticked like a time bomb. John leaned forward, his fingers drumming on the desk. "You realize those geotech magnets power quantum atomics' most classified systems, right? They're our only source for components in those high-stakes defense projects. Beijing would love nothing more than to throw a wrench in that arrangement." The woman across from him arched an eyebrow. "So you're tapping into NSA intercepts, Echelon included. I'm guessing you've been listening in on Beijing's Industrial Intelligence Directorate?" She tilted her head toward the glare of the office window, squinting slightly. "Yeah, I've checked. And before you ask, no, there's nothing obvious. But remember the Philippines? This could be telling. The manuscripts has gotten slick at working through proxies. If they're running an op to snatch Jack alive using those assets, we're looking at a full-blown disaster." Clark, a veteran of Mac V SOG back in Vietnam, rolled up his sleeves, sweat beading on his forehead. If he's breathing, we'll pull him out. The campus team from the Philippines is already en route. Clean passports, business cover through Hendley Associates. They'll sweep those mountains and track him down. The same team that went viral after that embassy mess. You really think that's smart? It's our only play. No traces, total deniability. And if this is Talon, we'll need operators who can handle the worst-case scenario, even if it's just retrieval. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the radiator's metallic ticking and muffled shouts from the Navy staff down the hall. She checked the clock and cursed under her breath. The president's speech just ended. Van Dam's probably briefed him by now. Clark exhaled sharply. He'll be airborne on Marine One. You ready for that call? The director of national intelligence, a mother of two, shook her head. No, she admitted quietly. There's no way to be ready for news like this. Jack Ryan Sr. waved one last time as Marine One lifted off, the crowd below shrinking into specks. The desert airfield blurred beneath them, the backup helicopter and escorting Black Hawks kicking up dust in their wake. Inside the soundproof cabin, Jerry Henley sat across from him, elbows on his knees. Clark and Mary Pat's voices crackled over the satellite link, their report hanging heavy in the air. Ryan's gaze drifted to the jagged peaks outside, his mind flashing back to his own crash, years ago, the searing pain, the fractured vertebrae. Some memories never fade. Do we have confirmation it went down? He asked, voice steady. Could they have set down for repairs? Very possible, Clark replied, especially in those mountains. Weather's unpredictable. Then why can't we locate them? Mary Pat's voice cut in. Mr. President, it's 1:30 a.m. There now. They were due at the mining sites 14 hours ago. Ryan watched the helicopter's shadow skim over the scrubland, his fingers pressing into his temples. Somewhere out there his son was missing. And the clock was ticking. The team had been combing the region thoroughly, searching for any trace of a downed aircraft. While there were no visible signs of disaster, no towering flames or thick smoke, the dense jungle canopy made surveillance difficult. Resources were limited, but they were working discreetly with every tool at their disposal. Understood, the president replied. She continued. We've also tapped trusted Vietnamese contacts through our station in Hanoi. Here's what we know. The helicopter wasn't broadcasting any identification signals, made no radio contact, and stayed off radar by flying dangerously low through remote terrain. Using the geotech landing sites as reference, we've narrowed the search to the southeast, near the Laotian border, concentrating on the CA River Valley. What's the terrain like? He asked. Any settlements? A way out? According to DIA Intel, the area falls within the Golden Triangle. Villages are sparse, and local cartels dominate the river routes. Drug trade, mostly heroin. But human trafficking is on the rise. DIA says it's their new revenue stream. If Jack's team landed safely, we need to extract them before the wrong people find them. Golden Triangle, the president muttered, piecing it together. Borders Laos. And Laos is cozy with China now, right? Correct, his intelligence director confirmed. Chinese officials have deep ties there, infrastructure projects, railways, even a major dam on the Mekong. They're using Laos as a buffer against our growing alliance with Vietnam. Given China's influence, can we insert a CIA team for extraction? Fast. We can't risk Jack being captured. Our presence in Vietnam is limited, no permanent operatives. We could deploy undercover, but it'd take days to coordinate. There's also what? The political fallout, sir. Vietnam's trust is crucial right now. Sending in a covert team could reopen old wounds, just as we're trying to secure their cooperation, especially on the samarium supply for Umbra. The president exhaled, watching the arid landscape blur beneath them. She wasn't wrong. A reckless jungle op could undo decades of diplomacy. What if I call President Kwong directly? He'd consult his cabinet, and DIA reports suggest some officials are compromised, turning a blind eye to cartel activity. If we tip our hand, every gang in the region will hunt Jack down, putting Geotech's deal at risk. Ryan checked the clock again. After the rail union meeting, he had a state dinner with India's prime minister and no cancellations. With China in play, India was the bigger, trickier ally. Clark cut in. We've got another play. A campus team is en route. Mary Pat nodded. Sean and I agree it's our best shot. The president glanced at Hendley, who gave a quiet affirmation. Outside, the desert gave way to the San Fernando foothills. Soon, they'd land in Long Beach, where he'd have to smile for the cameras whether he felt like it or not. I need to wrap this up, he said after a long pause. Understood. Clark and Mary Pat responded together. Keep me in the loop. Clark hesitated, then added, Jack will get him back. You have my word. The president's gaze remained fixed on the window, his voice quiet but firm. I appreciate that, John. And I'll be counting on it. Cal River, Vietnam, Sunday, October 6. Grab onto me, Jack Ryan Jr. said, wedging his boot into a narrow crevice in the limestone. Howard's fingers dug into his shoulder, clinging desperately. Since the crash of the Bell, they'd spent nearly 12 grueling hours trekking to this ridge, thinking it would be safer than scaling the sheer cliff that had taken Stevenson. Now, battered by exhaustion, hunger, and relentless insects, Jack questioned their decision. These shoes weren't made for climbing, Howard muttered, wincing as he tightened his grip. Jack exhaled sharply under the strain. Just hold on, we're almost there. A few more feet and the slope eases up. The jungle had been worse than Jack anticipated. Towering trees pressed together like prison bars, their roots knotted with thick vines that snaked across the ground, tripping them at every step. Some vines spiraled upward, weaving through the canopy, while others coiled around trunks like living ropes. Every movement required caution. Poisonous snakes lurked in the undergrowth, venomous centipedes scuttled over damp leaves, and fire ants swarmed in angry clusters. But the mosquitoes were the worst, relentless in their assault. You're doing fine, Jack reassured Howard, bracing himself. Use me for balance. Grip the vines around my waist. I've got a solid hold here. Now, lower your right foot about 1.5 feet. There's a notch in the rock. Trust me, it's there. Ironically, the jungle's tangled mess had offered one advantage: those thick vines. Earlier, Jack had used his survival knife to cut several lengths, stripping away the leaves to expose the tough fibers. While Howard dozed during a rare break, Jack had braided 3 strands together, fashioning a rough but sturdy rope. I think I found it, Howard said, his voice strained as he clung to the vines wrapped around Jack. Good, now let go. Worst case, you drop a couple feet. Howard released his grip, landing awkwardly on the loose gravel before sliding a short distance. Nice work, Jack called down. Now it was his turn. He slapped at a mosquito feasting on his neck, then squinted into the darkness where Howard stood. The day had brought 2 torrential downpours, leaving the night sky choked with clouds, the moon casting an eerie silver glow. Heads up, Jack warned. I'm jumping. Before Howard could argue, Jack launched himself off the boulder, landing hard in the loose shale. His momentum sent him sliding downhill on his back until he skidded to a stop beside Howard, who reached out to help him up. Now what? Howard panted, eyeing the treacherous slope ahead. Jack wiped sweat from his brow, studying the shadowy tree line still 200 yards below. There, see those gaps in the rocks? That's our path, Howard groaned. Looks like a broken ankle waiting to happen. Jack glanced at him. The banker was hunched over, his once pristine shirt now stained with dirt and sweat, his face a patchwork of insect bites. His expensive Italian shoes were barely recognizable under layers of mud. The river's just past those trees, Jack reminded him. Yeah, could use a drink. Trying not to think about it. Howard scratched at a swollen bite on his neck. Same here. Didn't mean to bring it up, the banker muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Jack adjusted the makeshift vine rope slung over his shoulder. We'll hit water soon, just gotta push through this last stretch of jungle. You holding up? Still breathing, Howard replied, glancing at the steep drop ahead. How exactly are we getting down this cliff? From the start, Jack had banked on reaching a river and signaling for help. With Stevenson's erratic flight path, He doubted any search party would comb this remote area. The river was their ticket out, if they could make it there. Moonlight revealed the final obstacle. A jagged limestone slope plunging toward shadowy treetops, beyond which the muddy river snaked through the valley. What had seemed manageable from above now looked treacherously steep. Jack planted his hands on his hips, studying the terrain. 30 feet below, a narrow path began if they could reach it. Howard edged closer to the ledge, wincing as he rubbed his injured knee. "Tell me we're not jumping," he said, forcing a grin. Jack pictured Howard's leg buckling on impact. Even now, the banker was discreetly massaging it, though he hadn't uttered a word of complaint. "Slide down, maybe," Howard suggested, nodding at the loose scree below. "Slope eases up. We'd stop before the trees." "Not happening." Jack's gaze snapped to a gnarled stump, jutting from the rocks above, a relic from some long-dead tree. He unraveled the vine rope. "Got a better idea." Howard eyed the frayed strands skeptically. "You call that a rope? Looks like something my gardener would yank out of a flower bed." "It'll hold," Jack said, looping one end around Howard's waist and securing it with a bowline, a knot he'd mastered during summer sailing the Chesapeake. "Walk backwards slowly. I'll lower you from the stump." Howard smacked a mosquito on his neck. "Worst case scenario, I just fall fashionably." Jack ignored the quip, scaling the loose shale to reach the stump. After shaving off rough bark with his knife, he threaded the vine through. "Ready?" he called down. "Absolutely not," Howard shot back. "You'll be fine. Rope as tight, just move slow." Gravel skittered as Howard inched backward, cursing under his breath. The vine creaked against the stump, feeding out faster than Jack liked. Howard's head vanished over the ledge, and Jack's stomach dropped. The remaining coil at his feet was shrinking fast. Too fast. Howard was hanging precariously, looking like a puppet whose strings might snap at any moment. Just when it seemed hopeless, Jack noticed the vine finally loosen its tension. "Woohoo!" Howard's triumphant shout echoed from below as he emerged from the darkness, sliding a bit farther down the slope. "Made it." He threw a victorious fist in the air. Jack called out, "You good?" and got a thumbs up in response. Even covered in dirt and bug bites, Howard's face glowed with relief under the pale moonlight. "Took a good hit to the knee, but I'll live," he admitted, rubbing his leg before squinting back up. "Now, genius, how exactly are we getting you down?" Jack smirked. "Hand me the rope." Once Howard untied it, Jack hauled up the braided vine, coiling it near the stump. He secured a bowline knot around a notch in the wood, then unhooked his knife from its chain, tucking it into his pocket. With the carabiner now free, he looped the vine around his thighs in a figure 8, clipping it to his belt buckle, a jury-rigged harness that would have to do. After threading the vine through the carabiner, he tossed the rest over the edge. "You sure you know what you're doing up there?" Howard yelled. Jack didn't answer. Gripping the vine, he leaned back, letting the carabiner act as a makeshift brake. A few loose rocks skittered down the slope, prompting Howard to shout, "Hey! A little warning next time?" Jack slowed his descent, pausing midair. "Relax, I'm fine," he called. "Just some loose shale." "Could have fooled me," Howard muttered. Jack inched forward, feeding the vine through the carabiner as he descended. His boots finally found the ledge where they'd rested earlier. Now came the tricky part, stepping off it, angling his body almost sideways against the cliff face. "How the hell?" Howard's bewildered voice drifted up. Jack didn't respond, too focused on keeping his balance. The vine held firm. This might actually work, he thought, glancing down just in time to see Howard scratching at his bug bites like a man fighting off invisible bees. "Only about 10 feet left," Howard called. "You're killing it, Jack. Seriously impressive." Jack allowed himself a small grin. He couldn't wait to brag to Ding about his improvised setup. And then disaster. The stump tore free. The vine went slack. Jack plummeted backward, shoulders slamming into the shale. He tumbled downhill in a chaotic series of backward rolls, smacking his head before finally crashing into a tree. As if to add insult to injury, the stump bounced down after him, thudding into his ribs. Howard was at his side in seconds. sliding down in a panic. "Holy hell, Jack, you alive?" Jack groaned, running a quick check for blood. "Yeah, just my pride taking a beating." He pushed himself up against the tree, cutting the vine free with his knife. "Let's keep this between us, huh? Don't need the guys at work hearing about my Olympic-grade faceplant." He dusted off his Rolex nearly 5 a.m. Howard barked a laugh. "Are you kidding? That was epic. And hey, we made it to the tree line." Jack coiled the vines over his shoulder. "Then let's move." Howard took a step and immediately hissed in pain. "What now?" Jack asked. The banker pointed to his torn pants, revealing a swollen knee. "Took a beating on the way down. Hurts like a son of a gun to bend it." Jack shook his head. "Don't apologize. That fall was brutal." "Stay put," Jack ordered before disappearing into the shadowy jungle. After scavenging for a while, he returned with 2 sturdy branches, each roughly 30 inches long. Howard sat hunched on the damp earth, arms wrapped around himself for warmth. "You're freezing," Jack muttered, handing him the makeshift splint materials. He carefully straightened Howard's injured leg, positioning the branches on either side of his swollen knee before securing them with vine wrappings. "This should hold," Jack reassured him. "We're almost there." A sudden tremor ran through Howard's body. When Jack pressed his hand to the banker's forehead, the heat radiating from his skin was alarming. "Time to move," Jack said firmly, hauling Howard to his feet. "Use me for support. The river's just past these trees, shouldn't be too bad." Famous last words. The thicket fought them every step of the way, branches clawing at their clothes as Howard limped alongside Jack, gritting his teeth against the pain. By the time they reached flatter terrain, the ground had turned to slippery mud, each step sending fresh agony through Howard's wounded leg. Still, the man never uttered a single complaint. At dawn, the sound of rushing water finally reached them, only to reveal one last cruel obstacle: a wall of thorny brush guarding the riverbank. It took an exhausting hour to push through the final stretch. When they finally stumbled onto a sandy shore, both men collapsed, gulping down handfuls of river water like parched beasts. Howard trembled violently, his fever worsening as they sprawled on the sand, swatting at mosquitoes. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Jack stirred awake to find Howard curled in the fetal position, his back coated in grit. Another touch confirmed his fever still raged. With storm clouds rolling in, Jack sprang into action. He lashed together 3 young trees, draping them with enormous leaves to fashion a crude shelter. "Up you go," he said, shaking Howard awake. The banker blinked up at him, disoriented. "Weird dream," he mumbled, trying to stand before his knee buckled. Jack caught him, half carrying him to the shelter. "You really think we'll make it out?" Howard asked, his voice shaky. Jack's thoughts flashed to Stevenson, the pilot he couldn't save. The crash that never should have happened. Guilt twisted in his gut, but he met Howard's gaze squarely. "Listen to me," Jack said, voice rough with determination. "I don't care if it kills me, you're getting home to Minnie. Understand?" Howard managed a weak nod before Jack tucked a broadleaf over him like a blanket. As the downpour intensified, Jack trudged back to the sandbar, rain stinging his skin. Jack fashioned a makeshift hat from a large leaf, securing it under his chin with a vine as rain pounded the river around him. The water hissed and crackled under the downpour, while thunder echoed through the hills, a sound that reminded him of the relentless American airstrikes meant to cripple the North Vietnamese forces. Bruce Stevenson would have chuckled at the comparison, he mused with a faint grin. A sharp splashing noise jerked his attention upstream. 2 more quick slaps followed before he recognized the rhythmic thump of a boat fighting the current. A dark, low-slung sampan emerged around the bend, and Jack sprang up, waving his leafy hat like a signal flag. Meanwhile, 100 miles west in Vientiane, Colonel Kai-Chi lay awake, not from the thunder, but from the girl beside him shifting in her sleep. Her movement tugged the sheet off his chest, and he propped himself up on one elbow, his mismatched eyes adjusting to the dim morning light filtering through the blinds. The hum of his Mitsubishi air conditioner filled the room as he studied the girl, small, delicate, with mocha skin and glossy black hair. The mascara smudged under her lashes made her look even younger. She wouldn't wake for hours, not with the drugs in her system. Kai traced the sharp lines of her ribs, the narrow curve of her waist. No wasted fat, just lean muscle, a prime specimen. His men had good taste. Probably picked her up in Chiang Mai or Yangon, where the girls were naive and easier to control. The provinces were gold mines for his operation, supplying fresh merchandise for the markets in Ho Chi Minh and Bangkok. He almost admired the efficiency of it. A gust rattled the shutters, pulling his gaze to the clock. Nearly 9 later than usual, but Taoism taught harmony with nature's flow. If the universe wanted him to sleep in, who was he to argue? Still, business waited. Her boat left at noon, destined for the Mekong and beyond Beijing, Pyongyang, maybe even Riyadh. Not his concern. His job was delivery. Thunder rumbled again as he draped the sheet back over her, a merchant safeguarding his investment. For a fleeting moment, he considered keeping her. Absurd. With a practiced stretch, he rolled his neck and stood, his bare feet meeting the cool marble floor. The day had begun. Kai stretched his neck, feeling the familiar crack at the base of his skull as he rolled his shoulders, shaking off the lingering stiffness from sleep. He grabbed his black gym shorts from the dresser, pulling them on while leaving his torso bare. Phone in hand, he nudged aside the blinds and stepped onto the spacious balcony. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to the skin even before the sun reached its peak. Thunder growled in the distance, rolling over the foothills, but the Mekong below remained untouched by rain. He inhaled deeply, the scent of damp earth and river water filling his lungs. Down by the water's edge, a fisherman's voice carried up, sharp and commanding as his crew maneuvered their boat toward the dock. Zai rested his forearms on the railing, watching the sluggish brown current. The river was lower than it should be, too low. His phone buzzed, but Ling's expected update still hadn't come. Typical. He set the device down and scanned the horizon. Dark clouds gathered over the mountains where Ling was stationed, their purple underbellies swollen with rain. A thin veil of precipitation hovered over the flatlands, evaporating before it could quench the thirsty earth. October meant the monsoon's final act, and this year's performance had been decent, but not enough. The Mekong's banks stood exposed, the waterline retreating like a receding tide. Blame for that rested squarely on the new Chinese dam upstream, a gleaming monument to progress that siphoned more than just electricity. Sure, Laos needed power, but at what cost? The dam's operators had throttled the river's flow, diverting most of the energy northward while the locals scraped their boats across mudflats. Kai clenched his jaw. He had connections in Beijing, influence he could leverage, but only after wrapping up the geotech operation. He turned away from the view, pacing the length of the veranda. His house was a relic of French colonial elegance. High ceilings, sweeping balustrades, a porch designed to catch every whisper of breeze. The kind of place built by men who'd grown rich off rubber and sugar, then abandoned when history moved on. Kai paused by the heavy bag hanging near the far end. His muscles ached faintly from last night's exertions, both the fight and the woman who'd followed it. He bent to stretch, then snapped into motion, driving his elbow into the bag. A sharp kick sent it swinging. 10 more strikes, each one harder than the last, until sweat slicked his skin and his breath came fast. 30 minutes later, he wiped his face with the back of his hand and grabbed his phone. A message blinked on the screen finally, but the string of numbers and the single-word code beneath it weren't from Ling. Priority 1. He sank into a chair, still panting, and dialed. The line crackled to life, though no voice came through, just a rhythmic pattern of mechanical clicks. Kai recognized it as manuscript's encryption, though he couldn't decipher the code himself. When the noise ceased, the faint hum of an open connection lingered. J. Ma. He ventured into the silence. Who's there? before adding the customary greeting. Zipo Shanghaipo. Good morning. Control, his Beijing handler, never deviated from this ritual. Without pleasantries, the first question sliced through the static. Are you concerned about the acquisition, Cai Chi? Kai had spent years taking orders from a man he'd never seen. No, he replied smoothly. Everything is on schedule. A pause stretched before Control's clipped response. We disagree. There are doubts here. Kai exhaled slowly, weighing his words. Officially, he held the rank of manuscripts colonel, but his real leverage came from his father's legacy, a childhood bond with the chairman that had secured his family's influence before their deaths. That history bought him room to maneuver, though the limits were never clear. Your concern is unnecessary, he countered. Young grows exactly where he needs to be. The codename Lamb referred to David Highsmith, his carefully placed asset. The line hissed, then clicked twice before Control pressed. Can you verify Yangrojo has full authority to finalize the deal? Confirmed. He's acting CEO per corporate bylaws. I'll ensure it stays that way. No obstacles. Another pause, this one longer. Kai stared at the Mekong's sluggish current, the river carrying memories of his parents. They'd stood on this same balcony years ago, back when his father's diplomatic ties had shielded them until a Hmong ambush in a cafe 2 streets away erased everything. The chairman's intervention had pulled him from the wreckage, funneling him into the manuscript's shadow world. 5 years of training, then deployment to Vientiane to weave his web. Control's silence nodded him. Are you still there? Yes. The voice was icy. The auditors must be found, Colonel. Kai's jaw tightened. Ling's men had dredged the wrecked helicopter from the Ka River. Bruce Stevenson, codename Ni. The bull still strapped to the pilot's seat, his body charred. But the 2 Americans? Gone. Ling's report suggested the chopper had cartwheeled down a ravine before landing in the water. If the auditors had been thrown clear, the jungle would have finished them. No confirmation yet, Tsai admitted, but the crash likely killed them. The line buzzed with interference. When Control finally spoke, the order was a slap. Suspend trafficking operations until the auditors are recovered. Tsai's grip on the phone turned white-knuckled. Shut it down? Those operations bankrolled the snakeheads, funded the Golden Triangle's chaos, all under Beijing's directive. They'd ensnared Highsmith in the first place. Now, after years of calling it strategic, Control wanted it dismantled? That's not possible, he snapped. No explanation. No room for debate. The silence that followed was heavier than the Mekong's murky depths. The line crackled with tension as Control's voice cut through the static. Shut it all down, Tai Chi. Not another shipment moves until those auditors are found dead or alive. We need absolute certainty. Tsai exhaled sharply, fingers tightening around the satellite phone. I'll track them down. But I won't stop the operation. That's non-negotiable. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the rhythmic clicking of the encrypted line. For the first time, Tsai questioned how far his authority truly reached. Had he just crossed a line? Then Control's voice returned, colder now. Justify that decision. He steadied himself. The snakeheads control these rivers, these villages. They're the ones who can locate those auditors. If I cut off their trafficking drugs, people, everything, they'll walk. And then we lose our only leverage. You know how this works. Another pause. Somewhere across the water, a Thai fisherman shouted orders, his voice sharp over the lapping waves. Finally, Control spoke again, but the tone had shifted, less commanding, almost wary. We have intel suggesting a breach. Tsai frowned. Based on what? You reported a missing operative in Hong Kong where the auditors were last seen. Same with the Vietnamese woman your team was tracking. Tway, Tsai muttered. Losing him had been a setback but hardly catastrophic. Yongro hasn't flagged any issues. And our surveillance confirmed the auditors were strictly focused on Hispi business. That woman, she did nothing but shop. And yet, Control countered, Tway ended up dead in the Kowloon market. Strangled with a clothesline. Our people cleaned it up, but the method that wasn't intelligence work. That was street justice. Ty's jaw clenched. Tway had been one of his best, trained under manuscript protocols. But old habits died hard. He'd always suspected Tway dabbled in side operations, drugs, maybe smuggling. Probably crossed the wrong triad. Still, the timing gnawed at him. Control pressed on. We don't know what those auditors uncovered. If they're alive, bring them to Beijing. If not, erase all traces. They cannot resurface. This isn't a request, Colonel. It's a strategic imperative. A gust of wind stirred the river, carrying the scent of rain. Thunderheads loomed in the distance, dark and inevitable. Kai closed his eyes, letting the first drops cool his skin. The storm felt like a sign, an omen from the Tao itself. It reminded him of the dam upstream, of the concessions he could secure from Beijing if he played this right. Fine, he conceded. I'll pause operations. And I'll lead the search personally. Good. We'll expect progress by tomorrow. The line went dead. Kai stared at the storm, fingers absently tracing his chin. His men would revolt over halting their lucrative trade, but the payoff Beijing's favor, the dam, his father's legacy was worth the gamble. The auditors were just another piece in the grand design, woven into the Tao like the river, the rain, and the weight of his own ambition. Yo River, Vietnam, Sunday, October 6. Who are you? Who are you? Asked a weathered Vietnamese man with jet black hair, sunken ribs, and uneven teeth. His leathery skin and sinewy frame made it impossible to guess his age. He could have been 30 or 50. The river guide gripped the wooden tiller of his makeshift boat, which was powered by a rusted Ford engine bolted to the deck, its drive shaft churning the muddy water below. Jack spoke slowly, gesturing toward the jungle-choked banks, hoping the man understood their desperate need to reach help. A hunched woman in a faded sodai emerged from beneath the boat's woven roof, adjusting her straw hat as she studied them with tired but kind eyes. After a moment of silent pity, she disappeared below deck and returned with strips of dried catfish and chunks of bitter melon. Jack gave up on conversation and carried the food to Howard, who sat trembling against the hull, his neck welted with mosquito bites. The fish was tough and flavorless, but Jack chewed gratefully. When the woman reappeared with more melon, Jack pointed to Howard's swollen skin. Without a word, she fetched a jar of milky blue ointment. Medicine, she murmured, dabbing the cool gel onto Howard's wounds. Tell her. Thanks, Howard managed through chattering teeth. She draped a threadbare blanket over his shoulders before retreating. Standing in the rain, Jack let the drops sting his face as the sampan drifted downstream. The couple had nodded at his frantic gestures, steering east away from the mountains, toward what he prayed was a village. He needed to find Stevenson's body to bring him home. That much at least he owed. He tapped the pilot's shoulder, miming a helicopter crash with his hands. The man grinned crookedly, nodding, but Jack doubted he understood. The engine sputtered as they neared the bank. Here, the pilot shouted. Jack gripped the canopy post, spotting an approaching speedboat. 3 men aboard, 2 clutching rifles. He dropped low, heart pounding. Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, Sunday, October 6. Listen winced as John Clark's pixelated face grinned from the laptop screen. Change of plans, he said. You're pulling a rescue, not a body bag. Seated between Carrie and Jad in their cramped hotel room, she absently pressed a hand to her bandaged shoulder. After the hell of the last day, it was the first glimmer of hope. Rain hammered the windows as Master Chief Moore loomed behind them. Jack's alive? She asked. Probably, Clark said in that infuriatingly vague tone spies loved. Intel suggests he's breathing. For now. The Sen clenched her jaw. Intelligence jargon was fine for briefing rooms, not when lives hung in the balance. Dealing with Jack Ryan Jr. was an entirely different ballgame. Just yesterday, she'd walked out of the Subic Bay Hospital, fresh stitches pulling at her skin, and a deep bruise throbbing across her chest. Alongside Moore, Mustafa, and Marks, she'd climbed onto a chartered jet at Kubi Point, barely down the road. That's when she got the news Jack was missing, and their new mission was to track him down, no matter the cost. What do we know? she demanded, voice tight with exhaustion and pain. Between her injuries and the gut-wrenching news about Jack's crash, sleep had been impossible. Gavin, the campus's tech guru, leaned forward in his seat. NSA's got Echelon locked onto the region, he said. They were deep in the underground conference room beneath Hendley's Arlington office, walls thick enough to muffle the occasional gunfire from the adjacent range. The cipher-locked stairwell kept Henley's legitimate employees from stumbling into their world. We picked up chatter about survivors, even heard the word Americans. Lisane's eyebrows shot up. Echelon, you've got a direct line into that? Affirmative, Gavin confirmed. And trust me, NSA's throwing everything at this. From the chatter, it's a top-tier priority orders straight from the top. Clark cut in before Gavin could finish. Our inside connection hooked us into the feed, he explained. The search areas in the Golden Triangle. Diaz used Echelon to track drug runners before we're just piggybacking on their setup. Lisa studied the two men on her tough book screen. They couldn't have been more different, Clark. Lean and weathered with piercing blue eyes, and Gavin bearded and built like a guy who spent too much time behind a keyboard. Carrie nudged her, his new Saigon market jeans and plaid shirt a stark contrast to their usual gear. So what exactly did the intercept say? Was there confirmation it's Jack? Not definitive, Clark admitted. It was a short call in Laotian. Dia intel suggests the dialect matches Golden Triangle operatives. He pulled Gavin's laptop closer, slipping on reading glasses. Here's the raw translation. A local reported picking up two men he referred to as Americans. Two men, Lisan repeated. Right. Could be Stevenson and Howard. Or Stevenson and Jack. Either way, we've got two to extract. One of them's ours. And Stevenson's no-slouch Silver Star for medevac runs back in the day. Jad chimed in. Maybe the caller's friendly. Maybe they're headed to a village. Clark shook his head. Doubt it. He adjusted his glasses. The response was clear. Bring them in immediately alive. Lisanne's stomach dropped. Alive. Like that's negotiable? Apparently so. And it's Laotian? Can we trace the call? Dialects confirmed, but cell coverage is spotty. One tower near the Laos border. Another was a WhatsApp call, no physical location. That's a problem, Lisanne muttered. If they're near a highway, they could already be miles inland. Exactly, Clark said. Which is why you move now. Our contact's worried about Laos and China getting too cozy. He paused, then added, and if they're taking prisoners alive, they want something. We just have to get there before they get what they're after. Jack shifted uncomfortably on the hard metal bench, his wrist bound tightly behind him with plastic restraints. Beside him, Howard sat in the same predicament, both men secured to the deck bolts beneath them. The fabric canopy overhead did little to shield them. From the relentless downpour, rain hammered the boat in thick curtains, churning the muddy waters of the Jiang River into a frothy mess. The late afternoon sky hung low and heavy, a dull gray blanket pressing down on them. Across from them, one of their captors smirked, tapping a cigarette against his palm before lighting it. You Americans, he said, exhaling smoke. Always think you're untouchable. Jack clenched his jaw but said nothing. Howard, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward slightly. You know, if this is about money, we can work something out. The man laughed, shaking his head. Money. No. This is about leverage. And right now, you two are very valuable. Jack exchanged a glance with Howard. If they were being held for leverage, that meant someone was coming for them. The question was who? And how long would it take? The boat lurched as it hit a rough patch of water, sending a cold spray over the edge. Jack shivered, rain dripping down his face. He could only hope their team was already moving. Because if they weren't, things were about to get a whole lot worse. The speedboat sliced through the churning river as the helmsmen fought to maintain their course against the current. Freezing rain lashed at their faces with each turn of the wheel. Across from Jack and Howard sat a tattooed guard with a thin mustache, gripping an AK-47, his gaze locked on them despite the downpour. Up front, another crewman perched on the open bow, his rifle balanced across his knees as he squinted into the wind. Behind him, a hinged metal bench hinted at hidden storage beneath the deck, where a roaring engine vibrated through the hull. The bowman suddenly twisted around and shouted something to the mustached guard, who barked back in their sharp, unfamiliar dialect. Jack had heard enough Vietnamese and Mandarin to recognize this wasn't either probably Laotian. Teeth chattering, Howard nudged closer. What do they want with us? Drug runners, right? Jack waited until the guards were distracted again. Remember my report on the geotech risks? He murmured. Kung Yu. The guard jerked his rifle toward Jack in a mock lunge, eyes burning with menace. Jack didn't flinch. After a tense silence, the man turned away, scanning the river ahead. When the chatter between the crew resumed, Jack leaned in. We're in the Golden Triangle. They're either traffickers or ransom hunters. Either way, we're worth more alive. Howard shuddered violently. Get closer, Jack muttered. Nair body heat. The boat hit a swell, slamming them against the metal bench. Howard gasped in pain. Stay sharp, Jack whispered. They need us breathing. A sudden kick to Howard's leg made him yelp. The guard shoved his rifle inches from Howard's face, laughing at his terror before exchanging a crude joke with the helmsman. The boat banked sharply, sending spray over the deck. Jack clenched his jaw. This wasn't the rickety sampan that had first pulled them from the water. This beast had a roaring engine, reinforced hull, and water jets that chewed through rapids like they were nothing. Rust speckled the deck, but the welded benches and bolted steering console weren't going anywhere. Rain stung Jack's skin again as he scanned the tightening river. The hills loomed taller, the sky a dull gray. His stolen Rolex, now strapped to the helmsman's wrist, was the only way to track time. Somewhere back at that three-way fork, they'd taken the narrowest branch. Now the jungle pressed in, swallowing any hope of escape. The moment Jack and Howard were dragged onto the speedboat at gunpoint, the river pirates wasted no time stripping them of their belongings, wallets, watches, even Howard's wedding band. But they missed the hidden necklace knife beneath Jack's shirt, a small advantage he clung to as he struggled against the zip ties binding his wrists. The plastic restraints were looped through a padlock, secured to a rusted ring bolt on the portside bench, and though Jack had spent hours sawing them against the metal hasp, they refused to budge. His chances of escape dwindled with every mile they traveled up the winding tributary, the dense jungle pressing in on either side. The helmsman, a grizzled figure with Jack's stolen watch glinting on his wrist, was clearly in charge. He barked orders, held the stolen loot, and even carried a stubby Makarov pistol tucked into his belt. Jack caught him using an old flip phone earlier, muttering something that sounded like Americans, whether a slip of the tongue or a taunt. It sent a chill down Jack's spine. The sky darkened, thick storm clouds rolling in, or maybe just the onset of dusk. Either way, time was running out. Then, without warning, the bowmen shouted, and the boat lurched to a stop, throwing Jack and Howard forward against their restraints. The current spun them sideways, and Fu Man, ever eager to prove his loyalty, jammed the barrel of his AK into Jack's face. The helmsman strode forward, cigarette flicked overboard, and knelt near the center of the deck. His hands worked at hidden buckles, prying open a long rectangular hatch. Jack glimpsed two sampans rounding a distant bend, drifting downstream toward them. Howard leaned in, voice low. What do you think they're gonna do? Before Jack could answer, Fu Man struck Howard across the face. The banker barely flinched, his jaw set in defiance. Jack's fingers twitched toward the hidden knife. If he could just reach it, they might stand a chance. But for now, all he could do was watch as the pirates prepared for whatever came next. The hatch creaked open, revealing something inside, something the crew clearly didn't want their prisoners to see. Jack strained to peer into the storage compartment as the hatch swung open, but his view was abruptly cut off by the bowman charging down the portside railing. The man planted himself between them, then leaned in to slice through Howard's ankle restraints before undoing the padlock on his wrists. With a rough yank, Fu Man hauled the banker upright. Get in. The helmsman barked, waving Jack's stolen Rolex in Howard's face. Howard shot Jack a desperate look just before Fu Man cracked the rifle stock against his legs, sending him sprawling. Bound and helpless, Howard was dragged and shoved into the cramped storage hold below, vanishing except for the tense line of his shoulders. Then it was Jack's turn. The bowman freed his ankles, unlocked his cuffs, and hauled him up. Fu Man kept the AK's muzzle inches from Jack's skull, while the leader motioned toward the dark pit beside Howard. On his feet at last, Jack's mind raced through possibilities. The riverbank was close. Even restrained, he might make a desperate dive for it, but one glance at Howard's shuddering frame killed the idea. No way he'd abandon him. Fu Man's rifle butt came swinging, but Jack saw it coming, bending his knees to absorb the impact before being hurled into the hold. His jaw cracked against the hull, and suddenly he was submerged in warm, greasy bilge water, gasping for air as the hatch slammed shut above him. Darkness swallowed them whole. "You alive?" Howard's voice was muffled in the oily stench. The compartment was narrow, barely 2 feet deep, with the boat's engine growling just beyond a flimsy partition. "Yeah," Jack grunted, wriggling toward Howard despite the zip ties. "Claustrophobia's kicking in," Howard admitted, his arm trembling against Jack's touch. Jack shifted onto his side, trying to lighten the mood. "At least it's heated seating." The engine roared, drowning Howard's reply. The boat lurched forward, sloshing filthy water over them as it planed across the river. Each wave hammered Jack's face against the hull, fuel fumes burning his throat. Howard coughed violently. This, Jack thought, is next-level misery. It reminded him of SEER training, that sadistic special forces instructor, who'd once locked him in a water-filled pickle barrel for hours. "Your brain's the real enemy," the guy had droned from outside like some twisted motivational speaker. Right now, with oily sludge soaking into his clothes and Howard hyperventilating beside him, Jack had to admit the guy wasn't wrong. Jack wasn't drowning, his terror just made it feel that way. "Control the panic," he reminded himself, hearing his old instructor's voice echo in his head. The memory hit him like a wave. Clark's barn, the scent of motor oil and hay, sunlight cutting through the gaps in the weathered wood. A sudden jolt from the boat snapped him back to reality. The taste of filthy bilge water bitter in his mouth as he spat it out. Gritting his teeth, he twisted away from Howard, crawling toward the port side only to smack his head against the low ceiling. Then came the searing pain. His elbow brushed something scorching hot. He recoiled, but the boat lurched, tossing him back against the blistering metal. More water shot up his nose as he gasped, coughing violently. "Focus," he told himself, forcing his breathing to steady. The engine roared, drowning out any chance to check on Howard. What had burned him? His mind raced back to Clark's farm, to the instructor's advice: keep your brain busy. An engine. Right in front of him. Unlike a car, a boat's cooling system used river water, cycling it through an impeller before spitting it back out. That meant hoses hot, cold, and somewhere an exhaust pipe. He groped along the bulkhead, fingers tracing 3 rubber tubes. One warm, one cold, one stiff and narrow. The fuel line? His pulse quickened. The boat pitched again, slamming his knuckles into the exhaust pipe. A hiss of pain escaped him, but he didn't stop. Enough. He pressed his bound wrists against the searing metal, jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. The plastic ties softened, stretched, then snapped. Free. Bilge water soothed his burns as he turned to Howard, gripping his shoulder. The engine screamed, deafening. Leaning close, Jack shouted into his ear, "I'm getting us out. Follow my lead." Howard nodded. Jack yanked the knife from around his neck, slicing through Howard's restraints before sliding back to the hoses. This time he avoided the exhaust, zeroing in on the fuel line, thin, unyielding. He stabbed, twisting the blade until gasoline sprayed out, the sharp stench flooding the compartment. The engine choked, sputtered once, twice. Then silence. The boat lurched to a stop, the sudden silence broken only by the sloshing of fuel and filthy water flooding the compartment. Jack fought to keep his head above the rising tide of gasoline, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. Nearby, Howard coughed violently, his face slick with oil. The shouts of the crew echoed above them, boots pounding against the steel deck. Jack twisted onto his stomach, forcing his hands beneath him. His fingers closed around the knife, its short blade wedged between his knuckles. He dragged himself toward the port bulkhead, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Howard, get to the right." When they come, a metallic screech cut him off. Daylight spilled in as the hatch groaned open. Jack rolled onto his back just as Fu Man leaned in, A-47 in one hand, his face twisted in anticipation. Jack struck fast, driving the blade deep beneath the man's jaw. A sharp twist and the boatman's body went slack. Jack snatched the rifle as the man collapsed, scrambling over him just as the helmsman lunged from behind the console, pistol raised. Jack fired blindly, bullets ricocheting off metal. The helmsman ducked for cover, and Jack cursed his aim had been sloppy. He bolted for the starboard bench, rising just in time to see the helmsman's head vanish behind the shattered console. One more burst, and the glass exploded. No return fire. Jack edged closer. The helmsman lay motionless, half his skull missing. The boat spun helplessly in the current, waves slamming against the hull. Howard staggered out of the hold, choking on fumes, just as Jack spotted the bowman taking aim. "Howard down," Jack shouted, firing as his friend dropped back into the hold. The bowman ducked behind the forward bench, returning fire. Bullets tore into the deck, forcing Jack behind the console. Peering around the edge, Jack watched the bowman rise again, this time firing low. Jack barely dodged, crouching beside the dead helmsman. He steadied his aim, waiting. The bowman popped up and Jack squeezed the trigger. Click. Empty. The bowman grinned, crawling toward the open hatch for better cover. Jack dropped the useless rifle and grabbed the helmsman's Makarov. He fired twice at the sliver of leg visible behind the bench. Missed. The boat pitched violently, throwing the bowman into a canopy post. Jack lined up the shot and missed again. Damn it. He checked the clip. One bullet left. The bowman advanced, ache-huddled. Jack held his breath. One shot. No room for error. He waited. The archer moved stealthily along the left side of the hatch, crouching low near the open storage compartment. His rifle was raised, eyes locked on the control panel ahead. Without warning, Howard burst from the lower deck, slamming into the pirate with enough force to send them both crashing against the metal wall. A desperate struggle ensued, Howard wrestling to control the AK-47 while the pirate struck back with sharp elbows in the rifle's wooden stock. Their bodies pressed together, the weapon trapped between them. Jack lifted his pistol, finger on the trigger, but hesitated. After 3 failed shots, he couldn't risk hitting Howard. Instead, he lunged forward, smashing the Makarov's grip into the pirate's face, sending him stumbling back. Jack moved to finish the job, but Howard collapsed in his path. Shoving the banker aside, he saw the pirate scramble behind the front seat. Outmatched, Jack grabbed Howard and dragged him behind the control panel for cover. "Stay down," he barked. Howard gasped for air, reeking of gasoline, his knees pressing into the lifeless helmsman beneath them. Jack's mind raced. 1 bullet left, a shaky aim, and an enemy with an automatic rifle. The odds were grim. Even if they tried swimming, the pirate would pick them off before they reached the riverbank. Howard looked up, jaw set, sweat mixing with rain on his face. "You'd better shoot that son of a bitch," he muttered. Jack shook his head. "Got something better." He rummaged through the dead man's pockets, retrieving a Zippo lighter in Howard's wedding ring. After slipping the band back onto Howard's finger, he reclaimed his own necklace knife and snatched his stolen Rolex from the corpse's wrist. "Listen," Jack said, fastening the watch, "that guy's got firepower. We don't. If we fight, we lose." Howard's eyes widened. "So what's the plan?" "You're jumping in the river." Howard paled. "I sink like a rock, Jack. And that current doesn't matter. I'll be right behind you. We'll make it. He'll shoot us in the water." Jack smirked. "No, he won't." A burst of gunfire shattered the console in front of them, sparks flying. They ducked lower. "Go now," Jack shouted. "When he hears the splash, he'll think we both bailed. Then I'll take him. Move." Howard hesitated, then scrambled over the stern and hit the water. The moment the splash sounded, Jack flicked open the Zippo, shielding the flame from the rain. In one swift motion he stood, hurled the lighter into the fuel-soaked bilge, and leaped. He crashed into Howard, who was still clinging to the boat's side, and yanked him under just as the explosion erupted above them. The blast sent debris raining down as they kicked deeper into the murky depths, the heat of the fire licking at the surface behind them. The humid air of Da Nang clung to Lisan's skin as she leaned across the cluttered hotel desk, her Marine Corps tank top damp with sweat. The bandage on her shoulder itched beneath the fabric, a constant reminder of the wounds she'd sustained days earlier. Her prosthetic arm rested on the nearby bed, discarded for now. Kendrick had helped her change the dressing earlier, his awkward attempts at first aid almost endearing. The stitches held, but the ugly bruise spreading from her collarbone made her grimace every time she caught her reflection. Gavin Beery's face filled the laptop screen, exhaustion etched into every line. He rubbed his eyes, stifling another yawn. "Liz, I've been at this for 20 straight hours. 10 we call it?" Lisanne clenched her jaw. 3 of their own were missing, 2 confirmed alive, 1 still unaccounted for. Howard Brennan was just a face from the office to her, but Bruce Stevenson? A decorated Silver Star recipient. And Jack? She exhaled sharply, forcing herself to dial back the frustration. Losing her temper wouldn't help. The suite around her was a mess. Empty water bottles, half-finished coffee cups, the remnants of too many energy bars. Sunlight poured through the open curtains, casting sharp shadows across the room. "Look, I get it," she said, softening her tone. "But we're running out of time. You know how these cases go, the first 48 hours are everything." Gavin scratched his stubbled chin. Yeah. Former Virginia State Trooper, right? I remember. Exactly. And right now, every second we waste is another step closer to losing them for good. With a grunt, Gavin turned back to his keyboard. The screen flickered as he pulled up the NSA's echelon feed, the digital labyrinth of intercepted communications sprawling before them. "All right, let's dive back into the puzzle palace," he muttered. "What keywords this time?" Lisanne drummed her fingers on the desk. They'd already tried the obvious Americans: Henley, Geotech, Ryan, Stevenson, but the sheer volume of chatter was overwhelming. "Run them again," she insisted. "It's been an hour. Maybe something new popped up." Gavin sighed but complied, his fingers flying over the keys. They'd already combed through Jack's files, dissected Geotech's executives, and traced every lead they had. So far, nothing stood out. But she refused to believe there wasn't a clue buried somewhere in the noise. Lisanne had pored over Jack's spreadsheets and meticulously tracked his notes on the Heasby financing deal from Hong Kong. Then, the digital trail went cold. Gavin mentioned Jack had gripped about Geotech's reliance on paper records maybe. That explained the sudden dead end. Or did it? Beyond his computer, she'd pieced together his last known steps in Ho Chi Minh City. Jack and Howard had only spent a single night there, wining and dining Geotech's executives at a swanky club atop Landmark 81, the city's flashy new skyscraper. Stevenson had flown in from Singapore for the meeting, while Highsmith had come up from his home in Da Nang. With Stevenson now missing, Highsmith had rushed back to Singapore to take over as acting CEO. The next day, Jack and Howard had boarded a charter flight to Da Nang, and that's where everything went dark. His computer showed no activity, not even a login. The only solid lead? Jerry Henley's call with Bruce Stevenson during the CEO's Da Nang visit. According to Gary, Jack and Howard had been in the office with Stevenson while Highsmith was off schmoozing government officials in Hanoi. After that, radio silence, as Gavin combed through the world's most powerful surveillance systems. Lisanne scrolled through Jack's due diligence files from Hong Kong. A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Hey, Gav, didn't Clark say Jack had some shady meetup in the Kowloon Hills before heading to Vietnam? Gavin scoffed. Clark called it a possible contact bump. Turned into a knife fight at Temple Street Market. Real subtle. What about surveillance footage? A frustrated sigh. Hong Kong's under Beijing's thumb now. No luck. Lisanne wasn't ready to drop it. What about our so-called high-level intel contacts? The CIA MI6, someone in Five Eyes must have eyes on that mess. She watched his cursor blink, his patience thinning. Listen, we've got a helicopter crash, a kidnapping near Laos, and a ticking clock. You want me to dig through NSA archives or hack the KP surveillance state? Pick one. He had a point, even if he was being a jerk about it. Fine. I'll circle back later, she conceded, turning to the map taped to her wall. Her fingers traced the jagged borders, the winding rivers. What were you after, Jack? Gavin's voice snapped her back. Pulling comms hits from the area now? A beat. Nothing. Same old chatter. Then let's re-examine what we've got. He replayed the fragmented intercept. We have 2 Americans heading back. A gap then, precautions taken. NSA's translation, at least. Lisanne leaned over her tough book, her mind racing. The pieces were there if only they'd fit. The screen displayed more than just the conversation. Geotags, timestamps, and cryptic data strings surrounded the dialogue. Lisanne's eyes locked onto a detail she'd previously overlooked. Hold on, Gavin, she said, pushing back from the desk to cross the room toward the wall-mounted maps. She'd already marked the cell tower's location, a remote hillside in Vietnam's northwest, hugging a north-south highway that traced the Laotian border. The memory of Virginia State Police subpoenaing carrier records flashed through her mind. Gavin, can we filter out the audio and isolate just the call's signal strength? Triangulation's off the table with one tower, but maybe NSA grabbed additional signal metrics. Keys clattered in response. Got it, line 509. Let me extract that data into a new query window. A pause. Then his voice sharpened. Bingo. Fresh dataset. You seeing this? Lisanne leaned in, studying the negative values flooding the monitor. 120 to 100. Decibel readings. Call signal strength. Confirmed, Gavin said. Tagged to speaker 1. So the closer these numbers get to 0, the weaker the connection, right? Basic decibel logic? Assuming my surround sound's any indication, yeah. Lisanne tapped the screen. Then this shows the signal fluctuating mid-call, shifting every second within the tower's range. See the pattern? Silence. Gavin had stopped typing, which she knew meant he was onto something. Timestamps confirm movement, he finally said. Radio units mobile, so the variance tracks. Which means we can map the trajectory. As dB drops, the speaker's moving away from the tower. Gavin exhaled. Highway 8, he muttered. Google says it's the old Ho Chi Minh Trail Laos supply route back in the war. Lisanne traced the map with her finger, mentally overlaying the signal decay with the terrain. A hypothesis clicked. She grabbed a post-it, scribbling the classic distance formula. Gavin, this math suggests a constant 10-mile-per-hour pace. The decibel intervals are too uniform for a vehicle. Okay, smartass. What crawls at 10 miles per hour? Beltway gridlock. Or, she paused for effect, a riverboat. 3 sharp raps at the door, Master Chief's signature knock. Gotta go, she said, slapping the post-it beside the nearest river. Keep me posted on echelon updates. She unlatched the door to reveal Moore's bulk, flanked by Jad and Carrie, all hauling oversized duffels. The trio pushed past her, gear clanking like amateur movers. Moore shot her a grin. Hope you packed a life jacket. The Master Chief groaned under the weight of his load, flashing Lisanne an apologetic grin. Perks of having the suite, you get to babysit all the gear. He brushed past her, almost sending her tumbling over the cramped apartment's coffee table. The trio dumped their haul onto the floor before crowding around the cases, chairs scraping as they tore into the equipment. Moore's madras shirt clung to his back with sweat. Lisanne let out an exasperated sigh. Seriously? Clark said spend freely, but this is ridiculous. Guess who gets to explain this shopping spree to accounting? Carrie yanked open a canvas duffel with a smirk. Come on, of anyone, you should recognize top-tier hardware. He lifted a Kevlar vest by its straps, turning it like he was judging a designer jacket. Moore held up a rifle barrel in one hand, the stock in the other. Ring any bells? Lisanne barely glanced. Uh-huh. SAW's HK-4116s, none of that janky M4 piston system the Filipino teams dealt with, Carey continued. Plus enough 5. When he seeks to start a small war. Flashbangs, breaching charges. Oh, and sidearms. Still need comms gear, though. Lysen stared at the arsenal now littering her kitchenette. How the hell did you pull this off? Moore dabbed his bald head with his sleeve. Clark's guy came through. Took all day to set up the meet. Ended up at Pier 70 by the fishing docks. Any eyes on you? Plain. We ran surveillance detection routes in the rental. Used Stevenson's Marina Pass. Played maintenance crew. Nobody blinked. Jad chimed in, racking the slide on a Sig Sauer. Dude's stash was insane. Like a black market superstore. Lysen frowned. Who is this guy? Ex-importer supposedly, Moore said. Crates had Thai SF markings. Probably hijacked cargo. Does it matter? It does if we picked up heat. She paused. Wade Stevenson keeps a boat at that marina. Carey grinned. Yeah, a restored Navy patrol boat. The Longhorn. Even has bullhorns on the bow. Guy's got a thing for vintage hardware. Jad whooped. This gear almost makes up for the crap we lost in Manila. Moore caught Lysen's expression. Boat's operational diesel engine, water jets, fresh paint job. Looks straight out of a war movie. Why? Lysen folded her arms. Because we're taking it. Vientiane. Laos rain drummed against the veranda as Kai sat motionless, bare-chested, his skin glistening. The storm had rolled in hours ago, but he remained cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, eyes shut. A single tattoo marked his back, ancient Taoist script, a reminder of the quiet force threading through existence. Today, like many others, he sought alignment with that rhythm. 4 hours in, the answer still eluded him, but the search itself was the point. The universe rarely rushed. Neither would he. The sun dipped low on the horizon as Tai paced his Vientiane apartment, the weight of the day pressing on him. Ling's call the night before had confirmed the auditors from Henley Associates were intercepted on the Jiang River, their boat seized just north of the fork. They were supposed to be en route to Laos, delivered straight to him for questioning valuable leverage in his push for the hydroelectric dam project. But then disaster struck. That afternoon, Ling reported the boat had been found gutted by fire, its crew reduced to blackened corpses on a sandbar. The auditors had vanished. Raindrops tapped against Tai's skin as he stood on the balcony, eyes shut, wrestling with the universe's cryptic message. The Tao was testing him, dangling chaos just beyond his grasp. His stomach growled, but he ignored it, lost in thought. Then the sharp trill of his phone shattered the moment. Control's ringtone. He let it buzz, counting the seconds, knowing fate had already decided his next move. Finally, he wiped the rain from his chest, stepped inside, and grabbed a robe. The cold reality of hunger and exhaustion hit him all at once. With a deliberate crack of his neck, he answered. Control's voice crackled through the line. Have you found the auditors? Kai hesitated only a second. Yes. My team recovered them on the river. Alive. Alive, Tai lied smoothly. They survived the crash. We're transporting them here, but the river's low. It'll take time. Control's response was immediate, clipped. Bring them to Beijing. Mrs. Headquarters. Now. Tsai glanced at the storm churning the Mekong outside. Easier to let them vanish. Weather's bad. Logistics are a nightmare. No one would ever know. Static hissed before Control's voice cut back in. No. We need them. Here. Kai exhaled. Even if the Americans had somehow escaped the burning boat, the jungle would finish them. No need to burden Control with doubts. Fewer witnesses mean fewer problems. Dead men don't talk. This isn't negotiable, Control snapped. We need to know why they went to the mines. What if they've uncovered our radar breach? What if they know we've cracked Umbra? Tai clenched his jaw. The game was shifting and he wasn't sure he liked the new rules. But the Tao had spoken. He had no choice but to play along. The consequences would be catastrophic, An unimaginable failure. Colonel Chi, every strategic move you've made would crumble into dust. Even the chairman would hear of this disaster. Sai drew a slow breath, his eyes shut tight. Consider it handled. Just like your operation at Mischief Reef, we can't risk entrusting the auditors to your subordinates. You'll escort them here personally. Are we clear? Sai considered the demand. Maybe this was an opportunity. A personal visit would give him leverage with the Hydroelectric Committee. With geotech secured and Highsmith now at the helm, his infiltration of quantum atomics in Umbra had been flawless. Headquarters would celebrate his success, perhaps even with a promotion. The committee would have no choice but to listen. The Tao had guided him once again. Only one loose end remained: those missing Americans. Understood, he replied, voice steady. I'll oversee the auditors' transfer myself and deliver them to you, Control. Laotian Highlands, Monday, October 7. Even after sunset, Jack could still trace the river's winding path through the valley below. Perched on the bluff, he studied the dark silhouette of water cutting between the hills. From this height, the current seemed calm, though he knew better. The rain had finally stopped, and fractured moonlight flickered across the highlands as clouds raced overhead. He squinted, searching for a route through the jagged peaks to the east before his gaze snapped back to the river. A distant engine's growl shattered his focus. Not again. A speck appeared around the bend, swelling into a sleek, fast-moving shape. No fishing boat, this was another gang speedboat, slicing through the water with a sharp wake. It banked toward shore, vanishing beneath the trees. The engine cut out. They were dropping men off. Hunting them. Jack retreated into the limestone hollow beside Howard. Another boat, he murmured. Probably sending a team after us. Howard lay curled on his side, clutching his knees. He lifted his head. A second one? Yeah. Same landing spot as before. Howard pushed up on one elbow, wincing as he swallowed. Do we keep moving? Jack pressed a hand to the banker's forehead, burning up. You need rest. I'm fine. Did you find a way up? Maybe. There's a pass north of here. If we reach it by dawn, we shake them. How's the knee? Howard stretched his leg with a grimace. Killing me. But mostly I'm freezing. He shuddered. I'd trade my watch for dry clothes. No fire. Not with them down there. I know. Howard's teeth chattered. If I'm burning up, why the hell am I so cold? Fever. Sleep. I've got watch. Jack gathered dry grass, layering it over Howard like a makeshift blanket. The banker's eyes fluttered shut. Thanks, Jack. Jack returned to the bluff's edge, scanning the river. His Rolex read nearly 10 p. M. 30 minutes, that's all he'd give Howard. He whittled a stick into a fresh splint, the knife's edge biting into wood. When the time passed, he found Howard trembling under the grass. Without waking him, Jack secured the splint, then hesitated before shaking him awake. No choice now. They had to move. Jack's gaze was unfocused, his pupils dilated as he hauled Howard upright, promising the mountain pass wasn't much farther their ticket to safety. The wind howled through the canyon behind them, carrying the scent of wet pine as storm clouds swallowed the last traces of moonlight. Every muscle in Jack's body screamed as he adjusted Howard's dead weight across his shoulders. This wilderness didn't need guns or knives to finish them. Hypothermia or a misplaced step would do the job just fine. They staggered forward, Jack's makeshift walking stick sinking into the unstable scree with each step. By the time they reached the tree line, his right arm had gone numb from propping Howard upright. The forest offered cover, but turned their escape into a brutal obstacle course. Vines snagged their ankles. Fallen trunks forced detours, and the damn mosquitoes found every inch of exposed skin. When they finally broke into a moonlit meadow, Jack almost laughed. Of course it would start raining again. Howard collapsed face first into the silver grass, his whole body shaking. Jack dragged him up, alarmed by the feverish heat rolling off him. Still with me, banker boy. He grunted, half carrying, half dragging him toward a massive tree. Howard managed a weak chuckle. Never better. Though next time, hiking boots. Beneath the gnarled roots, Jack spotted strange spiked orbs, some rotten, others fresh. He cracked one open with his knife, revealing stringy golden flesh. Jackfruit, Howard slurred, eyes glassy. Ate it in Vietnam. Tastes like disappointment and fiber. Jack forced a chunk into Howard's mouth, watching him chew like it was a chore. Nearby, broad leaves trembled under the downpour. Jack fashioned a crude cup from one, letting Howard gulp rainwater between chattering teeth. Minnie planted these near our dock, Howard muttered, fingering a giant leaf. Butterbur. Blocks weeds. His voice trailed off as thunder shook the valley. Jack pressed closer, sharing body heat as the storm turned the forest floor into a swamp. Howard's head lolled against him, murmuring about rose bushes and missing sprinklers. The fever had him now. Jack tightened the leaf blanket around them, listening to the rain drum against their makeshift shelter. Somewhere beyond the ridge, freedom waited if they lived to see sunrise. Jack pulled the banker close, absorbing the man's body heat as the rain hissed through the trees. The jungle hummed around them, leaves rustling like secrets. After gorging himself on wild fruit, exhaustion dragged Jack's eyelids down. He slumped against the gnarled trunk, surrendering to sleep until a sharp jab to his ribs yanked him back to reality. For a groggy moment, Jack thought his own walking stick had rolled onto him. He shifted, brushing against Howard's trembling form under the broad butterbur leaf. Another poke came, harder this time. Blinking away sleep, Jack found himself staring down the barrel of an AK-47. The gunman stepped back, finger resting on the trigger, his gaze as unreadable as the storm clouds above. Behind him, a second armed man had Howard in his sights. These weren't the river pirates from before. Their black hats with upturned flaps, faded camo, and red shoulder wraps marked them as something else. The rain didn't faze them. The lead gunman whistled sharply, summoning a third figure from the downpour. Older, face carved with deep lines, he carried a machete at his waist, like an afterthought. His eyes locked onto Jack with unsettling intensity. Howard stirred beside him, gasping as a boot shoved into his ribs. Hands up, Jack muttered. Slow. Against the tree. Howard obeyed, arms quivering. The older man circled them like a predator, his embroidered hat dripping. Up close, Jack spotted the boar's tooth dangling from his neck, crude, primal. Quies too, the man snarled. French. Of course. Jack's mind raced. He's asking who we are, Howard croaked. You speak it? Enough to get yelled at in Parisian cafes, Howard admitted, voice thin. Minnie insisted I learn. Jack kept his tone low. Tell him we're Americans. Business. Leave out the rest. Howard swallowed. We so in Americans. The old man's lips curled. Not a smile, a warning. The old man adjusted his odd hat, his gaze flickering between Jack and Howard with suspicion. Hurry up, Jack urged under his breath. Tell him about the chopper. Howard swallowed hard before forcing out broken French. Our helicopter. It's gone. The leader's expression darkened, his hands lowering in a cautious gesture. Behind him, the armed men reluctantly lowered their rifles. You're Americans? Really? The old man growled, skepticism dripping from his words. Jack didn't need a translator, the disbelief was obvious. He thinks we're lying, Howard muttered. No kidding. Fix this. Shivering, Howard stammered more French phrases while Jack slowly lowered his hands. Surprisingly, the old man didn't protest, just studied Jack with sharp curiosity. The rifles stayed down. Howard, for God's sake, make it clear we're not a threat. The exchange continued in choppy French, the machete-wielding man occasionally translating for the others in a dialect Jack couldn't place. Whatever Howard said next made the leader shoot Jack another doubtful look. What did you just tell him? Jack demanded. That we're sick, starving, and running from the same bastards who held us captive on the river. Oh, and that we killed a few of them. Jack's stomach dropped. Great, now these strangers knew they were wanted men. The leader's fingers brushed his machete handle as he stepped forward, then suddenly bowed twice in quick succession, the boar's tooth around his neck clacking against his chest. With a tight-lipped grin, he yanked off his hat and thrust out a weathered hand. "Welcome, Americans. It's been too long." Jack mirrored the bow, gripping the man's calloused palm. "What did he say?" "He's glad to see us. Apparently it's been a while." The scent of wood smoke pulled Jack from sleep, wrapping him in a hazy warmth that reminded him of winters back in Maryland, crackling fires at Peregrine Cliff, nights camping by the Chesapeake, hiking trips upstate. For a moment, he almost forgot where he was. Then a rough tap on his forehead jolted him awake. Alang, the old man who'd rescued them, loomed over him inside a makeshift shelter of tarps and animal hides, stretched over a wooden frame. Embers glowed near his feet, smoke curling through a rusted pipe. Jack blinked at his Rolex. 2 in the afternoon. The last thing he remembered was the old woman's syrupy licorice drink. What the hell had been in that? "Your friend," Alang said, poking Jack's chest before pointing at Howard, still unconscious. Jack shoved off the scratchy boar hide, realizing he was down to his underwear, another detail lost to whatever that medicine had been. Howard's face looked ghostly in the dim light. Memories rushed back. The grueling climb in the rain, Howard collapsing, the silent rifleman hauling him up the mountain. By the time they'd reached this cluster of crude tents, Jack had been too exhausted to protest when the old woman stripped them both and shoved them under furs by the fire. Now, with his head still foggy, he wondered if they'd traded one danger for another. Without hesitation, she'd slathered Howard's swollen insect bites with thick blue ointment as he trembled uncontrollably. The feverish banker barely registered the stale biscuits and bitter herbal tea she forced down their throats. Whatever was in that concoction had sent them both into a deep, dreamless sleep. Jack woke 9 hours later to find the old man murmuring "Tonami" while prodding Howard's shoulder. Caked in drying blue paste, the banker blinked groggily before his bloodshot eyes snapped open in sudden panic. "We alive?" he rasped, furred raw. Jack gripped a clean patch of Howard's shoulder, avoiding the medicinal stains. "Still kicking." Howard squinted at the dim tent. "How'd we end up in this circus tent?" "You blacked out halfway up the ridge. Alang's boys hauled you the rest of the way. Remember the machete guy?" Jack watched recognition flicker across Howard's face as the older man massaged his temples. "Christ, I've been hallucinating dancing monkeys. And were there flamingos?" Their host wordlessly pressed a hand-carved cup to Howard's lips. Water sloshed down the banker's chin as he gulped desperately, finally gasping mercy before collapsing back onto the animal hides. "Where exactly are we? And why do I smell like a Smurf?" "Past 2 o'clock, you've been out cold. Best I can tell, this is their seasonal hunting outpost." Jack gestured at the boarskin blankets, just as a gust rattled the plastic sheeting walls. Rain pattered steadily like distant gunfire. Howard's teeth chattered despite the layers. "Those rifle-toting kids his sons. Can they get us to civilization before those river pirates pick up our trail?" "You're the French expert, ask him." Examining his azure-stained palms, Howard groaned. "Remind me to bill these people for dry cleaning." His attempt at humor dissolved into violent shivers. Can't get warm. Though I'll take hypothermia over jungle rot any day." Jack pressed the back of his hand to Howard's forehead. "Malaria or dengue, maybe. You look like you've been basting in your own personal hell." "No kidding. Last I checked, my travel insurance didn't cover improvised jungle medicine." Howard wheezed a laugh that turned into a cough. "Think Along's got anything stronger than this Windex knockoff?" "You tell him bonjour quinine, s'il vous plaît." The resulting pantomime ended with Alang pointing emphatically at the blue gunk before vanishing into the storm. "It's a hard no on pharmaceuticals," Howard muttered. "Says his wife's some kind of witch doctor. Or maybe she sells essential oils." My translation skills peaked at ordering croissants. Jack caught Howard's wrist as he swayed sideways. "Whoa there, Hemingway. You're burning up again." "Sorry to be such a liability." Howard's words slurred slightly. "Should have stuck to foreclosures and golf outings." "Cut the crap. You hacked through a mile of vines, survived a helicopter crash, and outran armed psychopaths. We're a numbers guy. You're one stubborn sob. A ghost of a smile appeared. Still telling that helicopter story at the country club. If we make it back. His eyelids fluttered. How'd you know to flip that boat anyway? Special forces training you forgot to mention? Nearly drowned us both. Funny. I remember you hauling me through rapids like some action hero. Howard's head lolled before he jerked awake. Jerry, we should signal him somehow, trust me. That wrecked Huey's already on satellite images. They'll know we survived. The unspoken unlike Stevenson hung between them. As Howard's breathing evened out, Jack studied the storm through the flapping plastic. Time was running out both for the deal and for Howard's grip on consciousness. Jack leaned against the damp tent pole, wiping sweat from his brow. Howard, I get this isn't the best moment, but with Stevenson out of the picture, is it really going to pull funding for geotech? Or are we looking at a dead deal? Howard massaged his temples, his breathing shallow. Stevenson's death doesn't automatically kill the deal. Highsmith steps in as interim CEO. Geotech's bylaws ensure that. And trust me, he wants this. It's his golden parachute straight back to London. Jack frowned. What about my missing due diligence report? Doesn't that raise red flags? Howard exhaled sharply. Jerry could have pushed it through anyway, tightened the terms, swallowed the risk. When I last talked to him, he was ready to bulldoze through any obstacle. Jack stiffened. Wait, you're telling me he'd just ignore due diligence? That's insane. Howard gave a weak shrug. Desperate buyers skip inspections all the time. Same principle. A bitter laugh escaped Jack. So all this me tracking those Sumerian discrepancies in Vietnam was pointless? The deal was happening regardless? Howard winced, pressing his fingers harder against his skull. If you'd found something concrete, yeah, that could have stopped it. I thought you were close. I even told Jerry we needed boots on the ground to verify. But at the end of the day, it's his money. If he wants to overpay for geotech, that's his funeral. Jack stared at the flickering lantern light. 2 days ago, he'd been convinced that helicopter crash was sabotage, someone silencing opposition to the deal. But none of it added up. The deal was bulletproof. The tent flap rustled as a line ducked inside, sealing out the monsoon air. He knelt beside Howard, placing a weathered boar hide on his lap. His odd flapped hat remained firmly in place. Lefebvre? He asked, pressing a calloused hand to Howard's forehead. Yeah, Jack answered for him, shaking Howard's shoulder. Stay with me, man. Alang's back. I need you to translate. Howard managed a nod. Still here. Just keep it simple. Alang unfolded the hide, revealing a yellowed envelope. He tapped his hat beret vert, locking eyes with Jack. Green beret, Howard mumbled. Jack's mind flashed to Carrie and Jad. Tell them I know green berets. Hurry, Howard. Howard slurred the translation, his voice fading. Alang studied him for a moment before extending the envelope across Howard's slumped form. Jack took it, moving toward the tent's opening for better light. He unfolded the brittle paper, squinting at the faded type. From Commander U.S. Forces, Vietnam to Corporal Alang Nic Trong, subject. Expedited visa, to whom it may concern. Corporal Alang Nic Trong, Indochina Free, French Montagnards, served with distinction as an advisor and mountain guide for the 315th Special Forces Group. MACV from May 12, 1969 to February 23, 1971. In recognition of his valor, he is granted priority access to the U.S. Embassy in Saigon and expedited immigration processing under Delta 02 status, should he seek American citizenship. His service embodies the highest traditions of the U.S. Armed Forces. Jack exhaled slowly. Alang wasn't just a guide, he was a ghost from a forgotten war, holding proof of loyalty that spanned decades. And right now, he might be the only one who could get them out alive. With deep appreciation, Lieutenant Colonel Stanley Wilcox, on behalf of General Creighton Abrams, United States Army. Howard's eyelids fluttered as he muttered weakly, Montagnard. Good for him. Jack frowned. A what? Remember that old John Wayne flick? The Green Berets, I think. Had Montagnards in it. Pretty sure they were Hmong. There was another movie, Clint Eastwood, about Hmong folks in America. Gran Torino. His voice trailed off. Lang studied Jack, who offered a hesitant smile, unsure how to react. He slid the paper back into its envelope, handed it over with a quiet mercy, and watched as the elder carefully tucked it into his boar-hide pouch. Then, to Jack's surprise, the man produced another sheet covered in delicate, looping script, utterly indecipherable. The lines repeated in a rhythmic pattern. Maybe a paragraph, maybe a list. It was gibberish to Jack. "Howard, ask him what this says." Lang answered before Howard could translate, his voice rough with emotion. "Nos Phil." He spoke in broken French mixed with his native tongue, explaining that the list contained names, girls taken by the men along the river. He begged for American help, insisting the Green Berets owed him. Howard's translation grew shaky. "Says they've been snatching girls all year. Wants us to." "Jack, I'm fading." A cold realization hit Jack. The boat they'd been held on those bolted benches weren't for smuggling drugs. They were for trafficking women. His stomach turned as he remembered Highsmith's club. The young girls with painted faces, their forced smiles. Lang pressed a hand to his chest, eyes burning with urgency. Jack shook Howard. "Stay awake. This matters." "What's he saying now?" Howard's words slurred. "His daughters-in-law. Granddaughters. So many taken." His eyelids twitched. "Jack, I can't." "One more minute," Jack urged. "Just tell him if he gets us out safely, I'll bring the Green Berets back for his girls." "Say it, Howard. Tell him." Howard managed a garbled half-sentence before his head lolled. Lang frowned, waiting. Jack shook him harder. "Did he agree? Will he guide us?" No response. Howard's breathing turned ragged, his feverish body trembling. The old Montagnard gestured for Jack to keep the list, then slipped out into the rain. Moments later, he returned with his wife, her peaked hat and draped smock giving her an almost mythical air. She cradled Howard's head, tipping water into his mouth, but most spilled down his stubbled jaw. Gently, she laid him back, her sorrowful gaze locking onto Jack. "Sorry, Minnie," Howard whispered suddenly, clear as day. The woman stroked his cheek, then shook her head. Jack turned to Lang, tapping his pocket where the list rested. Desperate, he fumbled for French. "Les Phil. Jen. G." The elder stared, uncomprehending. Frustrated, Jack pointed to his own head. "Beredvert. The Gebredvert will come for your fills." The old man's eyes widened, hope flickering in the dim light. Outside, the rain drummed on, relentless. The mountain man gave a gruff response, eyeing Jack with suspicion. "You need to get us, me and my friend here, out of this place. Take us to a city." "Who or Dunning?" "Somewhere with a hospital. Fast." Jack motioned toward Howard, then himself, before making a sweeping gesture to suggest they all needed to move. He tapped his vintage Rolex for emphasis. "No. Understand?" The elderly Montagnard studied Jack's face, his gaze lingering as his wife hovered behind him. After a long pause, he shuffled forward, his feet disturbing the scattered animal pelts. "Good American," he muttered, offering a weathered hand. "For your friend, we go by boat. Tonight before dark." Jack clasped the man's hand, unaware that the Montagnard had just sealed their fate. They'd be returning to the very river they'd fought so hard to escape. Ka River, Vietnam, Tuesday, October 8. Bruce Stevenson, a dedicated war memorabilia collector, had poured his passion into restoring the vintage U.S. Navy Pirate Patrol boat River docked at Da Nang's marina. The 31-foot vessel, originally powered by Jacuzzi hydrojets from Irvine, California, had met its end in the Mekong Delta's infamous Forest of Assassins, sunk by a Viet Cong RPG back in 1969. After decades buried in river silt, a dredging operation in 2018 spat the wreck onto the shore, right where enemy fighters had once ambushed it. Stevenson didn't hesitate. He wired $100,000 to Vietnam for salvage rights, then spent twice that on a Malaysian crew to haul it out. Another fortune went to a Massachusetts restoration team, to bring the boat back to life. By 2020, it was pristine, except for the missing 50-caliber machine gun, now a museum piece in Ho Chi Minh City. In its place, Stevenson mounted a pair of Texas Longhorns and christened the boat the Longhorn. Special Operations. Master Chief Kendrick Moore flipped through Stevenson's meticulously kept logbook complete with restoration photos, while Jad rifled through the harbormaster's shack for keys. Eyes up. Moore hissed from the helm, adjusting his night vision goggles. The river stretched ahead, dark and silent. Jad, possible contact ahead. You see it? Bathed in the ghostly green glow of his nods, Jad steadied his M249 against the Longhorns. Yeah, Chief. Small boat, 2 o'clock. No lights. Lysen leaned over the Garmin radar screen, her fingers tracing the blip. Confirmed. 5 knots. Closing fast. Moore eased back on the throttle, the Peeperaz engines growling lower. No running lights? That's not a good sign. They'd spent the last day loading gear, fueling up and racing north along the coast before cutting inland toward the CA River. Gavin's NSA intercept had picked up another cryptic call someone was talking about American hostages. And now out here in the dark, something was moving toward them. Lysen's calculations had narrowed, the mysterious second call to one of 3 Laotian rivers feeding into the KA. She charted their path toward the confluence where the waterways merged. Switch to thermal, the chief muttered to Carey as he eased back on the throttles, letting the Longhorn drift silently under the pale moonlight. Earlier that evening, they'd hidden the patrol boat beneath dense mangroves off a secluded tributary far from the main river's traffic. The team had waded ashore to gather foliage, securing it to the hull with zip ties for camouflage. Now Carey leaned against Lysen's seat, raising his modified HK rifle equipped with a versatile scope capable of thermal, laser, and infrared. Adjusting the focus, he whispered, "Thermal shows 5 on board. Exposed rear engine, long canopy. 1 hostile near the stern, 2 more up front. Engines running hot, you hear that?" The distant growl of a V8 carried across the water. Lysen edged closer to Master Chief Moore. "No lights, moving at night. Matches the Dia's intel on traffickers," she said. Moore peered through his night vision goggles, jaw tightening. "Stay sharp," he rasped toward Jad, who silently readied the M249, feeding the ammo belt smoothly into place. The unknown boat drew nearer, its engine noise swelling. Moore nudged the Longhorn forward, the diesel vibrating beneath them as they angled across the current. Then Carey's voice cut through the tension. "Stern down. Not our target, repeat, not our target." He kept his scope trained but shifted his stance. 2 adults, 3 kids. No weapons. 1 toddler's even. While relieving himself over the side. Lysen hesitated. Could be a ruse. Traffickers use women and kids as cover. Carey snorted. Unless Jack Jr. shrank to 3 feet tall and forgot how to use a toilet, this ain't our boat. With a frustrated sigh, Lysen turned back to her navigation screen. The chief lowered his goggles and called out, "Jad, safety's on. Stand down." The tension dissolved, leaving only the quiet hum of the river and the faint scent of diesel in the air. "This isn't our ride." As Jad secured the heavy machine gun below deck, Moore pushed the throttles forward, swinging past an approaching fishing boat. For hours, the Longhorn cut through the darkness, weaving upriver with all navigation lights extinguished. The Master Chief maintained a steady 15 knots, making solid progress toward the junction where the river split. They paused 3 times to check suspicious vessels, each turning out to be nothing. Eventually, Lysen glanced up from the GPAs and tugged Moore's sleeve. In the dim screen light, she held up 3 fingers, signaling their approach to the 3-way fork. Moore reduced speed, flipped up his night vision goggles, and pulled off his helmet before moving closer. "This it? We here?" "Yeah. The split's just past this bend. According to the map, we're roughly 100 yards south of it, maybe half a kilometer following the river." Moore eased back on the throttle, rubbing his shaved head as he studied the swollen moon peeking through scattered clouds. "Clear skies now, but I'd bet my pension We'll see river fog rolling in soon. Not ideal. Nope. He cracked his knuckles before eyeing her shoulder. How's that wound holding up? She glanced at the bandage. Stopped bleeding. Mostly just sore now. Wangier is going down. His gaze swept the shadowed riverbanks before returning to the GPS. All right. We're here near Namsam village, those flickering lights over there. Another quarter-mile up either branch, and we cross into Laos. Right. He tapped the screen. Need to pick which fork to take. I know. Was hoping for fresh intel from Echelon. It's our only lead. Carey approached, helmet off, rifle slung over his plain tee. What's the holdup? We camping here? Moore nodded. Just hit the fork below Namsam. Still no clue which route leads us right. Taking the GPS, Moore zoomed in, verifying the river's curve and the split ahead. A narrow peninsula separated them from the convergence. The clock read 10 p.m. As the Longhorn drifted backward in the current, palm fronds rustled overhead. Moore highlighted a small inlet on the screen. This spot looks sheltered enough to lay low while we wait for updates. I say we bunker there. Agreed. Lisanne grabbed her rugged laptop. I'll ping Gavin via satellite, see if he's dug up anything. Do that, then get some shut-eye. We'll rotate watch shifts till dawn. Carey, you're first. Swap with Jed, tell him to grab Chow and Crash. He relieves you in 2. Copy that, Master Chief. Moore turned to Lisanne. Here's hoping the smugglers got careless on comms. Or that Jack found a way to signal. The chief weighed his reply. Knowing what I do about him? Wouldn't shock me. John River, Laos, Tuesday, October 8, 20 miles northwest. Kai strolled the dock, hands clasped behind his back. The last raindrops pattered against his soaked shirt. A mountain gust rocked the floating planks beneath him. He didn't mind the drenching. The storm was a reminder the rains weren't done yet. As his boots thudded along the dock, he smirked. By now, he thought, the Chinese reservoir downstream must be brimming. The relentless rains of the past week should leave no doubt in the committee's mind more water needed to be released into Laos's rivers. The wind had settled, leaving the water near the lake eerily calm. Moonlight danced across the surface as Kai lifted his mismatched eyes to the sky, where a patch of stars peeked through the clouds. His thoughts drifted to his father, the Mekong, and the argument he'd soon make in Beijing. Everything had fallen into place lately. Highsmith was performing flawlessly, Stevenson was neutralized, and the acquisition was complete. Best of all, the Americans remained oblivious that their prized stealth tech, enabled by geotech's magnets, lit up like a Christmas tree on Chinese radar. His bold move at Mischief Reef had proven that. After all he'd accomplished, how could they refuse his request to increase the Mekong's flow? Then again, he mused darkly, they might if he didn't locate those missing American auditors. The growl of an approaching speedboat shattered the silence, its wake distorting the moon's reflection. Kai squinted as the vessel neared, immediately recognizing Ling at the helm. The jet boat slowed, and a crewman tossed a line before leaping onto the dock. Tsai secured the rope while 4 armed men disembarked, A-47 strapped to their backs. Ling remained seated, lighting a cigarette with deliberate calm. Nothing? Chai asked in Lao, stepping aboard. Ling exhaled smoke. Nothing. Only Ling and Tway had ever grasped the full magnitude of Geotech's operations. Years ago, Kai had recruited them from the Snakeheads, a notorious Golden Triangle syndicate. They shared his hatred for the Hmong rebels, who'd slaughtered their families in Vientiane. In exchange for immunity and Wan-filled payouts, they'd infiltrated the gang, later receiving specialized training in Beijing. Their value: handling missions too sensitive for ethnic Chinese operatives, like Mischief Reef. You check civilian vessels? Kai pressed. 10 at minimum, Ling replied. My team alone. The others are still combing the river. How many boats remain? Ling gestured down the deserted dock. All 6 stretched toward the Kea River. Some may have crossed the border by now. And the search near the wreck. 6 men on foot. The mud swallowing their boots. Tsai took a slow breath. Do you believe they're alive? Ling's jaw tightened. I hope so. Why? So I can put a bullet in them myself. Ling blamed the Americans for Tui's death in Hong Kong. Kai knew the truth. Control had confirmed the auditors never left manuscript surveillance during their Haspi dealings, but he let Ling simmer. Rage made him useful. Our orders are clear, Kai said. Alive. Control wants them interrogated in Beijing. A scream pierced the night from one of the Quonset huts lining the shore, remnants of a covert U.S. airbase once used to bomb the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Another shriek followed. The men are restless, Ling muttered. No products moving. Even the girls are suffering. Tsai listened to the woman's cries, his expression unreadable. The operation was fraying at the edges, and time was running out. We're out of options, Ling muttered, tossing the last ember of his cigarette into the murky river. His stomach growled as he turned toward the cluster of buildings. Let's grab a bite before this night gets any worse. The two Laotian operatives moved up the embankment, their boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The screams from the Quonset hut grew more distinct, sharp, then fading into exhausted sobs. That the girl from Rangoon? Mayu, Sai asked, pausing to listen. Ling nodded grimly. Inside, a man's laughter cut through the night. Told you, Ling muttered. The boys are getting restless. Sai hesitated, weighing the consequences of defying Control's orders. Shutting down the trafficking ring now could destabilize everything, including his carefully negotiated dam project. After a tense silence, he made his decision. Find those auditors, he told Ling. If you need to take them out, do it. We'll report they died in the field. Just make sure there's proof. Before Ling could reply, his encrypted satellite phone vibrated against his hip. He ducked behind a crumbling concrete wall, shielding the receiver from the wind. You serious about killing them? He asked when he returned. Tsai frowned. Of course. Bring me the bodies. Why? Ling's expression darkened. Because our guys just spotted them floating down the Jiang River, near the fork where it meets the Ka. Guy narrowed his eyes. How soon can we intercept? 15 minutes. The boats are already moving. Jiang River tributary, Tuesday, October 8. The old Montagnard's final words, "You Trevez knows feel," echoed in Jack's mind as the dugout canoe drifted downstream. He didn't need a translator to understand the plea. The man had jabbed a calloused finger at the letter in Jack's pocket, now sealed in a Ziploc bag by his wife. Very vert, Jack had promised, tapping his chest. We'll come back for them. Hours later, the river carried them swiftly through the darkness, its current growing stronger as it left the mountains. Jack adjusted the oar, steering them back toward the center of the channel. The moon barely pierced the thick canopy overhead, leaving him half blind. He flicked river water onto Howard's forehead, but the banker didn't stir, still unconscious beneath the boar hide. The descent from the hunting camp had been brutal but efficient, thanks to their Hmong guides. The elder Montagnard led with an old M1 carbine, scanning the jungle like a ghost from another war. His youngest son brought up the rear, A-47 at the ready, while Jack and the older son carried Howard on a makeshift stretcher. Now, in the unstable canoe, every ripple felt treacherous. A sudden rush of white water ahead sent Jack's pulse racing. Branches scraped his face as the dugout veered too close to the bank. Gritting his teeth, he dug the oar deep, fighting the current until they steadied. Back at the riverbank, Along Nick Trong had uncovered the canoe with practiced ease, flipping it into the water like it weighed nothing. Jack had barely had time to thank him before the current took them. Now, with only the river's whispers for company, he prayed they'd make it out alive. The hunting canoe, a family heirloom, had an intricately carved prow and a massive wooden paddle wrapped in boar hide. Lang and the others carefully positioned Jack at the stern before settling Howard in front of him. Before pushing them into the river's current, Lang had slipped his M1 carbine into the boat and draped the boar skin over Howard for warmth. With one last shove into the darkness, Jack barely had time to glance back before the swift current snatched them away. The river widened ahead, its murky expanse hinting at the fort Jack remembered from Lang's map. Above, stars flickered through a veil of mist, Jack kept his gaze fixed forward, scanning for hidden rocks and shifting shadows. Without familiar markers, he had no way to gauge how far they had left to go. His only hope was that the relentless current would carry Howard to medical help by dawn. According to Alang's old military map, a village lay roughly 10 miles south, near a river junction just across the Vietnamese border. Feeling a flicker of optimism, Jack adjusted the boar skin over Howard, who had been stirring uneasily, nearly upsetting the canoe. Once settled, Jack dug out the dried pork Alang's wife had packed for him. He gnawed on it hungrily, occasionally scooping river water into his palm for a drink. Far better than the wretched jackfruit they'd endured earlier. Then, cutting through the night, came the unmistakable growl of an engine, his first sign of civilization since leaving the Hmong. Twisting around, he confirmed the sound was coming from upstream. He dropped the meat beside the carbine and angled the paddle, steering them toward the shadowy bank despite the stronger current. The motor's whine rose and fell as it navigated the river's bends, its hull slapping against the water in a rhythm. Jack recognized all too well the same sound the kidnapper's boat had made. Then, with a sudden shriek, the engine roared directly behind them. No mistaking it now, a speedboat was closing in. Jack paddled desperately, switching sides to keep the clumsy dugout from tipping. A blinding searchlight swept over him, casting his elongated shadow across the water. He fought to reach the bank, digging deep with each stroke, but the current only grew fiercer the closer he got. A wave crashed over the side, soaking Howard. Another hit, then a third, nearly capsizing them before Jack managed to straighten the bow. Water sloshed at their feet, weighing the canoe down. The searchlight flashed again, illuminating the overhanging branches as it swept past. At least they hadn't been spotted yet. Then the river roared louder. The bow dipped sharply, a surge of water flooding over the edge. The canoe scraped against a submerged rock, and suddenly they were in the rapids, white water churning around them. Howard jolted awake, lurching upright and rocking the boat. "Stay down," Jack yelled over the deafening rush. He grabbed the oar, trying to steer them back toward the center now that the speedboat seemed to have moved on. But Howard, delirious with fever, tossed off the soaked boar hide and groaned just as the canoe slammed into a wall of froth. The impact sent the paddle flying from Jack's grip as they plummeted down a 3-foot drop, spinning wildly into a sharp turn. Every bit of his training flashed through his mind: firearms, hand-to-hand combat, explosives. None of it mattered now. Not the OODA loops, not the sear drills, not even his marksmanship. Nothing had prepared him for this. Jack's hands gripped the rough wooden edges of the canoe as it pitched violently, icy river water sloshing over the sides. The beam of a searchlight sliced through the darkness again, forcing him to yank Howard back down just as the man tried to rise. "Stay low," Jack barked, his voice nearly lost in the roar of the rapids. He'd glimpsed a brief stretch of calmer water ahead, but beyond that, the current would drag them straight into the path of their pursuers. Time was running out. Then he spotted it, a skeletal, half-uprooted tree leaning precariously over the river, its bare limbs dangling just within reach. But Howard, delirious with fever, suddenly lurched upward, nearly capsizing them. "Get down, you idiot," Jack snarled, wrestling him back into place. With seconds to spare, he locked his legs around Howard's waist like a human seatbelt, bracing for what came next. The canoe bucked beneath them as Jack lunged, fingers closing around the slick, barkless branch. The boat vanished downstream, leaving them dangling like fish on a line. Howard thrashed, half submerged, his shouts bubbling into incoherent panic. Jack's muscles screamed as he fought to haul them higher, the current threatening to rip Howard away. For a heartbeat, despair clawed at him, then fury took over. Teeth gritted, he wrenched his elbows over the branch, heaving Howard's head above the churning water. The bank was agonizingly close. "I'm throwing you," Jack roared over the deafening rapids. To his shock, Howard managed a wild nod. Jack swung his legs like a pendulum, building momentum one last desperate heave. Then the branch gave way. They hit the water hard, tumbling through a whirlpool before the river spat them back into the main current. Gasping, Jack hauled Howard onto a drifting log, their bodies battered but still clinging. The rapids faded behind them, leaving only the eerie quiet of deep water. Howard's face was pressed against the wood, his teeth chattering. "Still with me?" Jack panted. Howard's response was a grim, waterlogged chuckle. "Till the bitter end." The river stretched ahead, dark and endless. "Stay down," Jack whispered urgently, pressing himself lower in the water. "That speedboat's still searching. We'll use this driftwood for cover. I'll try to steer us toward the riverbank. The worst of the rapids should be behind us now." Howard swallowed hard, his arms trembling. "Swimming's not exactly my strong suit, but I can kick like hell if it means not getting shot." "Good. Follow my lead, quiet and steady. No sudden moves." They pushed through the dark water, muscles burning as the searchlight carved through the night. Jack risked a look downstream just as the beam locked onto their abandoned canoe. His stomach dropped when the spotlight shifted, and the mounted machine gun opened fire, stitching the water with glowing tracers. The Montagnard family's canoe exploded into splinters. The gunfire echoed like thunder, and in that moment Jack understood. This wasn't a kidnapping. They were being hunted. River Fork, Tuesday, October 8. Moore's head snapped up at the sound. "You catch that?" He yanked his helmet on, flipping down his night vision goggles as he scanned the black water ahead. Carrie, already gripping the rail, nodded grimly. "Sounded like a Osico, maybe heavier." Another burst of gunfire rolled across the river, unmistakably from the far tributary. Moore didn't hesitate. He fired up the engines. "Quickly, Zen and Jad. We're moving now." Carrie lunged for the mooring line. "Want me to? I'll cut it." Moore snarled, already slashing through the rope with his knife. "Weapons ready. Move." Below deck, Lisanne jolted awake as the boat lurched. She scrambled topside, barely catching herself on the Garmin console. "Guess the intel was right," she muttered, squinting at the screen. "Where's that gunfire coming from?" "Left tributary," Moore barked. "Sounds like a damn Dishka Soviet relic. Idiots slap those things on anything that floats." He bellowed over his shoulder. "Jad, man the saw. We're going in hot." Jad barely had the machine gun mounted when Moore slammed the throttle forward. The boat surged just as the river betrayed them. "Sandbar," Moore roared. "Hold on." Lisanne's heart stopped. A 50-foot stretch of sand loomed ahead, glinting under the moonlight. "Turn. Turn." Too late. Moore jammed the throttle to full, teeth clenched. The Longhorn's hull screeched against the riverbed, water jets screaming as they clawed through air instead of water. For one sickening moment, they were landlocked. Then the boat bucked violently, hurling Jad backward. His saw clattered below deck. Carrie clung to a canopy post like a rodeo rider, face buried in loose palm fronds. The Longhorn shuddered, metal groaning, until crunch they hit the shallows. The engines howled back to life, kicking up a towering spray as they hit the S-turn at reckless speed. Lisanne's knuckles whitened on the console. They weren't out of this yet. Moore jerked the wheel hard to port, his night vision goggles painting the riverbanks in ghostly green. The Longhorn's engines howled as they chewed through the dark water, pushing past 30 knots. The narrow tributary twisted like a snake, its overgrown shores pressing in tight. One wrong move and they'd plow straight into the mangroves. Lisanne white-knuckled the rail, certain they were about to crash when Carrie's shout cut through the diesel roar. "Thermal contact." The Green Beret leaned past her, his HK-4116 raised, one eye squinted behind his infrared scope. His plate carrier vest flapped open in the wind, revealing a sweat-soaked shirt beneath. Two hostiles clinging to a log at 300 yards away. Positive ID. "That's Jack and Howard. Incoming boat at 11 o'clock with a deck gun searchlights on them. The shooting." Moore didn't wait for orders. The D-Shay's muzzle flashes burned bright in his NVGs as he slammed the throttles forward. The Longhorn surged to 40 knots, its bow rising like a charging bull. Up in the turret, Jad pivoted the saw toward the threat. "Light that D-Shay up," Moore bellowed over the wind. Jad's response was a deafening wall of tracers, pink streaks that danced across the enemy hull in a shower of sparks. The kidnapper's boat returned fire, rounds chewing into the log where Jack and Howard had been moments before. Underwater, Jack wrapped his arms around a submerged branch, lungs burning as bullets turned the surface above into a frothing hell. The log shuddered with each impact, splinters swirling in the searchlight's yellow beam. Just as his vision started spotting, the gunfire stopped. He breached the surface, dragging a sputtering Howard with him only to freeze at the sight downstream. A second boat was closing fast, its own stream of magenta tracers stitching the night. Jad fell silent, the barrel smoking. Reloading. He yelled, ducking below as spent brass clattered across the deck. Carey took over, his rifle cracking twice from the cockpit. Drivers down. He reported, but the enemy boat kept coming. Now a runaway missile heading straight for the log. Leeson's scream tore through the chaos. They're gonna hit. Moore swore and wrenched the wheel, throwing the Longhorn into a skidding turn that sent a wall of water crashing over the bow. The rogue boat shot past, missing the log by inches before careening into the bank with a grinding crunch of fiberglass. Silence fell, broken only by the Longhorn's idling engines and Howard's ragged coughing. Then Jack's voice, raw with adrenaline. Next time, remind me to vacation in the mountains. Swim, damn it. Jack roared, wrenching Howard free from the splintered branch. The speedboat's engine howled as it carved through the water straight toward them. The hail of pink tracers from the second vessel had ceased. Clutching the banker with one arm, Jack kicked wildly, abandoning the floating log just as the speedboat smashed into it. The impact sent the massive timber spinning, missing Howard's skull by inches. The violent wake tore the banker from Jack's grasp, swallowing him in the churning current. Howard. Jack's voice cracked as a wave crashed over him. Treading water, he spun around just in time to see the speedboat plow into a boulder with a deafening crunch. The jet boat launched into the air like a flipped coin, shearing through palm fronds before vanishing into the jungle with a series of snapping branches. Before Jack could react, the river surged around him, dragging him under in a whirlpool of conflicting currents. He fought his way back to the surface, gasping. Howard. He choked out, scanning the dark water for any sign of the banker. Then impact. A hand clamped onto his shoulder, yanking him backward. For a split second, relief flooded him. Howard had made it. But the grip was too strong, too deliberate. Dutch Orion. A gruff voice barked in his ear. Jack thrashed, trying to break free. Howard can't swim. He snarled. Go after him, you moron. Relax, the bold swimmer grunted, dragging him sideways through the current. We already got him. A flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the water. Jack squinted. There was Carey Marks, floating on his back, arms locked around Howard in a rescue hold. The banker lifted a trembling hand, flashing a shaky thumbs up. Blinding white hit Jack's face. A loose braid brushed against his cheek. You alive? Leeson's voice cut through the roar of the engine beneath them. Jack pushed himself up, shivering as wind whipped over the speeding boat. She pulled him close, her grip fierce. He hugged her back, the Longhorn slicing through the rapids. How? He managed. She tightened her hold. Later. You hurt? He pulled away as the boat jolted over a rapid, nearly knocking him off balance. Fine, Howard. Staggering to his feet, he spotted Jad crouched over the banker, medical kit open. The green beret had ditched his helmet, but still wore his tactical vest over a plaid shirt. Howard's eyes fluttered open, dazed. Jack, was Lisanne really here? Or did I hallucinate that? Jack smirked. Rest, Howard. We're clear. The banker sagged back, squeezing Jack's hand weakly. We showed those bastards, huh? Damn right. Tough as nails, old man. Howard's feverish grin faltered. His grip slackened. He's fading, Jad muttered, pressing a gauze pad to a wound. Let me work. Jack hesitated before releasing Howard's hand. Stay with me, he urged. Howard gave a faint nod, eyes shut. What do you need? Jack asked Jad, voice tight. Jad's hands moved swiftly over Howard's body, checking for injuries. He's going into shock, he muttered, frowning as he felt the heat radiating from Howard's skin. I expected hypothermia after being in the water, but he's burning up. Any wounds? Internal bleeding. Jack shook his head. His legs banged up, but nothing serious. He's been sick for days, fever comes and goes, leaves him shaking like a leaf. Got it, Jad said, turning to Lisanne. Grab his legs. We need to prop them up. She quickly slid an ammo box under Howard's legs, cushioning it with a boat fender. As she peeled off his ruined Gucci loafers and soaked socks, Howard stirred, mumbling, "Be careful with those." Then his head dropped back down. Jack took the shoes from Lisanne and tossed them overboard. I'll replace them, he said dryly. Blanket, please, Jad ordered. One for Jack, too. We need to stabilize him before tackling the fever. Lisanne draped a wool blanket over Jack's shoulders before carefully tucking another around Howard. Jad examined Howard's yellowed eyes and the angry mosquito bites covering his skin. Classic malaria symptoms. Didn't you guys get vaccinated before leaving D.C.? Jack grimaced. We were supposed to be in Hong Kong for 3 days, Max. Surprised he's still alive, Jad muttered, pulling out an IV bag from his medical kit. Tougher than he looks. Must be, Jack agreed. Malaria should have taken him by now. Jack hesitated before adding, we got help from a Hmong family. They took us in, gave us some kind of medicine, knocked us out cold. Howard got a second dose earlier tonight. Jad paused while inflating the blood pressure cuff. What kind of medicine? Some bitter drink tasted like licorice. A homemade remedy. Jad's eyes narrowed. Sounds like laudanum. Boat, mister. See? Doesn't drug test us when we get back. Laudanum. Basically liquid opium. He checked the pressure reading and cursed. BP's dropping. Yeah, Howard might have overdone it. Opium. Lisanne's eyebrows shut up. You've been making interesting friends. Jack tightened the blanket around himself, thinking of the folded paper in his pocket. Long story. But yeah. Oh, we crashed with Bruce Stevenson? He didn't make it. At first, we only knew 2 of you survived, Lisanne said, briefly touching Jack's arm. River pirates were hunting you. Dia said the snakeheads, a gang out of Laos, were looking to snatch you. Drug runners. Not just drugs, Jack thought. Worse. He stood, glancing at the massive cattle horns mounted on the boat's turret. Liz, what is this thing? Stevenson's restored Navy patrol boat. She's called Longhorn. Jack smirked. Of course it is. Hey, Chief. Jad called from the deck. Slow her down trying to stick a needle here. The engines quieted as Master Chief Moore turned to Jack and Lisanne. River's wide enough to drift for a bit. He extended a hand. Kendrick Moore. Good to meet you, sir. Sir? SEAL Master Chief. Dev Grew, Lisanne explained. Clark hired him. Former SEAL, Moore corrected, shrugging off his plate carrier with a clatter. He's campus now, Lisanne added. Moore smirked. More like a temp. Mr. Clark believed I could assist with navigating the jungle operations. Lisanne, I suggested. Why don't you pull up Gavin's intel feed one more time? Better safe than sorry, we don't want any surprises tailing us. She nodded, settling into her seat and firing up the tough book. Jack leaned in, curiosity piqued. Gavin's intel feed? He asked. Yep, she replied, fingers flying over the keys. He gave us a direct link to NSA's Echelon system. Real-time updates. Jack edged closer, eyes locked on the screen as she logged in. Mind if I take a look? Go ahead. She pulled up the file. See these readings at the top? And that's how we tracked you to the boat. Sigma fluctuations matched vessel movement. And down here, that's the intercepted conversation, translated from Laotian. Jack scanned the transcript, then suddenly snatched the sat phone from Lisanne's hand mid-call. Hey, she snapped. What's your problem? Ignoring her, he jabbed a finger at the screen. Right here. They're not just calling us targets, they're labeling us auditors. That means they know about geotech. Lisanne frowned. Okay, so? We already knew they were hunting you. Jack shook his head. This isn't some random gang. If they're using that term, they're tied to the rare earth operation. I was heading to those remote mines to check discrepancies in the book's samarium refining, rare earth magnets, the whole deal. She exhaled sharply. Fine. What now? Jack turned to Chief Kendrick at the helm. Can we push this boat all the way back to Hue? The Perfume River, can we make it? Kendrick adjusted his night vision goggles, scanning the riverbanks. Maybe. We've got half a tank. Listen, what's the range look like? She zoomed in on the Garmin's display. We'll make it. Her face flickered in the screen's glow as she locked eyes with Jack. But I have to update Clark. Everyone's on edge thinking you're dead or captured. Who's everyone? Clark, Gavin, Gary, your dad. That's it. Clark insisted on keeping this quiet, your father's orders. Too much heat if Americans get caught operating here, especially after the mess in Mindanao. Jack's jaw tightened. Mindanao. What happened? She filled him in Adnan Sheikh's assassination plot, the botched op, the backlash videos. And now there's chatter about Chinese involvement. Mary Pat's theory, Talon. Some shadow network using gangs as proxies. Ding's chasing a lead in Venezuela. Jack absorbed it all, watching the dark water churn behind them. So Clark's worried about exposure? Big time. If you got burned as campus blackside, game over. Jack smirked. And here I thought this was just a tropical vacation gone wrong. Lisen rolled her eyes. Hilarious. But seriously, what about geotech? Jack leaned against the railing as the boat carved through the water, his fingers tracing the rough edge of the mounted cattle horns. The memory of brown and blue, his ever-present shadows in Hong Kong, flashed through his mind, followed by the chaotic scuffle in that damp alley near the wet market. And then the helicopter. That damn crash. Lisen nudged his arm, snapping him back. You've got that look again, she said. Spill it. Just running through the pieces, he muttered. Howard swore this deal would close, even with Stevenson dead and my investigation half finished. Exactly, Lisen reaching for her phone. Which means we call it in. Whatever mess someone tried to make out here, it's over. Jerry secured his rare earth magnet's clean energy's golden ticket. Her thumb hovered over the screen, but Jack stopped her again. Hold on. Those magnets aren't just for wind turbines. Geotech's top buyer? Quantum Atomics. Defense contracts. The deal's done, but something stinks. The sun exhaled sharply. Jack, of course it stinks. You almost died in the Golden Triangle when your bird went down. Accident? His voice dropped. I'm not buying it. She froze, phone halfway to her ear. You think someone shot you out of the sky? Not shot. Bombed. Her lips parted. A bomb. What makes you say that? When we were spinning down, I saw the hole blown in the hull. And the smell's sweet, almost like more cut in. Almonds. Bingo. Jack's jaw tightened. There was this French guy who packed our lunch cooler. Almond croissants. At first I thought that was it. Lisan's eyes darted between them. Jack, how much opium were you on? Zemtex, more corrected. They lace it with that scent so you know it's there. C4's the same. Once you catch a whiff, it sticks with you. Jack nodded. So maybe the croissants were just cover. Saw it in Aleppo Ace's hid aid labs behind bakeries. Lisen's fingers tightened around her phone. So you're saying someone tried to take you out, and now a hit squad's hunting auditors? Mary Pat might be right about Talon. Maybe China wanted to screw with our samarium stockpile. Or, Jack countered, they wanted the deal to happen. Her brows knit together. Why the hell would Talon push it through? Jack tapped the Garmin. Get me back to Hue. Then we'll find out. Singapore, Wednesday, October 9. David Highsmith crossed his legs, swirling the ice in his lemon water as he stared through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The skyline of downtown Singapore stretched before him, ships dotting the South China Sea like toys in a bathtub. Bruce Stevenson had always raved about this view. Highsmith couldn't care less. The desk phone buzzed beside a framed photo of Stevenson's grinning kids clustered around him on a sailboat. With a flick of his wrist, Highsmith tossed the frame into a drawer before answering. He's here? Yes, sir. Shall I send him in? Highsmith took a slow breath. Almost over. Do it. I'm prepared. The Financial Times Singapore bureau chief stepped into the expansive office, exchanging a brisk handshake with Highsmith before settling at the gleaming conference table. The reporter looked younger than expected, his untucked chambray shirt, faded jeans, and scuffed Adidas sneakers clashing with Highsmith's tailored suit. The man's casual appearance made Highsmith's lip curl slightly. Was this really the best the FT could send? Without ceremony, the journalist pulled a compact recorder from his worn canvas bag and set it between them. Hope you don't mind if I capture this for accuracy? Not at all. Highsmith took his seat, masking his distaste for the reporter's unkempt beard and shaggy hair. Alice, his PR head, had assured him this would be a flattering profile, a chance to position himself as the steady hand guiding Geotech's future. And this kid? Hardly a threat. Questions about the Hendley deal or Stevenson's vanished helicopter wouldn't rattle him. Geotech was private after all. If things got too uncomfortable, he could simply shut the conversation down. The reporter clicked his pen open, glancing at his notepad. First, my condolences about Bruce Stevenson. It's an unfortunate situation. Highsmith waved a dismissive hand. Bit early for condolences, don't you think? The journalist paused, then nodded. Right. There's still hope he'll be found. 3 days had passed since Stevenson's helicopter disappeared over Vietnam's rugged highlands. The 2 American auditors on board? Officially, they didn't exist. Hendley had seen to that. Highsmith drummed his fingers lightly on the table. Everyone at Geotech remains optimistic. Search efforts are ongoing. The reporter crossed his legs, his sneaker bouncing in a rhythm that grated on Highsmith's nerves. Speaking of ongoing, you've stepped into the CEO role, albeit temporarily. What's that been like? Acting CEO, Highsmith corrected smoothly. But leadership transitions are inevitable. Geotech's work doesn't stop, not with governments, tech giants, and supply chains depending on us. He leaned back, savoring the understatement. If only this kid knew the chaos of the past 72 hours. The tearful video calls with regional offices, the staged solidarity with Singapore staff, all while he finalized the Hendley paperwork and watched his bank balance swell by 27 million. You're a founder too, the reporter noted. I read that much of Geotech's land was originally your wife's family's rubber plantations. Claudette Claret, right? French connections must have helped. Highsmith's smile tightened. This boy had no idea what it had taken 15 years of draining Claudette's inheritance, leveraging his own estate, even grinding in Hisby's private equity division, just to spot the rare earth opportunity. When tests confirmed samarium deposits on her family's Vietnamese land, it had taken Henry's political maneuvering to sway Hanoi's restrictions. And Bruce, a convenient CEO plucked from their Hesby days. The journalist flipped a page. Your wife's family's still in Hue, but she prefers Paris, I hear. Highsmith's gaze turned icy. Claudette enjoys the city's culture. He left unspoken the real reason. Distance from the messier chapters of their rise. Let the kid scribble his half-truths. The real story wasn't for the Financial Times. Really. The Englishman thought, barely masking his irritation. This nosy journalist needed to disappear fast. Without acknowledging the question, he smoothly launched into his rehearsed corporate spiel. For clarity's sake, let me state unequivocally that Geotech remains fully operational. Our thoughts are with Bruce Stevenson, and we pray for his safe return. That said, our lithium supply chain remains unmatched, our refineries operate at peak capacity, and our infrastructure will drive the renewable energy revolution. As interim CEO, I assure you, he bulldozed through without pausing for interruptions. Financial Times credentials be damned, this brat wouldn't smear him as some silver-spooned puppet. Riding the elevator down the shimmering corporate tower, he mentally reviewed his performance. Not bad. Actually, damn near perfect. Even Bruce might have grudgingly nodded approval, though, honestly, why did that still matter? The descending floor numbers mirrored his dwindling concerns. Freedom was inches away. His Gloucestershire estate would soon be his again, the pastures, the staff, the stables. Offshore accounts were prepped. Claudette and her leeching relatives could finally be cut loose. By the time the elevator dinged at the lobby, he was scrolling past unread emails from Quantum Atomics and EV manufacturers. Let Jerry Henley drown in those problems. Singapore's oppressive humidity hit him like a sauna as he pushed through the revolving doors. One last annoyance. Then, yes, the real farewell celebration, a waiting companion in his Raffles suite. The mere idea soothed his pride, still prickling from that reporter's insinuations. Right on cue, a tinted Mercedes glided to the curb. He slid into the icy AC, savoring the relief until he noticed the figure across the seat. Kai, drive, the Laotian ordered. Highsmith's stomach dropped as the car surged forward. The driver's serpentine gang tattoo coiled beneath his bun. Guh Crisp, in a white short sleeve, watched him with those unsettling heterochromatic eyes. The privacy screen rose, door locks thumped shut. This is absurd, Highsmith muttered, staring at Orchard Road's luxury shoppers. Kai's voice was a blade. We have unfinished business, Sir David. The Henley deal is closed. We're done. Not quite. I leaned closer. The auditors. Highsmith exhaled through his nose. Not my circus. Henri gave you the helicopter details. What more do you want? The Mercedes accelerated, merging into traffic as his carefully planned exit crumbled. Kai let out a derisive laugh. You think this is over? Stevenson might be gone, but those auditors slipped right through your fingers. Mark my words, they'll resurface when you least expect it. Highsmith's face twisted in irritation as Kai mimicked his stiff upper lip and haughty tone. So what? He snapped, watching the bustling city fade behind them. They'd already passed the turnoff that would have led him back to Raffles and to her. What's the point of dragging me out here? He muttered, rubbing his temples. The point. Tai smirked. You're catching a flight. To Da Nang. Highsmith scoffed. That's absurd. Thanks to your meddling, I'm Geotech's interim CEO now. My office is in Singapore? Not for long, Kai countered. Those auditors will reach out the second they're safe. And when they do, you'll play the gracious host. Highsmith arched a brow. Will I? Absolutely. Then you'll call me. Hue, Vietnam, Thursday. October 10. Henri Claret nearly spilled his wine when he saw Jack standing at the door. Jack, mon Dieu, you're alive. He clapped a hand over his heart, his silk pajamas rustling as he ushered Jack inside. Come, sit, you must be exhausted. Jack sank into a plush leather chair, scanning the dimly lit room. The rest of the sprawling colonial house was silent save for the hum of ceiling fans. Across the ravine, the rest of his team was holed up in the guest villa Howard hooked to an IV, feverish but stable. Henri fussed with a decanter. You must eat, drink, tell me everything. Jack leaned back, crossing his arms. Bruce didn't make it. Howard's got malaria. Henry's smile faltered. Terrible. What happened? Bruce took us on a joyride near Les TW. Helicopter malfunctioned, probably hydraulics. We spun out. Jack kept his voice steady. Howard and I got thrown clear. Bruce didn't. Henri shook his head. Always reckless, that one. And after the crash? Jack studied the Frenchman's too eager expression. We hiked out. Took days, but we hit Highway 8 eventually. The old Ho Chi Minh Trail, Henri murmured. Yep. Jack's smile didn't reach his eyes. Funny how things work out. The remnants of the Ho Chi Minh Trail lingered in Jack's mind. Bruce would have found the twisted humor in it. The dim glow of the table lamp carved sharp shadows across the Frenchman's face, leaving the rest of the house swallowed in darkness. A faint creak from upstairs betrayed Madame N's presence. At least let me offer you bread, Henry insisted, his voice too smooth. Freshly baked. Some curry soup? Wine. You look surprisingly intact, though those mosquito bites tell a different story. Hell must have missed you by inches. Jack didn't blink, his posture rigid as he studied Henry's restless gaze. Sit. You've had your turn asking questions. Now it's mine. Henri hesitated, feigning concern. You should eat first. Lost my appetite for your hospitality, Jack shot back. Henri stiffened, then turned toward the archway. Water, then. Jack let him go, listening as footsteps retreated down the hall. A sudden gasp cut through the silence. When Henri reappeared, Kendrick Moore had him in a brutal wrist lock, shoving him into a chair. Found him trying to sneak out the back, Moore growled. Jack leaned in, unimpressed. Really, Henry? That's your play? A backdoor escape? Henry rubbed his wrists silent. Moore cracked his knuckles, looming over him. Nothing to say. Jack taunted. Let's fix that. With a nod, Moore seized Henri's head and forced his thumbs into the man's throat, choking him until he gagged. That picnic you packed for us? Jack said coolly. Bond me with a side of explosives. Classy touch, the almond croissants. Moore released him. I didn't, Henry sputtered, wiping his nose with a trembling hand. The cooler wasn't my doing. The maintenance crew, but you knew, Jack interrupted. You knew that Chopper was rigged. A soft light spilled into the room as Madame Anne appeared in the doorway, draped in a sleek black robe, her hair loose. She watched Henri with icy disapproval, but made no move to intervene as Moore struck him again. Jack, she murmured, I didn't expect you back. Guess you didn't need to slip me another note like on the Star Ferry. You've got me now. Her shoulders sagged. So you did recognize me in Kowloon. Took me longer than it should have. Now I'm wondering why you led me into a snakehead ambush. Her eyes flashed. No, that wasn't me. I arranged that trip just to talk to you. I had no idea they'd follow. She shot Henri a venomous glance. But I suppose he did. Henri flinched. Marie. He fell silent under Moore's glare. Jack exhaled sharply. Let's pretend you're telling the truth. Let's say Hong Kong was just bad luck. But you still let your husband load a bomb onto Bruce's chopper. The unspoken accusation hung between them, thick as the tropical heat. You were aware Howard and I would be targets as well. Her breath hitched, fingers pressing against her chest. The helicopter, I had no idea. I swear it. When I heard it went down, I was just as stunned as you. Honestly, why should I take your word for it, Madame Anne? Jack's skepticism was real, but something in his instincts tugged at him. She didn't carry herself like a guilty woman. Back in that crowded Hong Kong market, her fear had been raw. Either she was a world-class liar, or she was being straight with him. Those men are monsters, she spat. I never imagined they'd go so far as to target Bruce alongside you and Howard. Clearly, I underestimated them. Jack and Moore exchanged a glance. What makes them monsters? Jack pressed. Marie. Her husband snapped. Not another word. Moore drove his elbow into Henry's temple, then jammed a thumb behind his ear. Pipe down, Henry, Jack said coolly. Your time to talk is over. As Moore withdrew, Jack turned back to Madame Anne. Answer the question. What's their deal? Who are they? And why drag me into this in Hong Kong? She settled into the chair beside him, smoothing her satin robe over her crossed legs. Her hands, folded neatly on her knee, were bare, no wedding ring in sight, despite her marriage. I needed you to witness what they've done, she began, voice tight. When I heard you were heading to the mining zones, I was relieved. Then you vanished, and she swallowed. I was terrified. What exactly did you expect me to find up there? Her gaze turned distant, glassy. The trafficking. Young girls, stolen from their villages, smuggled south to Saigon. Sold off to brothels in Beijing, Pyongyang. They're treated like livestock. Her voice cracked. I couldn't stay silent. She sucked in a sharp breath. I saw it myself, Jack cut in. Met a family torn apart by it. But what's Geotech's role in this? They're involved. Jack's brow furrowed. Why? The company's rolling in cash, leading the charge in green energy. Why risk everything on something this vile? Geotech success, she said quietly, is built on the snakeheads' backs. Jack studied her, weighing her words. His gut told him to listen. Fine. Start from the beginning. She straightened, spine rigid, eyes locked on the wall. After a steadying breath, she spoke. Years ago, when the samarium deposits were discovered, the snakeheads came to the Claret family. Henri was their first contact. Marie, don't. Henry's protest died as Moore dug his fingers into a nerve point. The man whimpered, slumping. Why? Jack pressed. What did they want? Her eyes pleaded with him. You have to understand, Jack. The snakeheads control those lands, the old rubber plantations, the mines. It's a lawless zone. At first, it was just protection money. Classic mob tactics. In the mines. The snakeheads left Geotech's operations alone, no theft, no attacks on workers as long as the payments kept coming. And she hesitated. As long as David turned a blind eye to the girls being moved through the same routes into Laos. Enough. Henry roared. You're signing our death warrants, Marie. Moore silenced him with a palm over his mouth. We're done with your interruptions, he muttered. Jack held up a hand. Hold on. You're saying David Highsmith, the acting CEO, is complicit in this? Yes. It spiraled out of control. The snakeheads demanded more than cash equipment, river access, free reign across the territory. David went out of his way to fulfill their every demand, quietly diverting company funds to do so. But why take such risks? Jack pressed. Geotech has the resources for proper security. Why not involve the authorities? Why keep lying? By then we were all complicit, she admitted, her voice heavy. Every member of the Claret's family, myself included, had blood on our hands. If the truth came out, we'd be branded as traffickers, stripped of everything and left to rot in a Vietnamese prison. David had been looking for an exit for years. Except what? He couldn't resist the lifestyle, she said bitterly. The high-end brothels in Saigon and Hanoi weren't just for his own pleasure. He used them to wine and dine corrupt officials, securing mining permits over drinks and other distractions. Her gaze flicked to her husband. Isn't that right, Henry? You've joined him on more than one of those little excursions. Henri turned his face toward the darkened window, refusing to meet her eyes. Jack leaned forward. Then Henley showed up and David saw his golden ticket, a clean escape with a fat payout. She gave a slow nod. Exactly. But once Henley took control, we would have uncovered everything eventually. Maybe, she conceded. The snakeheads might have backed off if they couldn't manipulate you. But think about it. Were you ever planning to relocate here? From what I heard, Henley intended to keep operations running as usual, with Bruce remaining as CEO in Singapore for another 2 years. He would have hired whoever David suggested. Jack frowned. She was right, none of Henley's team would have stepped foot in Vietnam. I thought this was our chance to end it for good, she continued, her voice tightening. And I wanted you to know the truth about David. And him. She shot Henry a venomous look. Oh, spare me the act, Marie, Henry scoffed. You turned a blind eye just like the rest of us. Don't pretend you're some innocent victim. Her hands trembled slightly as she stared at them. I did what I could, she murmured. You met Danielle at dinner. She was one of the girls I pulled out before they could ship her south. Her voice dropped further. But saving a handful doesn't change the system. I thought meeting you in Hong Kong might. Jack pulled a crumpled note from his pocket, the one the Montagnard tribesman had given him near the Laotian border. I think this is a list of missing Hmong girls taken by the snakeheads. She examined it briefly before handing it back. You're probably right. I don't read Hmong, but Danielle can translate it. That gang has been preying on those villages for years. Jack scratched at a mosquito bite, frustration creeping into his voice. One thing still doesn't add up. Bruce Stevenson would never have allowed this. He cared about his reputation. Hell, he loved this country. You're not wrong, she agreed. Bruce was a good man. But he had no idea what was happening here. He trusted David completely. Then why not go to Bruce? He would have shut it down immediately. And gotten himself killed, she said flatly. The snakeheads don't hesitate. If you doubt that. She trailed off, letting the unspoken implication hang in the air. Jack rocked back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. Maybe this wasn't some grand conspiracy, just a rotten operation hidden inside a legitimate business, fueled by greed and blackmail. Even if Chinese interests were involved, did it change anything? Then he remembered the quantum atomics deal, and geotech's sudden strategic importance. Something still didn't sit right. With a thud, he dropped the chair back to the floor and turned to Henry, who was slouched under Master Chief Moore's watchful glare. "Did you have help packing that Semtex into the cooler?" Henry groaned. "For the last time, Jack, I'm no bomber." "I'm not a murderer," the Frenchman insisted, his voice barely above a whisper. The interrogator leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Then explain the phone call. You specifically mentioned ensuring the helicopter was prepped." Henri slumped deeper into his seat, shoulders sagging under the weight of the accusation. "Fine," he muttered. "Yes, I made the call. You know I could track your phone records, right? Or maybe Chief Moore could convince you to talk faster." The interrogator smirked, tapping his fingers on the table. "But let's skip the theatrics, just tell me who you called." Henri exhaled sharply, defeated. "David Highsmith. Obviously." Da Nang, Vietnam, Friday, October 11. David Highsmith, the acting CEO, basked in the newfound deference from his staff. The respectful nods, the hushed tones, it was intoxicating. Sure, the workload had piled up, but today? He was taking it easy. Last night had been brutal. Sai had shoved him onto a last-minute economy flight and dragged him back to his half-empty apartment in Da Nang. Most of his belongings were already en route to London. To make matters worse, Tai and his ever-present shadow, Ling, had tailed him all morning like overzealous bodyguards. At least the office offered some dignity. Now, seated in Bruce Stevenson's plush corner office, Highsmith picked at his lunch beneath a framed photo of the war hero receiving his Silver Star. He hadn't dared remove it, too conspicuous. Vietnamese cuisine, he mused, might actually be one of the few things he'd miss. He was mid-bite into a glazed prawn when the phone rang. "Sir, a personal call for you." Kareen's voice crackled through the speaker. Highsmith scowled, dabbing his mouth with a linen napkin. "I said no interruptions, Kareen. Especially not during lunch." "It sounds urgent. Damn it. Probably Sai again." He stabbed the blinking line button. "David speaking." "Hello, David." Madame Anne's voice was smooth, deliberate. Relief washed over him. "Marie," he replied, forcing warmth into his tone. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "I saw your Financial Times interview." A smug grin spread across his face. He'd read it earlier, flattering, really. The piece painted him as the steady hand guiding the company through chaos. Exactly as planned. "You're too kind," he purred. "When did you arrive in Da Nang?" "Your Singapore office said you'd left." He swiveled his chair toward the window, admiring the ocean view. Stevenson's office had always been nicer than his a petty grievance that no longer mattered. "Late flight," he lied smoothly. "It's been nonstop since I landed." "Of course. Such tragic circumstances. But at least the company is in firm hands." Firm hands. The phrasing prickled at him. He murmured thanks, but his mind raced. What was her angle? He knew her marriage to Henry was a hollow formality. Their separate bedrooms in Hue were hardly a secret. And yet, despite her icy demeanor over the years, she'd kept her allure. He'd tested the waters before, dropping not-so-subtle hints. She'd brushed him off like he was beneath her. A Vietnamese woman snubbing him. The irony wasn't lost on him. Now, with his departure looming, was this her last-ditch effort to latch onto his rising star? If so, she was years too late. Highsmith wasn't ready to give up just yet. He took a deep breath and tried one last appeal. "Marie," he began carefully, "I could really use your help down here. These government contracts are drowning me. You know how impossible they are to read, after going through 3 layers of translators. Why not take a break from Hue for a while?" And from Henri, though he left that part unsaid. Marie's response caught him off guard. "Funny you should mention that," she replied. I was about to ask you the same thing to come here instead. His pulse quickened. You want me in Hue? Yes. Henri left for Hanoi this morning to do some shopping. His heart pounded. Surely Tsai wouldn't stop him from going, would he? I was actually considering a weekend trip to my place there, he said, trying to sound casual. With Bruce, well, you know, good man. Terrible loss. He hesitated, then added, but if you need me sooner, I could make it work. You must be feeling a little isolated in that big house. Come now, she insisted. A slow grin spread across his face as he rocked in his chair. All right, Marie. Let me tie up a few loose ends here, but I can be there by tonight. Just the two of us for dinner. Her next words wiped the smile right off. I'm relieved to hear that. Relieved? His stomach dropped. What do you mean, relieved? Because we have a situation, she said. With Henri gone, I need your help handling it. What kind of situation? Jack Ryan, the Henley man, he's here. Showed up an hour ago. I don't know what to do with him. Highsmith nearly shot out of his chair. Through the glass he caught sight of Corrine, his secretary, typing away. He turned toward the wall, lowering his voice. Ryan is in Hue? Right now. Not just in Hue, he's at the plantation. Said he and Howard hitched a ride after the crash. Bruce didn't make it, but Jack's fine, just banged up. Howard's in the hospital with bad malaria. Jack insists on speaking only to you, immediately. Highsmith pressed a hand to his forehead. Well, that settles it about Bruce. Damn shame. He exhaled sharply. Tell him I'm on my way. And make sure he stays put. He's not going anywhere. When can you get here? By 6. See you then. He hung up and stared blankly past Corrine, his gaze drifting toward the conference room where Ryan had once sifted through those damning receipts. He'd ordered them destroyed after the deal closed, but now he wondered if that had been enough. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and dialed Tsai. Meanwhile, in Hue, the plantation house's kitchen stood immaculate as ever. Henri's playground for blending French and Vietnamese flavors was spotless, thanks to Danielle, the Hmong girl Madame Anne had taken in. The marble counters gleamed, the chrome appliances shone, and the black and white tile floor could have passed for a Parisian bistro. Tucked beside the oversized fridge was a frosted glass pantry door. Inside, beyond the shelves of flour, oats, and canned goods, sat a small desk with 3 monitors, a landline, and a stack of French cookbooks. Lizanne Robertson perched stiffly on a wooden chair, adjusting camera angles with a mouse. Just as she zoomed in on the guest villa across the ravine, where Madame Anne and Danielle were staying, Jack Ryan Jr. walked in and dropped his radio on the desk. Jack rested his weight on his fists, squinting through the darkness toward the guest villa. Warm light spilled from behind drawn curtains, but there was no sign of Madame Anne or Danielle. Anything on her phone? He muttered, shifting a stance. Lizanne flipped through the unlocked iPhone, handed over without hesitation by the cooperative Vietnamese woman before shaking her head. No updates. Jack leaned closer to the monitor. What's that angle? Just verifying Carrie's position on the roof. She adjusted the camera zoom, revealing Carrie marks stretched out behind his HK-4116, the rifle steady on its tripod as he peered through the scope. Jack keyed his radio. Radio check. A moment later, Carrie's voice crackled back, clear and sharp. Loud and clear, Jack. How's my signal? Solid, Jack confirmed. Any word from Highsmith? Carrie's question hung in the air. David Highsmith, their primary target, had texted Madame Anne's phone 20 minutes ago, still on schedule for his 6 o'clock arrival. No changes, Jack replied, eyes flicking to the split screen showing the plantation's front gate. Master Chief Moore, anything on your end? Quiet as a graveyard, came the response. Couple of locals drove by earlier, nothing suspicious. Jack studied the screen, though the dense foliage near the road hid Moore's position completely. Somewhere in that tangle of greenery, the chief waited with his saw, ready. Jad, comms good? Clear as day, boss, the Green Beret answered. Jack spotted him near the cliff's edge, rifle slung, standing watch over the old spring house where Henri Claret fumed in captivity alongside Stevenson's vintage Lone Star Jeep. Satisfied, Jack turned to Lisanne. Let's check on Howard. They moved quickly up the mahogany staircase to the second floor. Madame Anne's room, just off the landing, told its own story, neatly separated from her husband's space, as if their marriage existed in name only. Lisanne eased the door open. Howard lay motionless beneath the canopy's sheer drapes, the IV drip taped to the headboard keeping him under. Bags running low, she murmured. Jack checked his pulse. Jad said he'd be out for hours. He's stable. Lisanne brushed her fingers over Howard's forehead, the bug bites fading but still visible. Fever's better. Jack exhaled, relieved at the stronger pulse beneath his fingertips. As they retreated, the veil settled back around Howard like a ghostly shroud. Back downstairs, Jack veered into the parlor, where the open casement window let in the night air. Its plantation shutters splayed against the outer wall. The quiet hum of cicadas filled the silence, the calm before whatever storm Highsmith would bring. Jack settled into the chair facing the open window, the evening breeze carrying the distant cries of crows from the canyon below. Across the room, Lisanne leaned against the arched doorway leading to the foyer, her posture tense. The quiet was unnerving, just the hum of the table lamp Jack had switched on before pressing the radio to his mouth. Carrie, I'm in position. What's your line of sight look like? A crimson dot flickered to life on Jack's shirt, dancing over his ribs. He shifted deliberately, testing its tracking, and grimaced as the laser clung to him like a persistent insect. That should sell it, he muttered into the radio, standing abruptly to escape the eerie red glow. The dot remained glued to the chair he just abandoned. Clean shot, Carrie confirmed. 300 yards, no wind, perfect angle. Let's pray I don't have to pull the trigger. Copy that, Jack replied. You won't. The laser's enough. Lisanne stepped closer to the window, eyeing the fading sunlight through the trees. We're running out of daylight, she said. He could show up any second. Jack handed her the radio. Here, you take it. Her prosthetic arm was hidden beneath a neatly buttoned sleeve, her real hand hovering uncertainly before accepting the device. I don't like you going in without comms, she said, voice tight. 4 radios, 4 people. You're on monitor duty, you need to stay linked to the team. She hesitated, then took it with a frown. And if he makes a move in here, she pressed. I won't see or hear a thing. Jack exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Carrie's got Overwatch. Jad and the chief are close. And trust me, Highsmith. The second that laser hits him, he'll crumble like wet cardboard. He lifted his shirt just enough to reveal the sing tucked into his waistband. Besides, I'm not exactly unarmed. Lisanne's jaw tightened. Don't underestimate him. He killed Stevenson. Almost took you and Howard out too. Orders, not his own hands. Big difference. She gave him a sharp look before turning away, radio in hand as she strode to the pantry. Sliding into the desk chair, she cycled through the security feeds, keeping the mic open since she needed her free hand to adjust the screens. Final comms check, she announced. One by one, Carrie, Jad, and the chief confirmed reception, loud and clear. Jack appeared in the doorway, hands shoved in his pockets, shoulders slumped. Hey, Liz, he said, voice softer now. Didn't mean to brush you off earlier. You absolutely did, she said without looking up. Okay, maybe a little. But your point stands. If we had another radio, I'd take it. But we don't. This was the plan. I know. He rubbed his clean-shaven jaw, then stuffed his hand back in his pocket. Listen, about Arlington. I'm glad you're here. Her eyes flicked to him for half a second before returning to the monitors. She muted the mic. Not now, Jack. Clark was right to put you in charge. I should have backed you from the start. That matters to me. Silence. She kept her gaze locked on the screens. Jack pushed on. Mostly I was pissed at Clark for benching me on this side gig, cutting me out of the Philippines op. And he hesitated. I worried about you over there. About Emily. You can't blame me for that, not after you took her round to the vest. This end didn't turn. Emily's fine. I'm fine. Static crackled before Moore's voice cut in. All units, headlights at the junction, vehicle inbound. Repeat, vehicle inbound. Lisanne adjusted the camera feed with her mouse, Jack leaning in close behind her. The chief was nowhere in sight. Spotting a silver Range Rover full-sized, Moore's voice crackled over the radio. Lisanne keyed the mic. Copy that, Chief. Matches Metaman's intel. We're greenlit. Moore's response was tense. Roger. Waiting for him to clear the checkpoint. Hold up. Vehicle stopped, vanished near the ravine dip. Not reappearing. Any visuals on your end? Negative, Lisanne replied, scanning the split-screen feed of the gate. She glanced at Jack. What's your take? Jack shrugged. No clue. Madame Anne's phone vibrated on the desk. Jack exhaled sharply as he read the screen. Highsmith's texting. Says he's a minute out. Lisanne nodded. About time. Why stop, though? Highsmith doesn't exactly drop by unannounced these days, Jack muttered, typing a reply. We're at the house. Hurry up. Moore's voice cut back in. Target vehicle spotted, Range Rover entering the gates. On the monitor, the wrought iron gates swung open. Highsmith's SUV accelerated through. Chief confirmed solo driver? Lisanne asked. Just one, Moore whispered. Headlights blinded me. Jack met Lisanne's gaze. Ready. Yep. I'll move to the door once he steps out. The Range Rover hesitated, engine idling before angling toward a gravel turnaround. The camera only caught the hood as it neared the house. Parking like he's planning a quick exit, Jack noted. Madame Anne's phone buzzed again. Lisanne read aloud. Highsmith says he's at the side door. It's locked. Jack frowned. The plan was front door entry, clean sight lines for Carrie on Overwatch. Tell him to come around. A knock. Then another sharper. This place is massive, Lisanne said. Asking him to circle to the front's gonna seem off? You can probably see the kitchen light. Jack rubbed his jaw. The knocking grew impatient. Fair point. Tell him you're coming. I'll intercept at the side. Carrie won't have visual. Won't need it long, Jack said, drawing his sing. Just need him relaxed. Talking. He racked the slide and handed it to her. Cover me. Lisanne stood, gripping the gun. Can't handle both this and the radio. Jack nudged her toward the hall. Won't take long. Stay hidden. The side door pounding turned urgent. Jack gave a quick thumbs up and moved forward. He paused, steadying himself before facing the man who'd wanted him dead. His fingers touched the deadbolt. Lisanne's choked scream tore through the air. The door exploded inward, slamming Jack backward. A kick to his leg sent him crashing onto marble. Lisanne's cry cut short. A figure had her pinned, the SIG wrenched from her grip. The attacker's long hair and neck tattoo were unmistakable. Jack tried to roll free, but a boot cracked against his skull. A knee drove into his spine, stealing his breath. Jack jerked to the side, attempting to dislodge the attacker clinging to his back. The cold press of a gun barrel against his nape sent a shiver down his spine. Don't move, or she's dead. The threat froze him in place. Through the kitchen doorway, he caught sight of the snakehead wrenching Lisanne's prosthetic arm loose with a cruel chuckle. The man then wound duct tape around her remaining limb, securing it tightly against her body. Dragging her toward Jack, the snakehead swung the Sig Sauer's grip hard against the base of his skull. The sudden pain made Jack's vision blur, giving the assailant on his back the opening to wrench his arms behind him. His shoulders screamed as his elbows were forced together, the duct tape biting into his forearms. A strip was slapped over his mouth, muffling any protest. Lisanne let out a muffled cry, followed by a sharp yelp from one of their captors. Go, Marine. From his spot on the floor, Jack saw her bolt for the kitchen's back door, desperation in her movements. She twisted, trying to work the knob with her bound arm, but the deadbolt was locked. Giving up, she pivoted toward the front parlor, aiming for the open window. Before she could reach it, the man who'd pistol-whipped Jack lunged, seizing her by the braid and yanking her backward. Carrie, she shrieked. The snakehead silenced her with another strip of tape before hauling her to a chair, binding her in place. They returned for Jack, dragging him to the foyer and forcing him into a wooden dining chair. Tape coiled around his chest, anchoring him to the seat. Then they hauled him toward the archway post, securing him there before retrieving Lisanne. As they positioned her opposite him, their eyes locked. Jack held her gaze, willing calm into his own expression, despite the tape stifling his breath. The lead captor, broad-shouldered with a crisp white shirt, leaned in, inspecting Jack like a specimen. His mismatched eyes, one brown, one blue, gleamed with cold amusement. A Chinese Type 92 sat snug in the holster at his belt. Highsmith's handler. Palon has a face now. The man frisked Jack, plucking the folded paper from his breast pocket. Unfolding it, he scoffed. So the Hmong gave you directions, he said, his accent thick. No wonder you slipped out of the jungle in a native boat. He flicked the page. Very considerate of them to mark their village location. Tapping the paper, the handler locked eyes with Jack while the snakehead lingered near Lisanne. The Hmong slaughtered my parents when I was 15, he said flatly. 3 years ago, they stabbed Ling's brother. He glanced at his partner, then back. Ling doesn't speak English. Let me translate. A rapid exchange in Laotian followed. Jack watched the snakehead's face twist, his jaw clenching as he glared. Curious what Ling said? The handler asked. He was eager to put a bullet in your skull for killing his friend Tway in Kowloon. Now he thinks that's too merciful. Jack exhaled slowly through his nose, shaking his head just as a heavy thud echoed from upstairs. The handler's head snapped up, his mismatched eyes narrowing at the ceiling. Jack noticed no tattoo on the man's neck, just a faint discoloration where ink might have been scrubbed away. That's Madame Marie-Anne Claret for you, the Laotian muttered, still staring at the ceiling. Didn't see her betrayal coming, did you? Naturally, she'd be hiding upstairs. Lisanne's gaze was distant, fixed on the floor. Jack could tell the sedatives were wearing off. Howard was likely stumbling out of bed right now, confused and disoriented. The snakehead beside Lisanne snarled something harsh in Laotian before yanking a curved karambit from behind his back, flicking the blade open with a practiced twist of his wrist. The same knife Jack had seen in Kowloon. The man spun it around his finger, just like his buddy had done in the market, then grabbed Lisanne's braid and pressed the blade to her throat. Her breathing hitched, but she didn't flinch. Another muffled thud came from upstairs. Jack didn't move. The snakehead dug the knife deeper, his voice rough. Ling says he'll take her head off right here. Says you owe it for killing Tway and for siding with the Hmong. Jack stayed silent, jaw clenched. Lisanne matched his resolve, refusing to give them the satisfaction. Here's a better plan, the Manchskid's agent said, exchanging a few words with his thug. The snakehead crouched in front of Lisanne, still twirling the knife. He grabbed her hand uselessly taped to her side and forced her index finger straight. The blade bit into her knuckle. He'll take her finger now, the Talon operative explained, stepping between Jack and Lisanne. Unless you decide to cooperate. He leaned in, blocking Jack's view, his mismatched brown and blue eyes boring into him. A one-armed bodyguard. He scoffed, glancing at Lisanne. Odd choice. Didn't think Americans hired cripples. Jack held his stare, refusing to rise to the bait. The man smirked. I pegged you and that doddering old man for pencil pushers. But now, you're something else entirely. His breath reeked of stale cigarettes. Jack turned his head, but the man grabbed his chin. We know every DA agent in Vietnam. Laos too. And you? You're not DA. Without warning, he jammed his thumb into Jack's eye, nail scraping the socket. Jack jerked back, but the grip was iron. Blood trickled down his cheek. FBI's accountants, the man mused. That your game? Playing Henley's money man must have been tedious. And your partner in Hue FBI as well? Bit old for field work. Guess we'll ask him ourselves. Jack kept his eyes shut against the pain. So, the man hissed, ripping the tape from Jack's mouth. Ready to talk? Who are you really? Silence. Yeah, figured. He stepped aside, revealing the snakehead pressing the blade deeper into Lisanne's finger. Blood welled. Imagine, the Talon agent whispered, lips nearly touching Jack's ear. Having one hand, then losing your fingers too. That's her future unless you tell me who you are, and what you know about geotech. Luzen's breath came fast. Then footsteps on the stairs. Jack's stomach dropped. Howard was about to walk into a bloodbath. Jack barely had time to register the Talon agent pulling the Chinese-made handgun from his waistband when the world erupted in chaos. Darkness swallowed the room as a deafening blast punched the air from his chest. 3 more concussive explosions followed in rapid succession, each accompanied by a strobing white flare that burned his retinas. The acrid stench of sulfur made him gag, but he clenched his jaw. He knew this drill. Flashbang grenades always detonated in that same predictable rhythm. A crimson beam cut through the smoke as Jad Mustafa materialized before him, combat knife already slicing through the duct tape binding Jack's wrists. Jack surged upright, his boots slipping on debris. The room pulsed with emergency lighting from Jad's helmet as he sprinted toward Lucen. Her captor lay motionless, dark hair fanned across a widening pool of blood. Jack tore the gag from her mouth. Status: alive. Coward. His necklace blade made quick work of her restraints just as Carrie Marks barked, clear. From the foyer, his rifle panning across the wreckage. Jack vaulted toward the stairs, where Howard writhed on the landing, hands clamped over his ears. Where's the second tango? Jack shouted, patting the disoriented banker for injuries. Gone out the window, Carrie called, as Jad crashed through the parlor after him. Lizanne knelt beside Howard, who babbled incoherently, drugs, fever, and flashbang shock, turning him delirious. I've got him, she yelled. Outside, gravel sprayed as a Range Rover fishtailed toward the gates, plowing through a hedge. Jad and Carrie opened fire, rounds sparking off the Service chassis. But the vehicle vanished into the tree line until a sudden, guttural roar split the night. Tracers streaked from the jungle like flaming arrows, punching through the Rover's hood. Flames engulfed the engine as it plowed into the unseen gunner. Silence. Move. Jack was already sprinting toward the gate when Da Nang, Vietnam, the elevator doors slid open to reveal Jack Ryan Jr. Adjusting his black eye patch, he gestured for Kendrick Moore and Lisa Robertson to exit first, a courtesy they repaid when they reached Geotech's glass doors. The receptionist blinked at the trio in their corporate disguises, Jack's Hong Kong-tailored suit, Moore's hastily purchased button-down, and Lisanne's sleek prosthetic arm concealed beneath her jacket sleeve. Apologies, the woman stammered, examining their forged Henley Associates badges. We weren't expecting 3 new executives. Gavin's handiwork had passed muster. The laminated IDs, printed at a local FedEx for $12, were flawless. Jack flashed his good eye in a conspiratorial wink. No need for fanfare. A conference room will do. The trio flashed their security badges and strolled past endless rows of cubicles where employees tapped away at keyboards or murmured into headsets. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the skyline of Da Nang sprawled toward the ocean. Turning a corner, they reached a sleek, glass-walled office, where a young secretary, Corinne Nguyen, rose to stop them. Mr. Ryan, do you have an appointment? She asked, though her attempt to block their path was half-hearted at best. Jack flashed a grin. We don't need one. We own the place. He ushered Moore and Lisanne inside before Corinne could protest. David Highsmith was oblivious, his back turned as he lounged in his chair, polished Oxfords propped on the credenza. The walls still bore Bruce Stevenson's old military commendations, relics of a different era. Highsmith's cheerful tone carried across the room no surprise, given Gavin Beery's recent digital eavesdropping into geotech systems. The man was practically giddy, instructing his Cayman Islands banker to reclaim his prized Gloucestershire estate from the clutches of the UK tax office. Unbeknownst to him, the NSA's Echelon surveillance system was piping every word to Lisanne's phone, details Jack had already reviewed in the elevator. Now, standing in the doorway, he didn't need a transcript. Highsmith's smug voice said it all, 7 million. Wire it directly to His Majesty's revenue. Then he turned. His shoes hit the floor with a thud as Kendrick Moore loomed over him. Highsmith's face went pale. I'll call you back, he choked out before slamming the phone down. Jack, your eye, Christ, the crash must have been brutal. And Bruce, God, I'm sorry. How's Howard? Still in the hospital, and Hugh? Stable, Jack replied coolly. He's at the U.S. Consulate Infirmary. Flying home soon. Highsmith's relief was theatrical. Thank heavens. You should have called. I could have arranged everything. He extended a hand toward Moore, who left it hanging. Behind them, Jack methodically lowered the blinds, offering Corrine an apologetic shrug before locking the door. Funny thing, Jack mused, unplugging Highsmith's phone. Madame Anne swore she called you last night. Highsmith blinked. Yes, something came up. CEO duties, you understand. Congrats on the acquisition, by the way. Too busy for Hugh, Jack echoed. Yet you sent someone. Moore cracked his knuckles. Lizen pulled out a phone, displaying a photo of Highsmith's mangled Range Rover smoldering in the jungle. Your vehicle, right? Plates match. Highsmith's gaze darted between them. And you are? Leeson Robertson, Jack said. Hendley Associates Security Team. Pleasure's all yours. The sarcasm dripped like honey. The company relies on them to handle delicate situations, just one of the perks. You'll appreciate now that the agreement is finalized. I understand. Not quite, Jack replied, a sly smirk playing at the edges of his mouth. But you will. Kendrick Moore moved behind Highsmith, settling onto the credenza, where the Englishman had propped his feet moments earlier. Mr. Ryan has a few questions for you, the Master Chief stated. Highsmith's gaze flickered nervously between his phone, the window, and Moore. Certainly. I have nothing to conceal. Except for running a human trafficking operation, Jack cut in. And those cozy payments to the snakeheads. Just minor details, right? Highsmith inhaled sharply before launching into a defensive rant. You don't understand the pressure I was under. Marie-Anne Claret and Henri orchestrated everything. That family has been bleeding this company dry, starting with my wife, Claudette. Is that so? Jack countered. Funny, because Madame Anne and Henry claim you're the one with direct ties to the snakeheads. Preposterous. I might have been forced into a single illegal transaction, but that's all. Disgusting criminals. He scoffed, adjusting his collar. I'm the real victim here. Thank God for professionals like you, cleaning up this mess. Interesting take, Jack said dryly. Then why was the snakehead boss found in your car, the flipped Range Rover Mistoria? Robertson just showed you? They must have stolen it. Those animals have no boundaries. Frankly, I'm relieved you're finally cracking down. Lisanne swiped open a photo on her phone, revealing Tai Chi's mangled body sprawled across jungle undergrowth. Highsmith flinched, turning his head. Never seen him before. Really? Jack snatched the phone, scrolling through messages. Because you two were practically pen pals. He stopped on the most recent text. This one where your buddy says the job's done and you're clear to fly back to London? Yeah, that was me. Sent it this morning. Highsmith stayed silent, fixated on the skyline. Jack tapped the screen. Our tech guy at Hendley? Absolute wizard. Pulled every message, every IP trace, even matched your geotech login to a backdoor feeding quantum atomics files straight to the snakeheads. Care to explain why a legitimate CEO needs smuggling rings hacking his servers? Moore's grip tightened on Highsmith's shoulder as the man stammered, Henry, let them in. After that, they owned me. Death threats, extortion, that monster held a knife to my throat. His voice cracked, the bravado crumbling into desperate theatrics. Jack leaned in, unimpressed. Save it for the jury. I had no choice but to comply with his demands, the man confessed, his voice tight with tension. Jack let out a low whistle. Damn, that's intense. Rightly so? Terrifying, she murmured. Jack shook his head in disbelief. Rough situation. But tell me, did it ever cross your mind why this snakehead character would need unauthorized access to Geotech's defense contractor files? Not really. Perfect. Then allow me to enlighten you, Jack said, leaning forward. Turns out, after some digging, we traced the data he stole straight to a network of IP addresses linked to Chinese intelligence, specifically the Ministry of State Security. Which, by the way, makes you an accomplice to espionage. That's absurd. Not at all. You might think operating from Vietnam shields you, but targeting an American firm while employed by one? That's industrial espionage, and Uncle Sam has every right to come after you. Highsmith's gaze darted to his desk, then back to Jack. You're not FBI. Nope. But the FBI answers to my father. Well, technically they report to Attorney General Dan Murray, who reports to my dad. I'm done talking without legal counsel, Highsmith snapped, turning to his monitor. Get out. Jack smirked. Come on, don't be like that. I haven't even told you how to avoid rotting in a cell yet. The Englishman's fingers froze over the keyboard. He exhaled sharply. Fine. I'm listening. Simple. You will spy for us instead. I'm not a spy. Jack waved the phone like a trophy. Oh, but you are. We just want you to change sides. No extra effort, keep your cushy VP title, play office politics, and when your new Chinese contact comes sniffing for quantum, atomics intel, you'll hand them exactly what we give you. Easy, right? You're insane. I want nothing to do with this. Sure about that? Jack's tone turned icy. Option 1, life in prison, contemplating your mistakes. Option 2, my associate here stages your tragic rooftop suicide, his personal favorite. Or option 3, you keep your Da Nang penthouse, minus the shady side hobbies. Oh, and your Cayman's account. Poof. Henley reclaimed every penny. Back to square one, Sir Dave. Highsmith's face drained of color. After a long pause, he muttered, Deal. Fantastic, Jack chirped. Then, feigning forgetfulness, almost forgot no handshake. You don't deserve it. Now, get out of Bruce Stevenson's office. Epilogue: The White House, Washington, D.C. 1 week later, Gary Montgomery, lead agent of the West Wing detail, spotted Jack first. To the Secret Service, he was better known by his call sign, Shortstop. Montgomery was mid-rounds, checking in with his team rooftop snipers, harried entrance guards, and the 15 suits patrolling the building's 3 floors. He preferred face-to-face updates, a habit drilled into him after years in protection. The morning sun glinted off the White House lawn as he nodded at Jack, who flashed a grin that said everything had gone according to plan. Montgomery moved quickly down the hallway, fresh from his walk along the West Wing's covered walkway. He nodded at Kate, his fellow Secret Service agent standing guard outside the cabinet room, where the president was deep in negotiations with the labor secretary to finalize the rail union agreement. Kate gave a curt nod in return, her posture as rigid as one of the Tower of London guards. Just ahead, Montgomery spotted Jack Ryan Jr. leaning against the wall near the Roosevelt Room, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking every bit the relaxed son of the president. Beside him stood Lisanne, his sharp-eyed fiancée, scanning the corridor with the practiced gaze of an ex-cop. Between them loomed an unfamiliar figure, a towering bald man in a suit that strained at the seams, cradling a delicate White House teacup like it was a thimble in his massive hands. Montgomery raised an eyebrow as he approached. Saw your name on the schedule, Jack. Didn't realize you were bringing a whole entourage. He extended a hand, which Jack shook before introducing Lisanne and Kendrick Moore. Last-minute additions, Jack explained with a shrug. You know Lisanne. Moore here works with me in risk assessment over at Henley. Moore's grip was firm as he shook Montgomery's hand. The agent's gaze lingered on Jack's eye patch. What's the story with that? He asked, half amused. Jack grinned. Too much peeking through keyholes. Eventually it bites you in the face. A voice buzzed in Montgomery's earpiece, Kate, alerting him that the president was on the move. Gotta run, he said, already stepping away. Might be a while before he's free. Crazy morning. As Montgomery disappeared, Jack turned to Moore, eyeing the man's stiff collar. You can relax, Moore. Told you the tie was optional. Moore took a careful sip from his tiny cup. I'm good. Just then Arnie Van Dam barreled past, barely slowing as he spotted them. Nobody's fetched you yet. He muttered, barely breaking stride. Stay put. Someone will be here. Lisanne crossed her arms. That's what they said 20 minutes ago. This time, though, the promise stuck. A Navy captain in crisp dress blues approached his chest, adorned with aviator wings and a rainbow of service ribbons. Moore snapped to attention, nearly sloshing his coffee. The officer introduced himself simply as Captain Gronemeyer, White House liaison to the news. "Follow me," he ordered, leading them through secure doors and down a narrow stairwell that smelled of fresh paint and steel. They passed an armed ranger and a beagle with a nose for explosives before stepping into a high-tech conference room, black leather chairs, glowing red clocks, and a massive table lined with secure phones. Jack blinked in surprise. His father had mentioned a quick Oval Office chat, not a trip to the Situation Room's nerve center. "Make yourselves comfortable," Gronemeyer said before vanishing. A monitor flickered to life. The screen flickered to life with the National Security Council emblem against a deep blue backdrop, the monitor emitting a low electronic hum. The insignia vanished, replaced by the weathered face of John Clark gazing down from the wall-mounted display. "Am I the first one here?" Clark asked, adjusting his reading glasses. Moore leaned toward Jack, whispering, "He can actually see us?" Jack gave a quick nod before responding, "Hey, mister. See. Just us for now." Pushing his glasses up his nose, Clark glanced at an unseen document. "The president should be joining shortly. How's that eye holding up, Jack? Did your mother work her magic?" "All good," Jack replied. "She says it'll heal perfectly." Clark lowered his glasses, studying Jack with amusement. "You know what? That eye patch actually suits you. Must have picked up some pirate swagger after tangling with those river thugs." Jack chuckled. "Nice one, sir. New suit as well?" Clark noted. "Custom job from Hong Kong," Jack said with a grin. "Best tailor in the city." Clark gave a non-committal grunt before shifting his attention to another document. Moore barely moved his lips as he muttered, "What's going on here?" But Clark caught it anyway. "Patience, Mr. Moore. All will be clear shortly." The door creaked open just enough for Captain Gronemeyer to peer inside. Spotting Clark on screen, the Navy officer gave a tight-lipped nod of approval before shutting the door firmly. "While we're waiting," Clark said, removing his glasses, "Carrie and Jad checked in from Bangkok a few hours ago." Lizen's head snapped toward Jack before she turned back to the screen. "Bangkok? Was that in the mission parameters, Mr. C?" "Not initially," Clark admitted. "But according to Madame Anne," Lisan corrected. "Right. She mentioned these snakeheads usually avoid Bangkok. Apparently, Thailand's underworld is run by a different syndicate. Drugs are their trade, not human trafficking." "Reassuring," Jack said dryly. "What about reuniting the girls with their families?" "We're coordinating with the UN Refugee Agency," Clark explained. "Low-profile involvement, given the need to protect the campus's anonymity. State Department has an embedded liaison assisting." Jack nodded. "Did Carrie and Jad give a full debrief?" A faint smile crossed Clark's face. Turns out tracking down the Montagnard was the easy part. Convincing him they were genuine Green Berets. Nearly sparked a firefight with him and his sons. Jack smirked. "Sounds about right. How did they locate the Hmong?" "The coordinates from his letter led to an empty camp," Clark said. "Though I suspect our guys might have been ambushed, not that they'd ever admit it." "Where is he now?" "Bangkok. Carrie and Jad are still with him, tracking down the women on his list." "We housing him?" "State Department is. His military records checked out were offering citizenship, though I doubt he'll take it. He refused back in '70. Jack sighed. "The man saved my life. And Howard's. Wish we could do more." Clark shuffled papers. "That's actually why we're here." The door swung open again, this time held wide by Gronemeyer as President Jack Ryan Sr. entered. His tie was slack, jacket unbuttoned, hair slightly disheveled. Van Damme trailed behind, clutching a folder. The operatives rose as the president approached his son, gripping his shoulders with a proud grin. "That eye patch works for you, kid." "Seems to be the consensus," Jack replied. Ryan Sr. "Ever the father first?" gently lifted the patch to examine the bruised, bloodshot eye beneath. Your mother confirmed it'll heal. Antibiotics? Yes, Dad. You think I'd ignore Mom's orders? Jack readjusted the patch. And the antimalarials? Just in case? Yeah, Dad. The president dropped his hands to his sides with a sigh. Jerry mentioned your colleague, Howard Brennan, took a serious hit. Worse than serious, Jack replied, his tone completely flat. Have you checked in on him since you got back? I stopped by Johns Hopkins a few days ago. Doctors said he almost slipped into a coma. Those parasites did a number on him. Glancing up at Clark's face on the monitor, the president asked, Jerry told me Howard's already back at work. Have you run into him, John? Clark smirked. Saw him strutting around in those fancy Gucci loafers you gifted him, Jack. The higher-ups are even throwing him a fat bonus for sealing the geotech deal. Apologies for the interruption, sir. The Navy captain reappeared in the doorway. Live feed is ready. The president moved to his seat at the head of the table, pausing to give Lisanne a quick embrace. He exchanged a stiff handshake with Kendrick Moore, who muttered something unintelligible except for the obligatory sir at both ends. Arnie Van Dam cleared his throat pointedly. For the record, Mr. President, I still think this is a bad call. We work our tails off to keep you insulated from ops like this. Settling into his chair, Ryan studied the three glowing monitors' grainy black and white footage of terrain scrolling past, dotted with flickering telemetry data. Van Dam pressed on. There's still an exit ramp, sir. We compartmentalize this stuff for a reason. Ryan rocked back in his seat, eyes locked on the screens. Enough, Arnie. This is the part of the job that doesn't suck. Mary Pat Foley swept in, pausing to assess the room Clark on one screen, the blurry landscape on the others, the tense faces around the table. After brisk greetings, she took her seat, flipping open her portfolio and laptop before sliding on her reading glasses. All right, she announced. We're greenlit. Her gaze swept the room, lingering on the president. Last chance to back out, sir. The risks aren't theoretical. You confirmed zero Chinese naval movement. No spikes in their sensor activity? Correct. And NSA is picking up nothing unusual from Beijing? Clean as a whistle. The president locked eyes with Istana. And we're certain their Air Force is running the new software. Confirmed. Our asset Hamlet verified it. Hamlet, Mary Pat's code name for David Highsmith, Geotech's VP of Special Projects in Da Nang. The campus's first double agent, though that detail wasn't for the president's ears. Ryan leaned forward. Dia cross-checked the Chinese radar signatures. Yesterday, our recon planes caught the new emissions. The president's stare hardened. Final question. This is absolutely a Talon base? No collateral. Confirmed, Mary Pat said. Clark had vouched for Along Nick Trong's intel. The Montagnard guide had led Carrie and Jad straight to a snakehead stronghold. No civilians in sight. And sir, this target's a golden opportunity. It'll send a clear message about China's corporate interference. Ryan cracked his knuckles. Then let's light it up. Captain Gronemeyer, walk us through it. The naval aviator rose, gesturing to the monitors. Ladies and gentlemen, this live feed comes from a modified F-15 Strike Eagle on a classified Umbra mission. What you're seeing is real-time approaching the Laotian border now. Though Jack Jr. knew the drill, he kept his expression blank, giving nothing away. Clark had warned him to keep quiet about Geotech's classified rare earth magnets, designed for quantum atomics, the very components that gave the F-15 and Umbra their cutting-edge stealth properties. The campus operations director had looped Jack Jr. into Umbra's details solely because Highsmith, the asset Jack had turned, was pivotal in keeping Chinese intelligence from sniffing out the tech. Targets in sight, the pilot announced, voice steady. Local times, Aero 20 Rho. Sights a derelict CIA outpost, back when they ran airstrikes from Laos. Standing by for your call, sir. Jack studied the screen as 5 Quonset huts emerged from the darkness. The narrow river snaked below, flanked by jagged peaks, while the docks held the sleek speedboats Highsmith had procured for the snakeheads, outfitted to haul human cargo like cattle. Absolutely certain, Mr. President. Mary Pat's question cut through the tension. His gaze never left the monitor. Send it. Gronemeyer's finger hovered over the speakerphone. Magic, this is Shotgun, you're cleared to engage. The reply crackled back. Copy that, Shotgun. Magic is hot. The huts swelled on screen. The boats now sharp enough to spot the same reinforced hulls that had nearly killed Jack and Howard weeks prior. Then white out. The screens flared, then resolved into a haze of smoke and spinning debris. The wind tore through, revealing only a smoldering crater where the compound had stood. I'd say that's a bullseye, the president remarked. Gronemeyer nodded. Target eliminated. RTB boarders sent Strike Eagles en route to Kadena. Mary Pat's laptop screen reflected in her glasses. No chatter from Beijing, or Laos, or Hanoi. The president clasped his hands. Clean work. Van Damme's watch tapped the table, insistent. Railroad strike presser in 60. You need to rehearse. I'm aware. The president dismissed Gronemeyer with a wave before locking eyes with his son. Harney, go manage the vultures. I need a minute with Jack. Chairs scraped as the room emptied until he halted Lisanne, Moore, and Mary Pat with a raised hand. When the door shut, his posture loosened. Today went well. Better than well, Jack said. Between this and the Abu Sayyaf takedown, talons reeling. The president turned to Mary Pat. Any other fires? She sighed, reopening her laptop. Venezuela. I'll spare you the worst of it for now. His laugh was dry. Naturally. A few clicks later, she added, Mies got the message. But Talon's reach? Still unclear. New intel from Central America and MS-13 cell with Cuban backing. They're moving product under a shipping cover. Full brief tomorrow. The president's grin was razor thin. Perfect. Clark gave a knowing nod. I've got some connections. M.P. Reach out to me later, might be able to pull a few strings. The president chuckled, shaking his head. No doubt you do. His expression shifted, turning solemn as his gaze locked onto Kendrick Moore. It was as if he was truly seeing the towering seal for the first time. Master Chief, I hear you spearheaded that extraction mission in Vietnam. Must have been strange operating outside DevGru, working as a contractor. Moore swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. Privileged to serve, sir. Truly. The president's voice softened. Mr. Moore, let's be clear, you didn't just save my son. You saved Howard Brennan, Carrie, Jad. Lisanne stepped closer, resting her fingers lightly on Moore's calloused hand. And me. Moore stiffened, pulling back as if burned, his eyes fixed on his own clenched fists. The president leaned in, forcing eye contact. As a father, and as your commander-in-chief, I owe you more than words. Moore's jaw tightened. He gave a sharp nod, his freshly shaved head flushing crimson as he stared at the table. The president rose, and the room followed. Just as Jack Ryan Sr. reached the door, he hesitated, slipping a hand into his pocket. Turning back, he strode to the polished table and placed a gleaming sealed trident in front of Moore. The chief rose. His fingers twitched, hovering over the insignia, the golden eagle, the trident, the pistol, the symbol he'd bled for, the one ripped from his uniform when they cast him out. His breath hitched. This was the emblem he'd sworn should be hammered into his coffin by his brothers when he died. Now it sat inches away, taunting him with everything he'd lost. His hands pressed hard against the table, knuckles bone white, fighting the tremor in his grip. When he finally looked up, the president's steady gaze held his. For the record, Ryan said, voice firm, as far as I'm concerned, the trident was always yours. A beat of silence. Then, for the first time in years, Moore let himself believe it.